Welcome to the Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast.
If you like a lot of backstage news and gossip, join our cult. Hello and welcome to the Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast. And we apologize for the boring, nothing week we have for you. It's just been a desperate desert of nothingness. But we'll try our best to come up with something interesting to talk to you about this week, won't we? Yes, we will. Maffew, the voice you're currently listening to. Jack, who's currently praying to whatever God he's listening to this week. And Ross as well, struggling to think of something to say because we've got nothing.
No, I'm not. I just feel like Tony Khan for the first time in my life. I am wired and ready for 5 hours of podcast fun. What a long week it's been, and what a great time to cover the great sport of professional wrestling.
Right, like Tony Khan, got no time to blink right now. So, have you got your heads on? Yeah, fantastic. We're good. Let's get right to it. The big thing this week, and possibly even of the year, the AEW All Out.
It's not the biggest thing of the year.
AEW All Out ... Media Scrum. That's right. Pay-per-view, schmay-per-view, as they say. So CM Punk comes out. He's bloody. He's got a towel on. He's mad. Hair all greasy, slick back like Honky Tonk Man. And he's eating pastries. So you can tell when a man's mad when he's eating pie in front of you. That's a real sign of someone's mad.
Scrum.
No.
Creamy muffin Punk.
He had about 12 cans of some sort of soft drink.
Yeah.
He didn't need all those drinks.
The non-alcoholicness is just getting him on whatever. So he sits down, and even before the feed cuts in, he's talking to some guy who's like, CM Punk immediately recognized as someone who used to work with Colt Cabana. And so he immediately starts doing his line. It's like, oh, so...
Do some improv, did you? Do a bit of improv?
Wait, he starts off...
Yeah, I used to.
He started off first by going...
You friends with Colt Cabana? No, I used to be, but we have different opinions. Oh, neither am I. And you thought, okay, get out the way, first of all. And then he went off it. And there's a lot going on in this, but suffice to say, no one's really right in any situation, but you can also see the perspective from everyone's perspective.
Yeah.
CM Punk has had to read, according to him, last few weeks, as he's been injured, healing his foot, waiting for it to come back with the 16 plates that had put in, and read and be told online by various news journos that he is responsible for trying to get Colt Cabana fired or out of the company, or words that affect, as people sharing online, the print screens, or words that affect from Wrestling Observer, Alvarez, and other people like that. So CM Punk started, and you could tell he was fed up of hearing about Colt Cabana.
Is this CM? It's just Marvez called him CM a lot. We'll get to that, yeah.
Yeah, so Mr. Punk, you're right, started talking about his frustrations with having to probably talk about things like this in his private life coming to public and all that. Someone's trying to ring me. No, I can't.
Now is not the time.
No. About the Colt Cabana situation, and it's just that he's never, ever tried to get him released. He hasn't had anything to do with him for like 10 years or so. I went into more details about the lawsuit. Insisted that he tried to make things good with Colt Cabana. Colt Cabana didn't want that. He had to go to mediation.
Oh, did he say that?
Yeah, he said, I tried to give him money, but he said it wasn't.
Oh, yes, sorry.
And then he went, and then Colt Cabana revealed due to mediation that he shares a bank account with his mum, Martha, who got a bit of shrapnel for some reason.
Yeah.
And there have been some mixed opinions on that, because I think Renee Dupree said, yeah, he has a savings account with his mum as well, because they both have, I think, stocks or shares in the company. So it's not that weird. I don't personally share one with my mum, but that's nothing I'd ever thought about, to be honest with you. But
you said it like it was a sick burn,
Punk
though.
said, yeah, and that tells you everything you need to know about that person.
Yeah.
Like,
It's easy.
it doesn't really, Punk, but you know,
easy for him to say that, though, isn't it? Multi-millionaire CM Punk, knobhead.
We know what side Ross is on.
Forgot where he came from. This man, he's become the whatever he used to be back in the day. I always forget the New York Knicks, Yankees, Harlem Globetrotters.
Not the Harlem Globetrotters.
So, you know, the Penguins. She was somebody in the front row or one of them. And so it went on, and you're like, all right, fair enough then. And some people are like, okay, if he just dealt with Colt Cabana, and obviously there's a lot of resentment building up. If he's reading this every time, and he's not had a chance to respond, and then he went off and goes, well, how do we know about these stories? Well, those EVPs who think they're still back in Reseda. Well, that about narrows it down, doesn't it? The PWG favorites. Could be anybody, right? And then they started blasting, hey, MJF came back. Oh, these youngsters nowadays don't listen to the old people.
That was apparently about Hangman because Hangman made it.
I was going to say it wasn't clear what was about Hangman, what was about MJF.
It was, I think PW Insider cleared it up. They found a clip of Hangman in some interview with somebody a few months ago saying, I'd rather just do things by trial and error rather than just going and asking for advice from older people. And I think CM Punk said basically the same thing about 2007-8, I think someone found on social media this week. So it's just, I think Punk was in a bad mood. It must be hard when you're sat at home reading stuff that from your perspective isn't wholly true and you've not had the chance to respond. So the first chance you get, you've gone and done it. Should it have been there? I don't think it should have been. But I'm not CM Punk, am I? If I was Tony Khan, that's where we need to look. Because I thought that was a fascinating insight into Tony Khan's relationship with CM Punk.
Well, should we finish what Punk said first?
Oh, yeah,
and then,
yeah.
So then after, again, bring up this thing, I just want to say, do you remember what Hangman Page said about CM?
That's another big thing.
I forgot about the day it happened.
Obviously, to him, it's really festered in his mind and it's like a terrible. But I think if he'd never brought it up, no one would even know. I didn't know what he meant at first when he brought it up. Yeah.
And he's like, well, I said it to him because he said it to me on TV. And you're like,
did he?
Who said what? What are you on about? No one even remembers this bit. And then
people shared the little clip in question as well, and I still don't quite understand what Hangman's referencing.
Yeah, it's so what the bit where he says, you said you'd fight for the rights of
sort of
that. You're like, all right, I'm missing something here, pal. So it's just obviously a private issue that's become very public. But unlike the Colt Cabana thing, where everyone knows the background of it and has an idea of it.
Do you think if
you're
Hangman...
like, what are you guys on about? We have no idea.
Because people have pointed out on Twitter and stuff that Eddie Kingston stood in front of Punk during a promo and said, nobody wants you here, please go away. And we didn't say, please go away. You know what I mean? Whereas Hangman said something less...
I'm going to save AEW from you.
Yeah.
Fight for AEW.
Yeah, that sounds so in character. Yeah. And I think...
And I took that personally.
And I think really, maybe the thing is that Hangman's close with the Young Bucks. And Punk just sees them all as that's maybe. What I'm,
yeah. So this all happened. And again, AEW media scrums are usually Tony Khan, why are you so amazing? And so it was quite a change, especially when previous times with CM Punk, it's been, oh man, that's so good to hear that AFI song again. And him going, oh, Ring of Honor means so much to me. It's so great to come out here and do all these things. You're like, wow, CM Punk's back and he's humble. He's great. And then it's just, oh, no. That was him on a good day. Like everybody else have a bad day. And he had it in his head. He was going to say a lot of this stuff. So I think even if some of it wasn't quite that accurate, I think he just wanted to unload. Because when you're having a rant, a snowball, top of the mountain, all the way downhill.
And everyone has bad days in that. And everybody, and he's got a lot of power. Maybe, and this is a bad thing if it's true, but maybe he felt I can get away with saying a lot more stuff than most people can, which is probably true.
Well, but he did.
Yeah. This is where we get to what Ross is saying. The boss of the company sat next to him. Surely he needs to do something at this point.
I thought it was right down to Punk just eating his confectionaries in front of him. I thought that was...
What, he was eating Tony Khan?
Yeah, I thought I was just I don't care about you, Tony. I'm just going to just sit here and eat me muffins. I couldn't imagine Punk doing something like that if, back in the days working for Vince McMahon. I think he would be a lot more in order than he was there. And just a bit at the end where, it was also the bit in the middle as well where Tony was like, oh, let me clarify. And then Punk's like, no, Tony. It's not yours to clarify. I'm running a business here. You're not running. You're just one of the wrestlers.
Well, I think,
but he took a lot. Yeah, I was going to say what Jack was about to say.
I assumed running a business he meant his own personal brand.
Yeah, but wasn't Tony clarifying something on behalf of the company though? I'm going to try to. I can't quite remember, but anyway.
But he said the biggest issue out of Hangman Page was the fact that he would say something disparaging about him whilst they're trying to have this $1 million house that they hit, and his Punk's somehow equated that something that Hangman Page said in a promo was going to affect anything like that in the slightest, when no one I know who spoke to. Look, without checking it, do you remember what Hangman Page said?
No.
Which I think maybe is just that's just him. Like I said, no one comes out here looking good on this. But my God, it's been fascinating and amazing to watch. Who am I kidding? I mean, I've seen so many people online be like, this is an outrage. I can't believe we saw such things in the professional world of wrestling. Wrestling's always been like this.
Not in front of the cameras that.
This is
so blatantly, though. It's always been in little reading between the line bits. It's never been CM Punk going, here are all the issues listed out in... it was never been like that.
I want to hear people go, oh, you know what? That person really wants to ring me. I put my phone on the side.
If it's important, you can't answer the call.
It might be, but 2 seconds. I'm on a rant. How dare you? People would look at Scott Steiner's promo in 2000 on Nitro against Ric Flair. People love that, right? People love, can't get enough of that. But suddenly it happens now, and...
Was that not part of the show, though?
Well, no,
absolutely not. Where he told people, "Hey, go watch Raw."
Buddy Rogers is the
Buddy Rogers is the real nature. Wasn't even feuding with Ric Flair at the time as well.
He just hates.
Was this not Russo era? I was thinking, man.
he almost could get away with it. But the fact that Scott Steiner could and did do it and had a paid suspension. So like, here's a holiday. Anyway, so go back to this. So that happened. People are trying to ask questions. Trevor Dane was doing amazing running commentary, like he always does on Twitter. And so people are feeling very nervous and scared right now at the fury in that man's eyes as he went off and things, as well as Tony Khan trying to change the subject and some other people trying to, and he kept on bringing up stuff that he had issues with.
Yeah.
And the EVPs of AEW who, quote, couldn't manage a target.
Yeah, keep stepping on their own dicks.
Kept stepping on their own dicks.
And it's amazing. One point he's just like, I work with children. He's just eating. He's just throwing crumbs into his mouth. I'm tired. Yeah,
and I work with effing children. Yeah, amazing.
I think it was our pal Demon Diva. What he said? I forget what the actual name is. On the Twitter, shared a fantastic video of like Punk's opening promo from his debut. He was like, "I'm here to help the next generation succeed. It's all about the younger generation." Then cuss I am sick and tired of working with children.
I think he means the Bucks are children, though, as in they act like children.
Hey, no issues, Eddie Kingston, but someone against those because they've never wrestled each other. Omega and Punk never had anything. The Bucks never had anything. So they're very different people with very big cults of personality. So,
Well, I think when you take like a step back, or maybe like in years to come, when people look back at generally the major causes of this, without the finer details, which all seem quite weird and tenuous. Basically, what's happened is the Bucks have started this thing with their rich friend boss, and then he's got this big star in who clearly he's a big fan of as well. And it's a power struggle.
It's Toy Story.
Well,
Tony is Andy. The Bucks and the Elite are Woody and one person. You know, Matt can be one arm, Nick can be the other, Kenny be the torso, Hangman's the legs maybe, and then Buzz is CM Punk.
No,
Strange things are happening.
I feel like we've been...
And Eddie Kingston's Mr. Potato Head, just browsing Twitter, looking at All Japan GIFs, minding his own business.
Now, before we talk about the brawl, the melee...
I was going to say, that was part one.
Well, that was, because during the press conference, I think it was Salcedo was like, we've just seen a security guard head for the door.
Yeah, there was obviously the official feed, and there's some of the other people's feeds have been shared because it's nice to get the film from different angles, like it's the JFK assassination. We get to see from every possible perspective.
Yeah, he's got the Zapruder film. Yeah, that's the one, that's the brawl itself.
Yeah, so that's the security guard going like that, like doing the Scooby-Doo run out because there's a brawl happening. And then Chris Jericho telling Tony Khan, you're getting up, yeah, thanks.
And then it looked like Tony went, I'll stay here then. It looks like he goes...
But he was only one on stage, so was it like...
Oh, get
all right, bye,
someone else out there.
Look, by the way, we need to send all the props and the flowers in the world to Chris Jericho, who, according to multiple sources, that he told himself has handled this entire situation with great pride.
Why have you pretended that he's told them himself that he handled the situation?
Because he clearly...
No,
it's just fun. It's like everything's about the Elite and Punk, but Chris Jericho is said to have handled this brilliantly.
Showing great leadership skills, his calm demeanor in front of the press.
He's not even hiding the fact now, the bits I've been
talking at that talent meeting. I don't think that was Chris. It was probably like Luther or someone. But before we talk about the brawl, I feel like we do also, like, because we've been quite anti-Punk here, because Ross hates him and always has, and because... No, I'm joking.
No.
Past few weeks, Ross has gone really anti-Punk, I must say.
He seems...
Oh, you're pro-Bucks?
No, not really, no. He seems to have come in, and again, it's all these little things you see about from years gone by. The same thing kind of happened in WWE. He's come over here, and the same thing's happened again. So what's the common denominator there?
Yeah.
It's him.
But on the other side of things, just from the way the Bucks are, and always have been, self-admittedly, even if it wasn't them who leaked the stories about, did Punk get Colt Cabana fired and stuff, think how antagonistic the Bucks are in a sneaky little way. Like, I can imagine getting annoyed at the Young Bucks having to work
You'd love to slap Matt.
I'm annoyed just watching.
No, Nick's the one who, well, one of them got hit with a chair.
I get annoyed just watching them on TV, allegedly. So I'm having to hang around with them all the time. Well, they probably sing the Elite song, do you know like 24/7.
The Benji from North Wrestling,
the
fantastic wrestler Benji, the landed gentry, everything. Oh, he's wonderful, right? And even though he's a dirty heel in the ring, he's a very nice guy outside the ring. And he gave a very measured opinion on Twitter, saying like, "I've been a wrestler. It's horrible when you're not in the clique, not in the group, and you're the one politically on the outside, and and you feel like people are talking about you. So from that point of view, I can kind of see why, but." Punk's in such a powerful position himself, it's naturally harder to feel sympathy for him, I suppose.
Yeah, and wrestling, like AEW TV itself, is full of cliques. Like life is that.
Yeah.
It's always going to be the way. So it's not one big happy. What do people call it? Like all friends wrestling or whatever they call it. To start off with, it's like, no, because they're all one big friend group, and their friends of friends, and Dr. Luther and Nakazawa and all the rest. And now it's like CM Punk and his. Oh, you haven't got any friends, have you?
Well, he's got one friend.
Had
one very hard friend.
The one friend he had, and it's so telling that this came a week after the promo where he went, "I'm from Chicago, where the weak are killed and eaten."
Drink their blood and all that.
Drink
sort of
the
stuff. Was he hired after Punk arrived, or was he there before Punk got there?
I honestly couldn't tell you because he's been such a non-factor. Obviously, he still became like all the other people in Young Bucks are like, Kenny, remember that match in 2017 from New Japan? I'm like, no. But everyone who does remember is like, yeah, I do. Ace Steele's an IWA Mid-South dude from the, what was the name? The Gold something Mafia that they had together.
Second City. Oh, no, it wasn't.
Nah,
that was him and Cole.
Like, him, Cole, Ace Steele, and
CM
Dave
Venom.
Prater.
Oh, right.
So, whatever, some of that thing they had together. And yeah, that's way, because he's a really old character in the CM Punk lore.
All I know about him is really, he's the guy who trained Punk.
Yeah.
He was Donald Trump on Raw.
Yeah.
Got his head shaved on Raw as well, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
He called, I think Fraser shared it on Twitter. I think called himself Scott Colton on Raw in a segment with Bischoff and ended up with his head being shaved or something like that.
Okay.
That would have been when him and Colt were friends, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
He was just giving him a shout out.
Looked like 02, 03, 04 sort of time.
And then he dropped the F-bomb on last week's TV after introducing himself to the crowd. Like, all right. And now everyone really knows who he is because apparently backstage after CM Punk says, well, come talk to my face and see what happens or whatever. And this is where reports differ slightly, depending on, because Sean Ross Sapp and other people are having a whale of a time on Twitter because people are going, what's happening? All I've done all day, Sean Ross Sapp, is wait for people to post stuff. And then like him or somebody else or Ryan Satan, maybe not him, would just be like, oh boy. Like, what?
No,
what?
I don't appreciate that from Sean Ross Sapp, I've got to say.
I hate that.
I really hate that, I've got to say.
Like, wait,
I don't want you to talk about your
NFL
fantasy team, Sean. It's not even real football.
Wow,
Tell us what happened backstage.
Nice sweet corn today. I'm like,
it's annoying in the end, isn't it? Maybe more so because...
Especially when he's bragging about,
it's our job.
10,000 patrons today. Do you know why? I've got an idea why. So, but then he's
Is it because of your hilarious banter with Denise on the regular? No, it's not, Sean. It's because you know what's happened backstage. I don't care about this feud between you and... Sorry.
People throwing money. Shut up and tell me what I want to hear.
I would like to clarify, Sean's a nice man.
No, he's not.
I love Sean.
I love him as well. He knows he's there tantalizing us.
I don't care about videos of people dancing at Salcedo's friggin' wedding. I want to know the scoop stuff.
Jack pays his £5 a month. And when he stopped paying it, that was his decision.
Why have I gone on CM Punk?
You friends with Sean Ross Sapp?
Oh, man.
That makes one of us. So, well, we're waiting to hear.
It's worth finding out that me and Maffew have met Sean Ross Sapp in Vegas, and he was a nice man.
Yes.
He was.
An episode of Straight to Hell on the channel.
Nice guy. That was a joke. Congratulations to Denise for getting married.
Where you can go if you don't tell us what's happening. So he's there like, look, no one's coming clean because I guess if people know who says what perspective in it, then they'll know who it is leaking it because the Observer doesn't care. Chris Jericho said Chris Jericho had a great match. But in this situation, it's going to be a bit closer, but we're all still waiting to hear.
Oh, PW Insiders or Mike Johnson did a lot of reporting as well.
Mike Johnson is all the other
as
people.
Always, Mike Johnson. He's the... If Meltzer and Sean Ross Sapp are like the Galacticos, he's the Claude Makelele, Mike Johnson.
He's just always there, isn't he?
He's just mopping up. He's uncomplicated, just giving it square.
He's always there. It was the Marvez as well. So, so one account.
Well, should we do it in chronological order?
Yeah. The first account that came out was that CM Punk was in his locker room, whatever, his little room. The Bucks knock the door down, which is what we're told. Which hilariously
kick the door down.
Hilariously gives the idea that a double super kick with a thigh slap. Hey, we want to talk. We want to talk to you, or whatever. Doing the pointing.
Matt Jackson stood there doing that face he does. Like,
yeah. Hey, let's talk. And then,
do you think their music hit before they came in?
Yeah. Well, I think CM Punk. Yeah, CM Punk threw a punch at one of them to Matt, who presumably then sold his ribs as well. I imagine
he's back. Yeah,
whatever. That's connected to your back. And then Ace Steel evened the odds when he saw it was 3-on-1.
And his Ace Steel's wife was apparently in the vicinity of where this was taking place,
looking after
and had Larry the dog. So,
so that was something that was left. The second version of it. So the first version is that Ace Steel, to defend his friend or whatever, just got involved. Whatever, he saw something happen and went, "All right, let's rumble like it's West Side Story."
I think I'm scared of Ace Steel.
Chicago lad threw a chair.
Knocked Matt Jackson silly.
Nick won it.
Nick
hit Nick, and then bit Kenny Omega.
Right.
That's the detail we need to know.
Mm.
Is it a nice little playful tickle on the neck? Like,
No.
So that's a good way to confuse somebody in a fight. Just start making out with them.
And unfortunately, when I heard about that, the way that I pictured it in my mind, and it definitely wasn't this, but is that the Bucks had Punk down for the BTE trigger, and then Ace Steel came in and went bang.
I saw people said that they try and bounce off the walls of the locker room like the ropes of a mountain. Mate, like I said,
held Punk's hand and tried to run up one of the lockers, like arm drag him on the way down.
It's up for a camera to pose.
There must have been some sort of CCTV there, surely.
Well, people are like, wait, who's that guy who literally follows them around? Wait, where was he during all this?
Cutler was
in
there.
there.
He's been suspended.
They always tell him to cut the camera.
Wait. Cutler's been suspended.
That's the big one.
Yeah.
The suspension's included.
So this is Justin Barrasso of Sports Illustrated.
Yeah.
Oh, because I've not seen this yet.
Those suspensions included Cutler and Michael Nakazawa. What have they done? Nakazawa's there with baby oil.
And
the eyes.
head of talent relations, Christopher Daniels.
Oh, yeah.
He's got suspended as well. He's the head of talent relations.
Okay.
Do you think he was producing the ball?
Is this like, well, we can't punish you, so we'll punish your friends?
No, I think they were all in the room, and then Barrasso was saying, of Sports Illustrated, another great man, I've never met him actually. He was saying that apparently the reports came out, the legal, what's she called? Megan, the legal woman in AEW was present, so she saw all of it.
Oh, well, that's why they're going to be.
She saw part of it, I think.
Sorry, she saw part of it, but she saw a lot of people involved.
Oh, so that's why they're having to be like over the top with the talent relation.
I mean,
you're all suspended. I didn't do anything. Yeah, but you were there.
But if she sees Ace Steel hoying a chair and then biting another man in the workplace, remember? It's in the workplace. There's, that's the big thing, though, because people, it's wrestling, but it is a workplace, essentially, isn't it? So
it's supposed to be a professional one. It's something that happens at an independent show. It's like, yeah, whatever, good. But yeah, AEW.
And again,
so within it, the second version of events was that version you were going to start reading where?
Well, I've got the elite side of the story here.
Of course he does.
I like to say in the
Ross
preface
has got the elite side of the
story. See if you can tell if this was the elite version.
There is a Punk side of the story on Fightful Select.
Is there actually?
Yeah.
I've not seen it on Reddit. I've just looked at Reddit this morning.
Oh.
Sources close to the elite say the Bucks went to Punk to talk, just like he told them to.
Yeah, he
Crucial
did.
detail number one.
He did.
The Bucks did not barge in, but opened the door with their hands. That is. Before Matt Jackson could say anything, Punk started throwing punches at Matt's head.
Before Matt could say anything. This is the Bucks side of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He yelled, "Oh God, you're annoying."
So Nick went to stop it, but Ace Steel threw a chair at Nick.
God.
Kenny went to pick up and remove Larry from the situation. Because he was freaking out, obviously. He's a little precious
had
dog.
Him in one arm and went.
After Kenny passed him over and got Larry out, Ace attacked him and bit him.
If he's just trying to get Larry out of there, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't think Ace Steel saw Kenny going for the dog going, "Oh no, you don't."
Good
that's
on
a
Ken.
Chicago dog.
Good on Kenny for protecting the dog. All parties kept shouting and Punk threatened legal action against them. SRS stresses this is only one side of the story, and he said different from Punk's side. Now, what was Punk's side, Jack?
It was words to the effect of like they barged in quite aggressively and Punk was defending himself basically.
Is that it?
It was, and then the rest of it was basically what happened again. Like it didn't really defend Ace Steel that much, I don't think.
Wait. Jericho's version. Sorry, I beg one unknown version. Everyone went, "Jericho's great, isn't he?" Yes, he is.
And then the Archangel Chris Jericho floated down from the sky and said, "Part ways, young man. I shall solve this. You go over there. You go over there. Larry, come with me."
Source unknown, but they all sung Fozzy together afterwards.
Jericho did a line sort off a bench, and the beauty of it made everybody go, "Whoa!"
Guys, how good did Jericho look this week? Ooh.
Everyone put their little fists in the air and went, "Go, Jericho, go!" What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, Benji again on Twitter gave a very good point of view, actually. Again, an alternative point of view. One that I'm not sure I agree with, given Punk's position of power, but he said, this is where the EVP title becomes important. Because he said, if you just look at it, 3 EVPs have burst into a locker room belonging to an employee, and they've all burst in. Now, that's legally a bit of an issue. So
imagine if we start doing that round here.
Oh, well, Tom did a good thing, didn't he? Like, Tom said, "I'm not being funny, but if I just went and attacked Ross."
Why did he pick Ross? What's Ross done?
Because he's the most beloved.
Cheers, Twitter. I would batter Tom if push came to shove. But one name we missed out, by the way. Pat Buck also got suspended. One name.
Yeah, Pat Buck as well.
Oh, someone said, "Wait, did Khan just get everybody with the book in their names?" God, I mean, yeah, again, he's going to have to go over the top here. I can only imagine because, important people saw this.
So this happened while Tony was still on stage as well.
Hi guys, what a great show. By the way, I've got more money than Jim Crockett ever did, so I'll not be effed with when it comes to this. Them trying to poach talent or running counter shows, I guess Cardiff counters that now,
so
which is
mad,
all right.
man. Is this
Wrestling's back,
in
baby.
terms of just backstage stuff, not in terms of big stories like Vince retiring or companies being bought out? Is this the biggest one since the screw job in terms of backstage drama?
You're forgetting the other great thing that happened in the wonderful world of wrestling and the internet, which was the double header of Jericho creating the bubbly meme. And then the day after, it revealed that after winning the AEW World title,
Maffew,
he went to a
are you
steakhouse.
suggesting that Jericho getting drunk and losing the belt is on the same level as CM Punk?
In terms of entertainment.
Oh, no,
Oh, my
no.
God.
I tell you what,
I've never
Jericho's
been more
story
entertained and
is.
thrilled than wrestling.
Jericho shoot fighting Brock Lesnar. That's up there. Well done, Chris. Such a jam-up guy.
Oh, man. Anyway.
So I think we've covered it all. Have we?
Yeah, I
And then,
think so.
the suspensions happened yesterday.
yeah,
So
sorry.
on Dynamite this week, we're skipping ahead. Tony Khan appeared and without blinking.
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Yeah. Without blinking, told us all. I
We
swear.
are going to have a vacant champion, as I clearly read from the sheet. That's just a bit too low below the camera. Why don't we have an auto Q&A? EW, help me out, please. I
'cause
can't. Oh my
they're
God.
Fiddly, man. They're fiddly auto cues. I've
Once
not
you've
used ours
used them
yet.
once,
I've not
it's
used it yet. What's it like?
You just need to find your speed, and then once you do, your eyes in.
Found your speed.
Oh.
Well, anyway.
No,
so-
don't.
I just thought I'd repeat something you said. So Tony Khan came out, and I swear on my version, and with my ears that work, I swear when he appeared, there were boos.
There were?
Audible on the thing, which is great. Yeah, boo! You're going, here comes the dad
This
to
comes
tell
up-
the kids
Apparently,
off.
there was a Zoom meeting with talent that we don't know about. There was a meeting with Punk that we don't know about as well yesterday, but we don't know any details of that
It
yet.
happened, but we don't know about it.
No, we don't know what happened. Sorry,
Sorry, I'm just being silly.
But he
Wait,
announced. Sorry,
Oh, go on.
he announced that the Punk's title and the Elite's belts have all been vacated, but there was no, like, that opening video package with MJF's return. Punk wasn't. It was like he wasn't even there. None of them were mentioned apart from MJF going like, "Oh, you went to sleep last night," and like that sort of stuff, or last weekend. But those titles have been vacated, and they've all reportedly been suspended, apart from Punk and Ace Steel, who are either going to be, at the time of recording, suspended or possibly fired. So, whoa,
He's going to have to do something like a bit.
hofty, as Fraser would say. He's going to hofty.
It'd be interesting if Ace Steel gets the boot first, what Punk would do then. Because he seems very, very loyal to good old Ace.
Yeah, plus, isn't Punk like, I don't need to do this? He can leave.
Why is he doing it if he's having a bad
Because he
time?
enjoyed it, and I guess he's not enjoying it.
He wanted to help the kids, didn't he?
He wanted to help the kids, and then the kids talk back. He's like, "Oh, I've had enough of this."
He seems to like Moxley. That's a nice
What a
thing.
guy he is, by the way.
Because he, as he said on his
Yeah.
promo, which apparently was real, was he was supposed to have some time off.
Might have been on holiday. Fair
Like
play
Tom
to him.
Campbell to keep on doing what?
Moxley is the Tom Campbell. Yeah.
There you go. And you're the it's all
Because
makes sense now.
he could have kicked the way the belt thing happened, irrespective of what happened in the press conference, the way the titles switched hands, he could rightfully kick up a fuss. What was all that about? That felt weird as well. Why did Punk win the first one and then lose the second one?
Well, I've got a theory.
Oh, that's one positive of this entire thing. No one's talking about the rubbish booking.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a theory that it was so basically maybe there was so one of them could have a win each because they maybe didn't want to lose to the other. I don't know. But Punk agreed, fine, I'll get squashed by him if I can have this big glorious win in Chicago.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, right. I see.
Yeah.
I think it's more Bret Hart behavior, Canada and all that.
Of course, yeah. People say he's such a Bret Hart tribute act.
Well, people are now saying he's more Shawnee M.
Oh,
He did.
how dare you? Shawn Michaels never got punished.
He got the one big L in Chicago against MJF. He lost that match, didn't he?
He did. He threw in a barb about MJF, which people aren't sure if it's real or not during his press
Yeah.
conference because everything else seemed real, but that one might have been in character, so it's hard.
I was going to say, if there's... So right now, we're all engrossed.
I'm disappointed,
Well, 2
I'm
seconds.
sad.
We're all riveted behind what's happening.
No,
with
I'm
this thing
disappointed
that's
in
happening.
CM
Shut up,
Punk.
Jack. With this
Just
thing.
doesn't want to believe it's true, do you?
I don't. It's like
He's the savior of wrestling.
he was. He was the voice of the voice.
You were the chosen
He was
one.
the chosen one.
Only when it benefits you.
Oh,
CM
no.
Punk. Yeah.
So, see if I get this over the top before Jack interrupts us again. So, what we're saying is we're watching wrestling. We're not sure what's real and what's not. We've got faces acting like heels and heels acting like faces. I'm not sure what's going to happen every week, and titles are getting vacated. I think we all owe an apology to Vince Russo.
Oh, I wouldn't
Nah, I
agree
don't
with
think
that
we'll do
necessarily. No.
Nah. Thanks, Vince.
But
Shut up.
at least, it's been a long time since we had a tournament in AEW, so at least we get one of them. Every clouder.
Oh, and the it has like the card announced, and it's like also more exciting matches. Here are the exciting matches with the rest of the news this week. Very briefly, Eddie Kingston and Sammy Guevara agreed to move on after backstage incidents.
I don't care about happy stories backstage.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Good for them.
Okay, they're nice.
Imagine though, if nothing if something
That's
doesn't
a good
happen to Punk and Kingston after going
Well,
to Sammy
that's it.
Guevara.
Yeah.
Oh.
Really sad Maffew there didn't go.
Sorry.
But it seems like it has though now.
Yeah. I hope. Wait, it's just with Punk, isn't it? And Ace Steel.
Something
That's what we're
will surely
waiting for.
happen.
So funny because Eddie Kingston, who again I love, but it was people going, Eddie Kingston, he was great. He served the suspension, did work at the Indies, just donated money to charity. What a good lad. And people like, so now we're treating him all right for attacking a dude backstage because, yeah, he does look good compared to this.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least he didn't go, hey, give me that mic.
In fairness, Sammy Guevara is annoying, so I can understand.
Also EC3 claimed Velveteen Dream tried to film him
Oh my
and other
God.
talents
Jesus.
using a camera set up in EC3's bathroom. I would love to go into more detail on this, but I'd also like this podcast to be monetized.
He got arrested. He bit a man as well, didn't he? He was a gym owner. this
Yeah,
week,
he apparently has attacked and or bitten reportedly a gym owner. Or
This,
gym employee.
Velveteen Dream, this is.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, this one
I
came out
checked
like
the
the
news
other
this
day.
morning. When
No,
did
it
this
was not like
happen?
last night or something.
All right.
Anyway, he's
Wait.
he's in so much legal.
He been a dude.
Yeah.
Well, according to this
According to this
report,
report, yeah. I don't know when it happened.
It's just a new popular thing.
I don't know if it's just an old story that's come out now or whether it's a recent event.
It's just like 2001 when everyone started doing the Shining Wizard.
Yeah. But yeah, the EC3 one, he was talking on.
So this is on E-Wrestling's website. Velveteen Dream accused of punching, biting, and threatening a man. In the first, on August the 20th, blah, 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 blah. TMZ, blah, 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 blah. I don't know when it happened. But it's the second one after the first thing that happened that we talked about last week.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Wrestling.
Basically, the Velveteen Dream thing, without trying to get the podcast demonetized, he was at a EC3 party. And EC3 was like, I'm trying to invite everyone because I'm the top guy. I said something like that. I was like, EC3, when were you the... Anyway, and apparently Velveteen Dream set up a phone in the bathroom to watch people use the bathroom. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
I mean, you can say that about a lot of Velveteen Dream things.
Yeah, that's the question we ask every time we hear his name. So let's move on. Control Your Narrative issues a statement. When Braun Strowman's do we return?
Oh, right.
God, it's long.
Well, they just wished him well, essentially, didn't they?
Our brother,
Yeah.
Robert Paulson, Braun Strowman.
He's got a second calling to do his thing as Braun Strowman or whatever.
I can assure you only one thing. Everything you ever want is on the other side of the unknown. EC3.
I did love the fact that he went back to do the one thing that he loves or something right at the end is like put smiles on people's faces. Not money.
Bobby Fish done with AEW. A former Undisputed Elite member was previously under contract. His still quite expired on August 31st. His departure came about after both sides failed to reach an agreement on a new deal, although the door is not closed on him.
He's the new Booker T for me, or the new Road Dog. I'm sick of hearing his name in the news, Bobby Fish.
Oh, he really likes CM Punk's
He's really trying to get himself over doing all this CM Punk stuff.
No one cares about that. Dead Bobby Fish. Sorry, wrong time you're doing that.
It is the wrong time,
Hey,
Bobby.
if you're the one person who cares about Bobby Fish, go and watch him on Straight to Hell because 3 of his 5 things I swear are about kick technique.
Are they?
All that sort of stuff. It's fascinating.
And that's what he hates CM Punk
Could you tell me why that's a thing? Because I can't tell. I'm just a muggle in this wrestling world. Is that the right word?
Yeah, you got that. Well done.
He
loves the Harry Potter.
He was tweeting all about
He didn't
Punk's
react, though. It
kicks
was really
during the tweeting all about Punk's kicks during the original match with Moxley when he got squashed, and recently revealed on a podcast, I think, that he wanted a kickboxing match, and he said he's tried to sit down with Tony Khan no less than 5 times to get him to do a kickboxing match.
What with him?
Now I don't know if he meant like in a WrestleMania 2 kind of way, like a different sport on the Dynamite card or something, or whether he meant get permission to go and do a kickboxing
Oh, yeah, that's the
match.
one thing Tony Khan loves. He's all these VHS tapes of FMW North Japan. Oh, kickbox. Yeah.
Well, but now Bobby Fish has challenged CM Punk to a kickboxing match. Go on, Bobby Fish.
Well, I'll need something to do after this, so yeah, maybe you'll get it. Probably Bless him. Malachi Black is done with AEW for the time being, it looks like. Now, don't go into this too much because we don't have a lot of information. It looks like it's less drama, so it's less like he. It looks like it's a more serious thing.
Oh,
Black's.
I thought you just wanted to go back to WWE.
I thought you were sort of questioning his booking with that Tumblr post you did last week. It was like,
seen. I know he's been highly critical, but there's also just reports that he's just basing time off. Again, purely speculation. Mental health. That's why I'm like, just say, you know what, I'm leaving this until I get confirmation because last thing I want to do is like, and then next week it's like, oh, something serious. So
did like a definitive ending after the pay-per-view with him blowing a kiss and giving the other House of Black members a hug
and taking the fall.
You won't want him blowing any kisses your way. Black Mist coming out. But the thought was there, Malachi Black, and all the best. To end this on a somewhat humorous note, I know it's tough with wrestling news, but bear with me. Matt Hardy recorded...
No, he's done it. Why has he done it? He said he was going to take it out. He's going to do it as well.
To end it on a slightly humorous note.
Even though it's a horrible story. Really bad.
It's an amazing story.
It's an amazing story.
These are wrestlers that we deal with and focus our every attention to. Matt Hardy, very briefly, was talking about... He was getting Edge and Matt ready for... Get this right, because they had a real-life issue, but Vince made it abundantly clear you are not fighting or shooting or anything like that, or I'll fire both of you straight away.
Right? Good. One of them stole the other one's girlfriend. It wasn't because one of them told rumors about the other. But this was a real man's situation.
Yeah. If either one of you goes out there and tries to take liberties with each other, if you try and intentionally hurt one another, I am the most powerful man in the industry. I promise neither of you will ever work a day in the industry again. Do you understand? And they both went, yes, sir, Mr. McMahon.
Where's this Tony Khan? Even though I guess it's not quite true today. They could go over the other side, technically, I guess, if they wanted to.
Yeah, people have said, funny all this is happening when there's a bit of drama and stuff like that, but suddenly WWE looks cool again.
Yeah.
Good time in there. Vince, at the end of a very long monologue, according to Matt, who remembers it very vividly, said, if you've ever seen two animals in the wild kingdom where they're ever going to fight one another, have you ever seen one animal wound another animal, and when it wounds that animal, the animal starts bleeding, it smells the blood, it gets bigger, it swells up, it growls, and it just wants to kill the other animal. These are your primal instincts. We got so freaked out from Vince's monologue that we started seeing them beside each other, almost cuddling, like, what the hell is he talking about? And then he said, you know when you go, you see...
Brace yourselves, everybody. Brace yourselves. This humorous story.
He's decided to make everyone laugh with this funny story.
Have you ever seen a person in a wheelchair, quote Vince, and you want to eat them? This is basic instincts. This is human psychology. And Matt says, that's the quote.
Thanks, Maffew, for that lovely... Who would have thought...
Wrestling!
Who would have thought... Who would have thought...
We can't do that promo. All right, lad.
Who would have thought that Vince has weird opinions like that?
Stunning, eh?
You ever seen a fella in a wheelchair and want to eat them?
Oh, Vince.
Not until Vince has said that. But now every time one rides past, I go, could I? No, all right. All right, I see.
Is that all the news done for today?
Hey, I think I am done, yes. Thank you for asking, Ross. Until, wait, breaking.
There's nothing that break now.
All right, well, we'll check in 5 seconds' time when that's changed. Next segment.
I've got no sympathy for MJF, though, I tell you.
No sympathy.
What do you mean?
No sympathy for him. No sympathy. Because he's on about, apparently people feel sympathetic for him because this whole punk
He's not on about that. The sources say that
people are on about saying that.
I thought you said he's on about that.
No. I hope I didn't say that. I didn't mean it.
It's all right.
People are feeling sympathetic backstage because Punk's this entire scenario is stole his thunder for his big return. Up the Wardlow. Wardlow had that done to him by MJF. What goes around comes around. Yeah. That was the other bit of news I guess from this week I've remembered. There we go. I think we've covered all bases there.
Thank you, Ross.
Cheers.
This week, he visited the Shinjuku Gion National Garden and thought it was nice.
Everybody get excited for the Cultaholic Hall of Fame!
Now it's time for everyone's favourite segment, the Hall of Fame. In condescending order from last week, Matt Perry's delivery of "You Really Are the Most..."
Matt Perry from Friends?
Oh, Matt Berry.
Oh, yeah. Matt, how do you get there? Matt Berry, "You really are the most devious bastard in New York City."
New York City.
Oh, that's what it says it, 21%. Luigi Primo.
Did you see the woman on the BBC?
No.
When Liz Truss got announced?
No.
She went, "Finally, we know who the new Prime Minister is." And people were like, this is similar to Matt Berry's delivery.
Oh, no.
So I feel like it sounds like she's going to burst into song. Finally, we know.
Luigi Primo, aka the Pizza Wrestler, 34%. Oh, king of the memes, not king of this.
ITV, sorry, not the BBC.
And Ben Potter, King of Mountain, which just looks wrong without anything else, like King of the Mountain, King of a Mountain, King of Mountain, 45%. Well
Yes,
done,
Ben.
pal.
Yes,
People
Ben.
big fans
Yes,
of it.
boy.
Yes, boy.
Well done, Jack. It's your Hall of Fame. What have you got this week?
I'm going for a more straightforward one because this week there was just so much stuff, and no one's really a winner. Sorry, there is a winner this week in everything. It's the man himself. I'm nominating the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, the smartest man in all of professional wrestling. Cody Rhodes can see the future, I've decided, because he got out at a time when it seemed like it was a bad time to get out and go over to WWE. But instead, he's decided to... Oh my God, have we missed news?
No, I'm just typing your nomination.
Oh, thank you. Because...
I swear, Ross is like, no, you're just boring and stuff. I was typing an email me, ma'am. Sorry,
he showered at me. He showered at me in the break, and now he should be me. So Cody Rhodes, it's like when somebody.
I've got news, by the way. Christian gone for around 6 to 9 months through injury.
Oh,
the same kind of injury as CM Punk.
That's obviously really sad news, and we hope Christian's all right. But the way you did that there reminded me of when Henri and Carragher. Hopefully Christian's all right.
Just laugh at the guy injured. Anyway, so yeah, Cody Rhodes, smartest man in wrestling. He can see in the future.
It's like when someone gets on a stock before it, like on Yahoo before it was a big thing. Like he didn't know what was going to happen, and now everything's gone Cody's way, apart from the injury. Even he turned that to his advantage, you could say, with that match with Rollins. So he left at a time when everyone went, no, not now, Cody. Vince is gone. The product looks like it's getting much better in WWE, and AEW possibly might eat itself. So, Cody Rhodes, the intelligent Cody Rhodes, the clairvoyant Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
The American clairvoyant Cody Rhodes.
Do you think it's that tattoo that speaks to him? Now's the time, Cody. What now? Cody, jump to WWE. Are you sure? Have I ever been wrong before? No.
So you saying it's like Kip Sabian's new gimmick?
Oh my God.
What, wait,
tell me
he has
what
the
to
worst
do.
timing.
Tell me what to do, tattoo on the neck. Oh, it's your fault I lost. How dare you? Can I get a cheer over here?
No.
Tell you what, he was getting cheered in that match.
He was.
We'll get
to
to it. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Uh-huh. So yeah, Cody Rhodes, who could see it in the future. Have you asked him for the Hall of Fame pick? Because he can see in the future, you know you're going to win this one.
That's Apollo Crews.
What are people going to do? Are people going to vote because they know that you would have only put that there because you know he's going to win? Or they're going to go against fate?
I don't know what you're talking about, Maffew. I'm confused.
Well, you've obviously asked your friend Cody Rhodes.
Oh no,
she always talks about how long she
I
likes
wouldn't
you.
say we're not. I wouldn't say we're friends. Oh, is that nasty now? Is he going to be like, oh, we are?
I don't think
breaking
Cody's
his
watched
heart.
this good.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. I feel like Cody,
Tommy Peck, Tommy Hart.
I feel like Cody would recognize me if we passed in the street and would say hello because he's a nice guy. But we're not like, I'm not on the inside. I'm not a part of his inner circle, getting all like the scoops.
We're blood brothers, me and Cody.
He did message me though when I had I was having a bad time a few months ago, and he did actually message and say like, hope you're all right. I was like, bloody hell, what a guy. And I've just said we're not friends. Anyway, my nomination's Cody Rhodes. There we go.
This will make up for it.
Aye, yeah.
Even split now. 34% me next. So, is it too easy a pick just to go for CM Punk?
No, that's a fine pick.
Gah.
I don't think he'll win.
Oh, yeah, they're really split, aren't they? Because if people don't like someone, God, they're happy if they do something that they don't like. Oh, so I do something that makes them look bad. Like, yes, I can't wait for this person to look like an idiot. So somehow I can justify my insecure hatred for them. I'm the opposite. I'm in awe of somebody having all this power, not just in wrestling, but just the reach they have, the millions of fans and that position. I go, you know what? I am going to use this to vent. Was really, really gripped by all the stuff that's happening in wrestling this week. Everything that's caused. I am here. What's that guy, the video of that guy going, I don't want solutions, only problems. That's me right now watching this, watching Rome burn. God, it's been entertaining. AEW storylines haven't been the best all around. It's been a big muddled thing, pile of whatever. And then suddenly everyone's kicking off and fighting each other backstage. The meeting of the minds, the CM Punk and the Bucks. I mean, that is oil and water So, love it. Don't know where it's going, but I'm here for it. I can't wait to watch AEW Dynamite and read all the scoops on SeanRossSapp.com.
I'm ready. I'm ready for a lull now before the next big blow up. I think this past week I've learned what it's like to be Tom Campbell every day. And I don't know how he sustains it.
Yeah.
Because, oh my God, it's been a busy week. We need to ask Ross about how Cardiff was in that.
I thought we were going to do it into when we get to,
that makes
Cardiff.
Sense.
That other little thing that happened this weekend.
I was going to say because a lot of people were down in Cardiff, which is why I've had to do
the thing that happened this weekend / 4 months ago. It feels like
it does feel like a long time ago.
Yeah. So that's my thing. CM Punk making friends.
CM Punk making friends.
And I'm still waiting for Sam Driver to make the AI generated CM Punk version of him. Same way that Taz ate rice pudding, CM Punk eating pastries.
Friends Reunited. Friends Reunited, hosted by CM Punk. I'm going to go to Cardiff for my nomination because I was there. I had a wonderful time. Thank you to everyone who stopped in the street. It was 2017 again, Maffew.
We're still
at our pump. You know, you look at the views and all our personality stuff apart from this illustrious podcast and you think we're dead in the water, but no, we're still alive. We're still kicking. But no, it was a certain happening at that show, which I was lucky to be a part of. Edge's entrance. It was unbelievable to be in live.
Was it?
It was like a rock concert. Everyone singing word for word.
Singing on TV.
It was deafening. And I was sort of like, my seats, because I didn't want to make a big hoo-ha about it, but I was like, I'm not going to get to go to one of these events as a fan, maybe. Who knows when they'll be back, especially thanks to that tosser in his T-shirt near the end.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah,
we don't need to talk about him. But, and yourself, because last week, obviously, off camera, I'm like, oh, so you go? And he goes, yeah, but I don't want anyone to know.
Yeah.
Because I've said this before, people will be asking on Twitch, like, oh, Ross is great, Ross is great. He goes, yeah, no, Ross is great. You have to understand, for people who aren't from the Northeast, that Ross is also from the Northeast. So believe it or not, he's not like, hey, it's me. You know, you're Ross, you're stoical, everything that comes with this area, the woods. So I want people to be
arriving on a float. Hello. Hello, Wales.
Different. I'm like, hey, pleasure to meet you, whatever. But like, people know that because somebody like, oh, I thought I annoyed him one time I met you. Because no, I guarantee you haven't annoyed him. It's just that you're like that.
Shy and I'm awful at small talk, and numerous people found that out at the weekend. But yeah, I went to the Tiny Rebel pub and just stood outside, not the front, I was out the back, just trying to keep myself to myself. People were buying his drinks and taking pictures and saying nice things about the podcast. It was fantastic. But yeah, that Edge entrance being in there live, and because where my seats were, we had like the ramp there, and then I was sort of behind the ramp and like in the first block there. So I was like under a roof, sort of, because the upper tier above me, but the noise was just incredible.
Right, because I saw some photos because I got confused because some people weren't happy. They were near the front, but they couldn't see. And I went, hang on. So it wasn't the front row. The way it was built is because it was low here. So even though it was at the front row of, I guess, the seats in the lower
This is
section.
great for the audio listeners.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
It was weird how
people couldn't see, even though they were supposed to be good seats. But then somebody also admitted that they only paid 20 quid for their seats, so they kind of knew.
Yeah, because I got those tickets there because I was like, it's a football stadium. Would I be comfortable sat there for a football match? The ring will be sort of near the centre circle. That a bit towards one end because they had all the camera stuff at one end, and the smaller end of the stadium was like tapered off because people couldn't have seen because of the big DJ decks and whatnot they had there. Some lass was playing tunes at the start. It was Strongbow Dark Fruits and whatnot. It was a great time. But the atmosphere all night, apart from Liv Morgan and Shayna Baszler's match, the crowd died there for whatever reason, completely. No pop for either of them all the way through. But apart from that, it was really, really loud. But that Edge entrance, especially when he came out running like he did, it reminded me of I can't remember what character it was, but do you remember Balls of Steel on Channel 4? And they had the big demon fella, the big devil guy.
Yeah.
He was running around going, hee. Edge doing that with his bloody Rey Mysterio mask on. It reminded me of that. It was hilarious. But yeah, bring it back.
So you're nominating Edge's entrance?
Yeah, Edge's entrance from Clash at the Castle.
Good one.
Really, really good.
You could hear the singing through the TV.
Oh, yeah.
Like you could hear, you can always hear people cheer when Edge comes out, but they were definitely singing the song.
Word for word.
Yeah.
It's good.
It was like Judas, but more complex.
So it's like Rise.
Yeah. What do you think of the Shield?
Yeah.
It was a really, really good day, though. And just thanks to the people who just, made it better by buying my girlfriend a drink as well. She was getting involved. The lucky so-and-so, but there we go.
Oh, you might as well.
And so were people like, it's good to see you. And you're like, all right, thanks.
No, I was laughing along and making conversation. It's just I'm crap at small
Once you'd
talk.
had a few drinks.
Oh, yeah, I was cutting promos for people. There's a lad who's got a YouTube channel, which I found out yesterday morning is actually called Meats and Cheats. But he was like, "Oh, do you mind recording an intro of me YouTube channel?" I was like, "Go on." I was getting steadily drunk, and I was like, "Welcome to Mates and Cheese."
Not meats and cheese.
That makes sense, though.
I thought you said
cheese.
cheese, but it looks really stupid. But yeah, it was a really good day.
Was this before the show?
Before the show, yeah. Because I was drinking with Tiny Rebel.
Drunk during the show.
Tiny Rebel have certain beers that are 7%.
Whoa.
So I was having this. It's a white chocolate and Caramac Pale Ale.
Oh.
It's 7%. My goodness. Radio rental.
Is that where you got the sour beer from, Tiny
Yeah.
Rebel? Whoa.
My favorite brewery. Which is a sentence I said about 50,000 times. Like, people going, "How do you find Cardiff? Are you enjoying the city?" And I was like, "I don't know. I've just been here." So I got there about 1 o'clock and then just stayed there till about 4. Went in the stadium, started drinking dark fruits. Went back out the stadium afterwards.
What did people do after?
It was in Tiny Rebel, and there was the big street. I think it's not Westgate Road. That's here. It's West Sutton Street outside of the stadium. They shut all that off, and it's just literally like a row of bars. And there's a brew dog there. And
because you know what was sad in like Dallas and Orlando, is that after WrestleMania, when you're like all hyped, oh, just seen WrestleMania, everywhere's shut. You're like, oh, I know it's a Sunday, but.
This was a Saturday night in Cardiff, which is a filthy city in the middle of the night, let me tell you. I've never seen so much rubbish just in the streets. It's incredible. Rowdy place.
So it's not like home.
It looked lovely, and they did a Cardiff video package.
I mean, all of that seems to be like on the outskirts of Cardiff. But really, really good weekend or day, whatever.
Did you see the other Cultaholic?
No, I didn't. Well, I think I saw Tom and Sam walking off in the distance with the camera, but I was like walking towards Tiny Red when I first got there, and I was like, what's more important here? First beer of the day, or seeing them.
That's what Tom revealed on the podcast we do. He said that because Tom got that one question asked Triple H, and
his voice was sharp.
Apparently, EVP for Cultaholic, Sam said, "You got one question asked. You better not ask him like, hey, you're going to be working with any Japanese wrestling promotions, so he could do his Noah joke." He told them, "You under no circumstances can you do it."
Tom wouldn't have done that, surely. Surely.
You think Tom would? Finally.
Wait,
room full of journalists.
What's happened here? Sorry.
Oh, see,
Tom
to me, it's like Tom's legendary.
Noah.
Yeah.
Triple H goes, at the end of every word.
Are you going to be working with any Japanese wrestling promotions? Noah. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Tom would have done that.
Yeah.
Of course he would.
He'd be like that Australian modern host who tried to do a Dalai Lama joke, the Dalai Lama.
Oh, no.
You see that clip? No? He goes, he tries to do the Dalai Lama, goes, the Dalai Lama goes to a pizza shop and can you make me one with everything? The Dalai Lama's like,
Dalai Lama.
Huh?
I did some research on the Dalai Lama not too long ago.
Did you?
A few years ago. Yeah.
You doing a list?
No, yeah, all the Dalai Lamas,
the Dalai Lama's ranked
from worst to best. The current one's
I love that.
Got a nice face, quite good. It's because he's not like a royal. He's not elected or anything. Even he's chosen as a child. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like Cody Rhodes, your pick for Hall of Fame this week.
I tell you what, though, there was someone going around Cardiff with a folding wrestling steel chair.
I've seen some
and
clips
he was
like
bopping people on the head a bit too hard for my liking. You know what I mean?
Steel.
He kept his teeth in his head.
Not can you make his thigh?
Charles Robinson counting pinfalls for people in the street.
Yeah. Oh, bless him. He's 80 at least.
I feel like because he got in the ring for one of the matches. I was like, I don't think I've seen him on SmackDown or Raw for ages.
Yeah.
He really stands out. You go, it's little Nate.
Right? Is he still the head of the ring crew, I think, didn't they say?
The hardest working man in pro wrestling.
Hoover's
one
the
of
ring.
them, yeah. God, what a man. Yeah. So, Cody Rhodes, CM Punk making friends, and it's Cardiff.
Edge's entrance at Clash at the Castle.
Sorry, beg your pardon. Edge's entrance at Clash at the Castle. Not Clash of the Champions or Crown Jewel, whatever Austin Theory called it.
He called it Crown Jewel.
He did, didn't he? The plonker.
Then he went, just kidding.
Just kidding. Yeah, right. But one thing we're not kidding about is the Hall of Fame, which you can vote for.
Take back and take this effing ass.
At patreon.com/Cultaholic.
This is This Week in the Wrestling. It's this bloody week in the wrestling.
Now coming to Amazon. Costed $20 million episode. That's right. This Week in Wrestling. SmackDown. The Pierce Bomb.
Now, my last one, the Dynamite pun, is the best one I've ever done by far. So we'll look forward to that later on.
It reminds me of my friend Martin McHenry said, he called CM Punk's media scrum, he dropped the gripe bomb.
Gripe bomb's good.
That's good. Thank you, Martin. Anyway, that's a good one. The Viking Raiders, speaking of good ones, win a Viking rules match against the New Day.
And that means there are no rules.
Pinfall or submission only.
They went for it. They all went for it.
Mate, well, I said time before, if you're going to go all out on something, you better go. That wasn't even deliberate, I'm sorry. But Viking Raiders, maybe they'll come out and cheer and yell Viking while doing it. No. Gotta have all the gimmicks, all the stuff, all the mythology elements of the big boat.
They made the ship.
The ship, right?
The ring into a ship.
Yep.
Incredible.
Fantastic.
That was my highlight of the week.
Yeah.
The fact they made a wrestling ring a ship.
Yeah.
Michael Cole's at ringside going, whoa, guys, I'm feeling seasick. Wrestling, not like it.
His career resurgence knows no limits, does it? Pretending to be seasick.
Just like the Bash of the Beach play set that I had as a kid that floated in the bath.
Aye. Captain Pugwash.
That's right.
I like that Xavier Woods Xavier Woods had the Kofi role in this one, and Kofi had the Xavier role, and that Xavier was leading the charge for the New Day. I like that switcheroo. Ivar as well. I found it a bit funny how Viking Raiders have done so little for so long that people were blown away in the crowd by what Ivar was doing.
Yeah.
The little spot he did where he flattened Woods against the barricade could have ended any match if it wanted to, but it didn't end this one. Oh no. That was a brutal table spot at the end where Woods landed really high on his shoulders. I hope he's okay.
Yeah. he was on roll.
And also it's like, hey, here comes Kofi of the chair.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, he's dead.
Yeah.
Big fat fun here.
It was class.
This was I went to meat stack before going to a gig.
And
it was so great because I got one of those big dirty, I got those burgers where you get it, is this just me? But I get it and I go squeeze and all the stuff comes out of it. It's all portable George Foreman. This was this match. Beef patties and grease and that sauce that no one likes. Oh, so fantastic. And I also liked New Day dressing as Loki and Thor to take on these Norsemen.
The Vikings, yeah, makes sense.
The 4 Norsemen could be a gimmick. It's not going to be, I just made that up in my head. But yeah, finally Duncan and Xavier through 2 tables off a Viking ship.
They could call up Cum. He's Nordic looking. Who's the 4th?
He counts as 2. So yeah, that was a return to form, which you've been asking for. And it hopefully means the end of this feud.
Possibly.
Unless they're going to do a Viking funeral match where they could put them in a boat and set on fire or something.
That would be good.
That would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm glad they won though, because after all that and that big ceremony they had with Sarah Logan, was
No, we don't know that.
Either had to win that one. I'm glad they did.
All right.
They're not like The Undertaker. They're better than The Undertaker.
Winning their own gimmick
When
match.
they were in gimmick
Oh,
matches.
did you go see the Undertaker's one-man show?
Did I? Bollocks, Maffew.
I love how bored he is.
I saw the pictures online. Has he got fighting gloves on just for a chat show thing?
He's the best pure striker.
What's the deal with the young kids nowadays?
I bet he's got a stomp on about this AEW stuff.
He must be thrilled. Yeah, real men.
I really taught CM Punk something when we had Heat in 2009.
I heard CM Punk put the dog in the goggle platter. I'm proud of him. Anyway, where we are. Backstage, Sami Zayn is making preparations for the Bloodline celebration of Rowan's 2-year reign.
I'll never get sick of these segments.
The great Andy. Jey Uso is still not happy with him for failing to take care of Kevin Owens last week. Later, Sami receives a delivery of black roses for Roman. A note is included which reads, "TikTok," which famously
black roses.
an hourglass does not do.
Nor do flowers.
No flowers for that matter.
Yeah. I loved when Jimmy tries to cheer up Sammy because Jay's being mean. And he walks off and Jimmy goes, "It'll be all right, Sammy, yeet." And he walks off and Sammy goes, "Yeet."
Sad yeet.
It was good as well when Sammy's getting all very enthusiastic at the start. And he's like, "Look at my jacket. These are tribal threads." And Jay's like, "No, they're not."
No, they're not. He goes to compare them to his tattoos. He's like, "Get away from me."
In a backstage interview, Shayna Baszler says she's going to make Liv Morgan tap out at Clash of the Castle. Liv arrives and says, "No, I'm going to make Shayna tap out."
Look like Ellsworth.
She's always looked like she's on the brink of tears, I think, when she's getting serious, Liv Morgan. No.
Fired up. No, she's not like, she's aggressively crying.
Aggressively crying.
Yeah.
Like she's, no, it doesn't matter. I was about to say the old thing from Friends where they're plucking pubes, but I didn't want to say that about her, but I just have to.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm glad you didn't say
At
that.
least you've cited it.
2 for 2 for Matt
Like
Perry
when
this week.
Joey's trying to cry and act in class. He's like, get a little pair of tweezers, plug away.
And then Karen Cross, this will make you cry, squashes Drew Gulak. Again, Karen Cross with hair is bad.
Oh.
Is it?
If he shaved his head, I like him. But...
He looks like a Hollywood rock man. He could be James Dean, I was trying to say there, but I said rock man instead.
Get away. He looks like he's working the doors. Hollywood rock man.
He does. You don't see many men that size working the door. Tiny Rebel in
You
Cardiff.
clearly have not been to an establishment like Rise.
I've had a few times, but Tiny Rebel had a little man, looked like Blake Christian.
I'm always wary of small bouncers. Like, why are you a bouncer? Are you a ninja?
Little man.
Yeah.
You Taz.
Yeah.
I don't like Cross's promo from the start where he's speaking about, it's all about moments. I was like, he sounds a bit like Whitney Houston. He's waiting for a moment like this.
Perfect.
Some people wait a lifetime.
So
For a moment. Like
his wife in the background, tick tock, tick tock.
I thought it was good that he didn't wear his skirt. I'm glad that they've gone away from that facet of his gimmick. Because he was like trying to be like a Roman warrior fella, wasn't he? Like back in the before the helmet.
Yeah,
days.
the people that Bobby Fish used to fight back in the day.
Yeah.
Ronda Rousey arrives with a letter from WWE management, and she calls out Adam Pearce to hear her read it. To hear him, whatever. Pearce comes out and hears that Ronda's suspension has been lifted, which makes him frustrated. Ronda goes to leave, but Pearce stops her and cuts a fantastic promo
Oh my God.
about being underappreciated, and he calls Ronda the biggest bitch he's ever met and gets armbarred. Just trying to apologize.
The best bit about it all was just after he's done this fantastic monologue, so much passion with a capital CH in the middle of the passion. He just says, "Sorry, it was the stress."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh God,
We've all been there. We've all been there.
Post clarity, yeah.
I just like how in WWE land, Ronda Rousey breaking into an arena and appearing on SmackDown on national TV while suspended by that company just isn't a criminal thing.
Don't be silly.
Beating up several security guards. That's fine.
At least she finds the word do. He was like do. I must do whatever he said. Just like doody, ooh do sounds like poo. Kill me, lads. Stop me speaking.
Ronda.
That's what Ronda used to say.
I loved Pearce when he got on a roll. He was like, not one show a week, 2 shows a week, not one network, 2 networks. And who else could do this job? Nobody. I was like, go on. And then he got on board. But it worked really well.
Yeah.
He's class. I didn't used to like him. Not in terms of, obviously I knew about his legacy as like a 5-time or whatever, NWA champion and everything, and scrap daddy, whatever that means. But
Scrap iron.
But was he not the scrap daddy? Have I made that up?
I think that's just something
Twitter
you're
handle,
thinking about.
Call him.
Oh, is that right?
Oh.
Scrap me harder, daddy.
But but in his role when he was like replacing Vince essentially because he's too old to act, I was like, he's very plain, isn't he? I was wrong. It was just the scripts he was given. But he's actually
Rather
really
like
good.
Ronda Rousey, Jack.
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
I thought this was one of her best moments on the mic, where
was.
she can tell that she's not that great, as was said countless times. She's not great at like memorizing the stupid scripts they give her. And now it's like, all right, go there and just say a bunch of things, make it sound natural. And she sounded all right.
Yep.
She was just talking crap and sounded threatening and getting a great reaction from the crowd. She is one of the biggest benefiters of the Triple H regime.
Yes, I would agree.
And then after that, Hit Row beat in a tag match.
That's maximum male models.
That's right.
He means the Sultan of Suave, and the height of fashion.
Yes.
That's pretty deadly, isn't
He's
it?
tall.
Oh.
Oh, the height of fashion.
Oh, God, I only... Mate, you know what?
That's actually really good.
I say it's the height of fashion.
This is why you get paid the big bucks.
I wish.
Despite the distraction from Los Tharios, Hit Row are able to beat them. The bad guys try and beat Hit Row down afterwards, but the Street Profits run in and make the save. Still angry
Street
about their
Profits
bust.
still very popular. Big reaction when they ran in.
Such a muddled tapestry this storyline is. So we've got
it is.
LLLL, the Lethal Lovers Los Tharios. They want to be an MMM. And Oliver Cromwell wants them to be, but Max Dupree doesn't want them to be, so they're not.
Yeah. Yes.
Shout outs to whoever it was who sent us that tweet.
Oh, God.
That it said, like, on this day in history, Oliver Cromwell passes away and someone... I'm
sure it was last Saturday, wasn't it?
Yeah, last Saturday. So that, curse the podcast strikes again. Go on. I'll find that in a minute during the break. I'll give you that. But thank you very much.
Rest in peace there, Oliver.
Yeah, all right. moment of peace. And I will put down for this is, I forgot Adonis could wrestle. I like his drop kicks.
Yeah. I thought Top Dollar had a good little hit, a good little hot tag. I like them using Street Profits as well to try and get the Hit Row popular. Less of that singing malarkey. I haven't seen anyone say anything good about that yet.
That rap they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of needed Swerve back. He seemed to be the one who could actually do it.
I think they'll get there.
Yeah.
Right now it's like, because a lot of these people are like, hey, it's those guys who didn't have enough time to leave an
No.
impression in the first place, so it
Yeah.
might as well be their debut. Happy Corbin issues an open challenge, which is answered by Shinsuke Nakamura, who wins in a couple of minutes.
Pat was
Pat-
happy.
Oh
Again,
my
we're
God,
just
the big
building-
news about Pat.
Oh, yes.
He's leaving.
Pat's leaving to do college game day. Don't know how long for
What?
or if it's permanent. He's been offered a job with college game day for the college football season, which is a big deal in America, which is weird because if you watched like Durham versus Oxford here, it wouldn't have been a big stadium, would it?
No.
But no, he's got a job as an analyst on that or something.
He was speaking on his podcast saying he offered, because he did it once a little while ago, so he did SmackDown, got on a red eye on his private jet and then did this show, and he offered to do that essentially again, and they were like, nah, it's too much of a schedule, that lad. Just go and do it. It's like, I think he said one of the higher ups was like, that's one of our guys on this big thing on college day, whatever, so he's still going to come back, but he's just going to be gone from SmackDown for a
Yeah.
while, which is a
Gutted.
massive shame.
I know.
Yeah.
It's like The Rock leaving to do Scorpion King.
Yeah. But imagine when he comes back. It'd be huge.
Yeah, especially because he's got the Corbin feud and all the people that have been building up to Corbin
know.
versus Pat 2.
You know what you need to do?
What?
Bring back CM Punk on commentary.
He's a good commentator.
Get that
He's
little
the
jacket
best.
on him. Mm.
In this ring, on that microphone, even at commentary. Nobody can touch me. It's all tainted now, Maffew. He was my favourite. He was my special little guy. And it's all
Special
he's my
little
special
guy.
little guy. That's why I call Chutney at home the cat.
Oh.
But he's my
Oh.
But you notice the Chutney and Mango, CM, the cat. That's not right. No, they've already called Mango and Chutney before we got them.
Yeah, right.
But it's all tainted now.
Tainted love.
Yeah.
Ooh. Backstage, JBL's limo pulls up alongside Corbin. A voice tells them to get in, and they drive off together.
This is going to be fantastic. This is going to be great, because obviously Happy Corbin's a very rich man who is down on his luck, and JBL likes the stocks and whatnot. So obviously he's going to manage Happy Corbin now and show him how to be very rich and a main eventer in the WWE. It's going to be wonderful for all parties.
I hope they make it funny and not like dominant heels running amok with the guidance of JBL. I just want them to do vignettes and have a good time.
Capers.
Yeah, capers is what we want.
So we were just joking about someone else coming back to do commentary, and now he's literally feuding with one of the best SmackDown commentators, JBL.
he was
Can
good,
Corbin
wasn't he?
only
But-
fight commentators
was
now?
Ross's whole thing for years has really warped my view. I don't even know if JBL
No,
was good
he
or
wasn't
not.
that bad.
Okay, fair enough.
He's one of these breaths of fresh air for and then he was one of these people who started off good and all right, when you got sick of him.
Then it
towards the
became a
end,
bit
but-
just like, Maggle!
Yeah, I
He
mean,
did repeat himself a lot, but then they all did.
Other
back then,
ones,
yeah.
by God. Like,
If you get a professional wrestling building from the ground up, they look like Randy Orton.
yeah,
But I'd
those
rather
things.
him than bloody Corey. I kind of do with Corey
Oh.
twice.
Michael, how much is the network? No, you'd have to be dumb as hell to not do this. You stupid person. You
How good
That was
was
a good period of history.
Regal's Excalibur interaction this week? Was fantastic.
Yeah.
Like a tulip or something. Oh, you're like a, what did he call it?
There's something about
Buttercup.
petals. He'd like the buttercup. I'd love to pluck all your petals and rub them all over myself.
And he goes like, why do you say things like that? And he's like, I'm an eccentric Englishman. I can get away with it.
Yep.
I tell you what, though, this Happy Corbin thing was a fantastic segment, I thought, because it was a fully babyface promo, but because it's Corbin, it came across really whiny. He's like, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep going. I'm down on my luck, but I'm not going to stop. And then he's now going, maybe a bum again. I don't know. Could be very rich. I don't know what's
People
going on.
yelling, no, do give up. You stink.
I feel like we'd seen like Nakamura versus Corbin like a million times this year, though, but it wasn't this year. It was last summer. It was the summer of the Crown.
Yes.
The Battle of the Crown.
Oh, yeah.
I thought the finish was good as well. Made Nakamura look clever while waiting for the thing that Corbin has done 100 times.
He
Like
did
big
the
boss
old
man.
He did the old Seth Rollins,
Yeah.
catch them back in the ring with the finisher. But was it when Corbin did his round up? Ooh. Yeah, fair enough.
Butch beats Ludwig Kaiser.
Booch.
Butch beats Ludwig Kaiser in a singles match. After the bell, Sheamus wants to fight Gunther, but Kaiser convinces him to wait until Clash at the Castle this Saturday.
Nice and quick.
Yep.
Quick ding-dong battle. He's going to go back. I think we're on the road to Peter Dune coming back.
We really are.
The gear was back here. He took his hat off straight away at the castle, which I thought was a crucial detail.
Yeah. Also, so his hair's like, I know the concept of ponytails and stuff like that, but his hair only looks yay big when it's in a little thing like that. He took it down and it was like Rapunzel.
It's like the TARDIS.
It's like Yokozuna's bun, isn't it?
Plenty
Not buns.
of them. Oh, sorry, beg your
He's
pardon.
just bun on his head. But Pat again on commentary being good. Ludwig gets a near fall. He's like, ein, zwei, and almost the 3 words for 3 in German. Butchered it. There we go.
Butchered it. Well done.
Butch. That didn't happen once in Cardiff, surprisingly.
It's just a French thing.
I know, yeah. Just literally a French thing. It's not that far from Cardiff, though.
Stop it.
Michael Cole
Stop
would
it,
probably
English
say.
commentator people. Oh. The Usos and Sami have their celebration of Roman. He arrives on the Tron, but is claymored by Drew in the car park. Just stay away from the car parks, honestly. Drew heads down the ring and headbutts Sami before slamming Jimmy through the announce table and spearing Jay through the crowd barricade. He says he will become the new Uwoo champion.
And I believed.
Uwoo.
I believed.
Uwoo.
I need to apologize to you two. All week on videos, I've been saying that Drew will win and mocking you, Ross, Andrew, everyone who disagreed. And then on other videos, I'd be like, on this other video, they said that Drew wasn't going to win. And then whoever I'm doing that video with goes, I think Roman's going to win. And I go, you're an idiot as well. And it turns out I was what was wrong.
To be fair, after Sheamus lost, and when I heard Broken Dreams, I was like, bloody hell, it's happening.
Yeah.
It's only 60,000 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little house show for the beer guests. Oh, whatever. We'll get,
Can you
we'll go in
remember
a second.
the event where Roman won the title for the first time, like in his reign? Because I couldn't.
Was it? It was during.
first
It was
time-
during the
Sorry,
NBA arena.
where this reign started.
Yes, it was.
It was after...
He came in the middle of a match with him and
It was during SummerSlam.
Strowman and the
Strowman
Fiend.
and Fiend.
It wasn't SummerSlam. It was Battleground or something.
Payback.
Oh, yeah, no, SummerSlam, you won't see it coming, that SummerSlam. And then he came back attacked. And then they did that, that's right, the network special the week later, where Roman beat both of them, appearing at the very end.
Middle of the match, yeah.
Payback. That's where history started.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who would have thought of that?
Thank you. I would have said something. You're right.
It was
after,
when he was
yeah.
revealed as like a Paul Heyman guy. Yeah.
And it was like, okay, this is different. And then just,
That was wreck everyone and leave.
Yeah.
I remember that SmackDown segment where he was on the casting couch, so to speak, with Heyman for the first time. The camera panned back, revealed Heyman. Whoa, what a moment. Sami again, though, in this segment, backing up everything. He was trying to be an Uso by saying words like preach, bip,
yeet again.
yee.
Yeah.
That's right. 100.
Yeah. I'm good to drive. Other classics.
I did like Roman looking weak as well. Was we don't see it too often, so when we do, it means something, especially in that there car park.
He wasn't there, was he?
No,
in the venue.
No. Well, this
Never
was
appeared.
pre-recorded, wasn't it?
Oh, it was taped. Yes.
So the fact
He
that
was in
Drew's,
Cardiff.
the fact that Drew's scars were still very fresh because it happened like 20 minutes before, I assume, made it all the better. Like
His battle scars.
stuck around for a week.
Mm.
What a theme that was.
Certainly was. AEW Rampage, which Jack has dubbed the calm before the storm. Oh, good. That's right. Yeah. The Dark Order beat the Best Friends and Orange Cassidy to advance to the finals of the Trios tournament. Later, Hangman has to be prevented from attacking Don Callis, who provokes him backstage.
That Trios tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get enough tournaments. So
I did like at the very start of the show when Excalibur's running down what they've got on tap for us. JR just said, "How long is this show? 8 hours?" Oh, just you wait till the pay-per-view, mate.
Orange Cassidy, when he turns heel, I learned in this match at the start of Rampage that's going to work wonders.
Why?
Because he starts hopping on Hangman's back and riding him like a horse, and I was like, that little prick, what's he doing, to our noble cowboy? I can't wait for the heel turn, me. Yeah. I'm ready for it now.
As people on Twitter point out, save a horse, ride a cowboy.
Yeah.
You heard that one?
Yeah, no.
I've not heard that either.
Moving on.
I just mindlessly agreed with that. I was like, yeah, do that.
Did you think there was too many kickouts in this matchup, Maffew?
It's AEW.
Oh, fair enough. Because that was my main thing from this match. Because you obviously think, the 6 men compared to 4, how is this going to differentiate too much from the tag team championships? And it's just like they're going to ignore the rules even more. That was my big takeaway from this match.
I find that in Best Friends matches, they have a touch of the Young Bucks about them. They do kick out of a lot.
It's that PWG Reseda, get your stuff in
I think
mentality.
they're still in Reseda. These kids.
That's right. These kids. Chuck Taylor, bless him.
Member of the Chaos faction in New Japan as well.
That's right. Chaos sums up AEW very nicely right now. Ray Phoenix beats Blake Christian in a short, fast-paced match.
Really
short. Blake.
It was good that they said he was winning on AEW Dark and part of the Super J Cup. I felt like I knew him. Finally, someone they're just bringing randomly. I know he's a name and whatnot, but yeah, it was nice for Phoenix's finish. Is just like Brody King's, but obviously a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
Pretty much. But weird, isn't it? Normally, that's not allowed, is it? In the
You are right. I think there's so many crazy indie finishes where you dump the dude on his head.
Does he do the one where he kicks them and then drops them? He's got them there and he goes, little kick bong. Or maybe sometimes he does the kick. Maybe it's not him. Don't know.
Yeah. Good talk. Ortiz and Ruby Soho beat Sami and Tay in the rematch to set up a decider match at the AEW All Out pre-show.
This is when it started to emerge that there was going to be 15 matches.
We've introduced another one. It's the third time we've seen this match in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
It's a feud, man.
Very WWE of them.
No one was complaining when it was Motor City Machine Guns and beer money back in the day. They had a best of 5 and it was class.
The best of 7.
Best of 7, it went 5 or something. Yeah.
And this is just...
This
is the worst of 2.
Having the champions lose to set up a match at the premium live event. Why have you seen that before?
Oh.
They're slipping into that trap. We didn't do this for the first 3 years. What's changing now?
Yeah.
Huh? I'll tell you what's changed. Our hero, as he said earlier, Cody, isn't there to keep the ship.
He's got wrestling in
sailing
his
the right
blood.
way.
He knows the score.
Mm.
He's not there to guide Tony now.
Yeah.
No. It's like when
He's the
Daenerys
filter.
lost Jorah.
I don't know. Don't look at me.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking at you, looking at me.
I was
Let's
just
move on.
looking at his reaction
Are
on the
you a
screen.
Game of Thrones? It's like when Daenerys lost Jorah. Thanks, Dan.
Okay.
That was the
I've
most
forgotten
Richard.
everything that
That was
happened.
the
I haven't
most
got a
Rich-
clue
that was
what's
the
I
most
watched it every week. I've forgotten
That was the
everything that's
most
happened.
Richard Tubman Dan's ever been. Yeah.
Give it the Orange Cassidy. Jade Cargill and Athena argue in a pre-recorded sit-down interview. Kira Hogan says Athena should be called number 37 because that'd be the 37th opponent she's beaten.
It's like when
Didn't
Shane
mean to
Warne
explain
used
that,
to
did I?
name bowlers after the landmarks he'd bowl them out. You're number 500, mate. That's great.
That's cool.
Ah, it's great.
He was built for wrestling. Him.
Athena looks stupid here, though. She's like the Jade. You come in here with your 36-0 record and think you're better than everyone else. Well, yeah, because she's beat them all. Tit.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't thought of it like that. I was just like, no, I thought Athena looked all right. You said that, I'm like, oh, yeah, you know what? I won't say anything. FTR cut a promo, but interrupted by Jay Lethal's group and the Motor City Machine Guns. Actually says, it says a promo. Harwood says, hey, there's some journos out there that wonder what the point of this match is. And that gets a mild pop because,
Yes.
yeah, we're all thinking that, actually. Yeah.
But he said a good reason, though. He cared.
Yeah.
That's the reason. He cares, so we should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Detroit Guns, according to Jericho, come out
Yeah.
and talk how great they are, but they're heels. Oh, wait, man. Who you think you are, the Bucks? FDR also said they're in the latter half of their career with more in the rear view than the front one. What?
He's getting
When did
on
that
a bit.
happen?
He's getting on a bit, isn't he?
No,
That's
no.
all. Yeah, he
The
is.
prime of his life is in his 40s, isn't
He
he?
must be nearly 37, I reckon. Shall we
Yeah.
have a little punt, shall we?
Dax Harwood.
Dax
Yeah,
Harwood.
I'll say
I
38.
reckon. Yeah, go on. Yeah. I'll go
I'll
You
say
said me.
37. 38.
Oh,
38.
yes. I know him better than anybody.
There you go.
I am a journo. FDR says, and then Team TNA, as I've called them, insult Harwood's kid. And then it's on, basically,
You
after
don't
that.
do
It's to
that
give
to
them.
him.
It's to give the match a reason.
Yeah, that's the reason why.
Sanjay Dutt called her a brat.
Yeah, brat.
Oh,
Yeah.
You don't dare talk about another American's family. We know that much.
Oh.
Oh, or a Canadian. Oh. I mean, if you say it to us, it's water off a duck's back.
Yeah,
Call
yeah.
my mum what you want. I don't
Yeah.
care.
That's your business, not mine. But yeah, as a proud journo, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why this match was happening.
Because Dax Harwood cared, all right.
That's right, he cares.
And that's enough for me.
We care a
Is it?
lot. Ricky Starks attacks QT Marshall backstage and brawls with him into the arena for their match. He wins, but gets in a brawl with Powerhouse Hobbs. Meanwhile, Danielson arrives and stares down Jericho on commentary and is like, they're called the Motor City Machine Guns, mate. He's like, yes, I know that now.
They need to make a call on QT Marshall for me. Because I see matches like this where, for large parts, he's controlling it like 2003 Triple H against someone like Ricky Starks, who they've clearly got like high hopes for in the future, and he's clearly on the up and up. But getting taken to a match of this length by QT, who also does like all the jobberish stuff, it gets lost on me a bit. I wish he would go either one way or the other with him. I think he is good.
I'm all right with these levels of guys who were like, hey, he's going to win on Dark, but he's not going to win on
But I think Ross is talking about the manner
Just
in
the,
which
the length of the match.
because
How
QT,
right.
QT can get absolutely squashed, but then why is he taking someone like Ricky Starks to a competitive match?
he controlled Ricky Starks here for a long time.
That's a good point. And I think they had more of a time here than they did at the pay-per-view, awkwardly. So
It's just like when you're struggling against QT Marshall 48 hours before you take on Powerhouse, you've got no chance.
Maybe that was the story.
Yeah,
Ross.
maybe that was, yeah.
foreshadowing, they call that.
And I don't know why Danielson had to appear at the end there just to get everyone
Just
on
to
the card.
remind everyone.
Yeah.
We knew it.
Just so QT Marshall didn't really main event.
Yeah, bloody hell. Yeah, I can't believe that wasn't a lady. Said many people on social media.
I
which
knew
I
it
didn't
was a
get.
man who sang that song.
There's one song.
I never thought that was a woman.
No,
Me
same,
neither,
yeah.
yeah. There's one song which I did in my life, and that was Gotta Get Through This by Daniel Bedingfield.
You thought that was
he's got
a high voice.
Yeah, I thought I was a lady.
I thought that I thought that Fast Car was by
Tracy?
was by David Gray, who did Babylon, which is totally different voice. I think I've just gone Fast Car, and then the start of Babylon's like, all the lights are red, green. And I'm like, I think I've mixed up the two.
Yeah.
Both absolute belters, though.
I'm trying to think of ever make. No.
That's a good wrestling theme, man. Babylon.
Babylon.
If it's not, if you want it, listen to the lyrics. If you want it, come
Yeah,
and
but
get
it's
it.
very gentle.
Right now.
Babylon.
Hey, man,
That's it. When wrestlers get if they're still looking at things now, wrestlers are still going to be fit and healthy at 50. They can't be coming out there. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah.
It's going to
Brian
Babylon.
Danielson
You know
with
when-
Babylon as a theme
You know,
just
when,
works.
you know when the wrestlers time like the drop or the chorus when they get on the middle?
Yeah.
Babylon. I think we need more songs like that for older wrestlers. What's the one from, what's the film called where the cowboy goes to the city? It's like a famous film. It's the song when he's walking around. In the shadows of my mind.
Oh.
Harry Nielsen. Yeah. That's a good one as well.
Yeah.
That's
And
when
as he
Hangman
stands on the
go-
car, whoa, yeah. Old people wrestling. Can't wait for it.
Midnight
Clash-
Cowboy. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah. Clash. The
Yeah,
cowboy goes. You know what?
Cowboy goes to the
that's
city.
probably the best PC way of putting. Anyway, Clash of the Castle,
Toy
Whiskey
Story
and
2,
Rye.
isn't it?
Yeah. That's famously based on Midnight Cowboy.
On the pre-show, Madcap Moss teams up with Street Profits to defeat Austin Theory and Alpha Academy. You know it's going to be a good night when the crowd is hyped and making loud noises for Madcap Moss.
Well, he was the first one out.
Hey,
He was, they were just so happy to be there. This is one of the reasons why I'm of the opinion before I get into this, that this was a good show and a good night. Everybody I've spoken to in my circle has gone, what a rubbish show.
What?
well, they're just joyless
That's what,
bastards.
I enjoyed the action, but not the
Wait,
not the results.
to
Maybe.
point out, these were British, English people as well, I was talking to as well.
Were they there?
So I thought they weren't there. No, it's like watching it on the big TV. It's
There
like-
was only two lulls in the night being there live. I thought that was the SmackDown women's match, which people sat on their hands for.
Yeah.
I think that just came after Sheamus, and then obviously the ending, which we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
But this match here, watching especially Madcap and Tez, you know when you see people on TV and you think, oh, that's good, but you see it in
Yeah.
the flesh and you're like, whoa.
Oh, right.
Madcap Moss has got a Ferrari engine and a body like a Hummer, not quite a tank, but a Hummer.
There's a
That worked in my head.
my subtitle for this show, by the way, was Whiskey and Rye.
Beg your pardon, what's that? Yeah, Whiskey and
Whiskey
Rye.
Whiskey and cry.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. Damn.
Chad and Angelo doing good stuff in this. That was a good little
yeah.
pre-show match.
Sweet Tope blockbuster at the outside.
Have you watched this
why not?
back,
Sure.
or have you just
Yeah, I
experienced
watched it back.
Oh, how was it compared to?
Yeah. I don't know what to say in comparison. Just obviously it's a lot louder. That's the big thing. We're very good, aren't us, at being
Oh,
crowds.
aye.
Oh, we love.
But-
we come and tell them it's like, oh, the crazy European crowds. Like, no, we like making
So when
noise.
not all Americans, obviously, but I'm sure there was a bit of a sentiment around the time when NXT went to London, like years ago now, where people were saying like too much chanting and singing from
I
the
think it was
English
just the
crowds.
NXT UK, like the first shows and stuff, because they wouldn't. It was the
that
negative
obnoxious?
aspect of it is if they start chanting something that's going to often do with a match, and then they
Right.
do that entire match. You're like, all right, okay, you can do that wacky chant. Can you like pay attention to the match now?
Oh, well,
please?
that makes sense.
Which is
then.
something guilty.
Okay.
Something like Progress and one of the crowds were like, okay, yeah, funny. We're going to the good stuff of the match now. Can you pay attention, please? So
But people did that at Clash of the Castle, it seemed.
Apart from the Bailey match.
Oh, yeah.
DJ Otzi all the way
Yeah,
through.
yeah, yeah.
But I tell you, in that kickoff show match, we learned a shocking story when I went back and watched it. Apparently, Undertaker was backstage.
All
Corey
right.
saying this on commentary, and Byron Saxton went up to him and flexed him. Imagine that. Byron just walking up in his little red circus jacket thing that he had on, just going like, ooh, in the Undertaker's face.
All the lads who went down, like Andrew and Owen and that, all talking rave reviews about Byron. Shook his hand, said he was a lovely man.
oh,
He
I'm
does seem
happy to
like a
hear
nice
that.
man.
Yeah.
Makes an apple pie that'll make your toes curl.
He told that to Naya, didn't he? That was weird. That was a weird ride along.
Pulling technique, wasn't it? Come round to my mother's house for an apple pie that'll make your toes curl.
He's stealing Regal's lines. That's ours. Anyway, so we entertained watching this back and hearing relaxed Michael Cole sign a name drop as many UK wrestling legends as possible. Adrian Street, Big Daddy, Giant Hayes, nothing you can do, Vince. You can't stop me.
It was even when Sheamus was coming out and people out and Drew was like Irish whiplock wrestling and this, that, and SWE and all this sort of stuff.
NWA Hammerlock.
Yeah.
Oh, he was off his nut.
The one that NXT bought, what was that called? Because they had the name NXT. Jen told me about this years ago. I saw her as well, by the way. What a loud scream she did.
What a loud scream she
Walking
did.
up the stairs.
Oh,
when my girlfriend was like, Jen, because they loosely know each other. And she turned around, she's like, I can't do that.
Oh!
Fancy seeing you here. But she got herself on camera as well, didn't she, Jen?
Yes, she did.
After the Liv Morgan match.
She enjoyed the Liv Morgan match.
Oh, she was good mental.
She was like, yes, Liv.
It's like Liv gets up on the ropes and does that with her belt after the match and goes,
I didn't see that. Oh,
Yeah.
there's so much. Oh.
I didn't put it in my WTF video, by the way, because Jen was like, if I don't see my face again, I'll be happy. So I was like, I'll leave
So
her
it's
out.
been kind of memed and stuff.
Yeah.
I put it in my video. I feel bad now. But then someone tagged me and Jen in the same tweet, and I'm sure they didn't mean it like this. They did say sorry underneath, but they were like, found it funny when Jack called out Jen in his video, and I put, shouted out Jen, shouted her out. I didn't call her out.
They love it, don't they? They're like us watching the
I
wrestling.
don't think she meant, I don't think this person meant to say that.
Sure,
I called
they didn't.
RJ City a pervert in my video yesterday.
Well, he is.
He's doing that interview with Sammy and Ty at the start. He starts going like, ooh, when they start like necking on. It's like, oh, what a perv. And he replied, someone grasped me up on Twitter and he replied, kink shamer. I didn't know what to say back. I was like, fair enough. At least he admitted
At least he took it.
The only way to do that is my kink is kink shaming.
Oh.
I'll do that after the
Paradox.
podcast.
Should we
There we know.
move on with? I'm just conscious of how long
no,
this.
of course. So then was followed by 6-person tag, aka the Hey
Bailey.
Of course, their
Ooh.
name is Damage Control.
Mhm.
Yes.
New theme.
That's right.
We got the power. We got control. That's all I know.
Yeah.
That rhymed, that.
That's pretty all right, actually. They beat Belair, Bliss, and Asuka in the 6-woman tag match. Bayley getting the pinfall win on the Raw Women's Champion. This was okay. I thought it was decent the first time I watched it. I watch it back and it does drag on a bit, but still, the fact that the crowd's enjoying it so much, I thought made it better than it was technically. That makes
It was
sense.
a functional match. It told it had a purpose and it delivered on that purpose, which was to have Bayley get one over on Bianca, so she's got a claim to a title shot. But I like how it took 3 finishes to keep Bianca down. That was cool.
That was the thing as well. We had 3 singles competitors on one side of the ring, but a well-oiled, damaged, controlled machine on the other, and they worked in unison to get the big one done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
If I was you, I'd be cross because she hit the final big move, but Bayley made the pin. But that's okay.
Yeah.
Sow the seeds.
Again,
Whoa, hey.
very Vince McMahon of Paul Levesque, our friend Paul Levesque, to have the champion get pinned like that on a big show. I thought, shocking. But it sent a message. Shockwaves through the universe, so it did.
I'm glad they made a big deal of it because if Bianca had just got pinned and that was it, but it was deliberate. I like that.
And also the fact that we've got all these stars on the Raw Women's side after feeling like they've been very little for so long. So, yeah.
And Becky's not even there.
Yeah, Becky's not there.
Yeah.
Looking forward to Alexa Bliss's gimmick change, though. She teased it in the media. I think she needs it. It's time.
She's just kind of there.
Yeah.
She's like, all right.
She even said herself, she's like, Lexi's not suitable for TV or something like that. And I was like, fair enough. Not many people are in their real lives, are they? Look at us here, having to put on a show.
Yes, boy.
And then Gunther comes out. And you know it's going to be a good show when Gunther shows up.
That's not
But
necessarily.
then,
Okay, sorry.
I'll fight you.
Okay.
But then Ludwig Kaiser starts and goes, also, here's Giovanni Vinci. That's what the name we're going to pick from. Whatever.
Still
that's
called
not a
Giovanni
problem.
Vinci, yeah.
I was
And
shocked about that.
by the way, all 3 of us are Imperium in the black and white again.
Very good.
Good. Yes, very good. And you're like, okay, now we're cooking on gas. I actually looked for the Imperium, Ringkamp Cup, but it wasn't there. So I'm using the Mr. Blobby Cup instead. It's kind of the same. And comes out. And
Actually,
what
Mr. Blobby in Ring Camp. Just there as well.
There's Blobby.
They're all stood there like, that, and he's just there like, woo.
Like, Blobby, take it seriously. Blobby.
I knew it was a mistake getting Blobby in this thing.
Noel Edmonds is the 4th man. Just keeping Blobby on a leash like Sheamus and Butch.
I'm going to kick you in the crinkly bottom. Sorry. So, yeah, Gunther and Sheamus having the match of the night. Maybe the match of the month. Maybe even a contender for match of the year.
Wasn't even the best match of the weekend. I'm joking. It was really good. It was
From
really good.
the former Cultaholic
Well, the reigning
podcast. wrestler of the year. Who are you? Anyone still doubting that, by the way?
Yeah.
After watching this?
Because this is 2022 now.
Yeah. He's still canon.
Okay.
I spoke openly on that going, it was only 2 years ago, maybe slightly longer, when we were getting reports, and Sean Ross Sapp quote tweeted and goes, yeah, with the reports from corner Sean Ross Sapp saying that people backstage were going, would be surprised if Sheamus is even able to make it to WrestleMania this year. That was only a few years ago. And now, as you said on SmackDown, banger after banger after banger after banger. What a hard-hitting affair here from Sheamus.
It's all since I interviewed him in Liverpool. That's what started the spark.
We really are inspiring here at Cultaholic Wrestling. Yeah. You see, Ben Potter, King of Mountain, wouldn't make it to the pinnacle of said mountain without this podcast. And now look at what Jack's done for Sheamus.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
You're welcome, Sheamus.
Yeah. NXT 2.0 is good.
Oh, I mean, I'll tell you, I was taken aback by when they said Giovanni Vinci. Because I was like, what's that sexy Italian model man with his fast car doing next to Sirius Imperium?
I guess he's given up on the fashion now.
No,
just a brief one.
It was working so well, though. He must have been making millions doing that as his secondary vocation.
I'll miss the posing for in the entrance.
We can get Gunter doing that, surely.
Yeah. I mean, he's a model nowadays anyway. It was, again, that was so weird as well to see Sheamus and Gunther locking up and look at each other going, God, they're nearly the same size. It's not like, I mean, part of me does miss Big Fat Walter, but obviously it's amazing that he's changed his body like that, obviously for the better, but it is like, oh yeah, he's just a lad now. Because he's lost so much weight. I mean, it's very impressive again, but anyway.
Still seems hard as balls, which is the point.
Yeah. And again, it's so great that a lot of people seem to love it. It seemed to be amazing live, turning his chest into one of those drumstick smoothie sweets I love so much. And thinking, God, this is like still Gunther at like half speed.
Yeah. I love the fact that they didn't touch until the bell rang. I don't know why I thought that was, that's good, that's proper cool, proper wrestling cool. But the fight back and the ovation, as you said, it was just how it got, because the crowd were like, they were fairly subdued at the start of the match, I thought. Then by the time Sheamus was making like his third comeback, then everyone's going like, what? Go on, Sheamus, batter him.
Did the things everywhere.
So good.
Yeah.
I like the ending where he went for the bro kick, but earlier he'd been powerbombed on his lower back, and he went, oh, my back. And that led to him losing. It was fantastic.
Then the lariat as well. It was one of those lariats where you burst out laughing and you say, F off. F off.
Commentary did that in Eddie Kingston versus...
Yeah, numerous
times. They laughed
times,
because of how hard the lariats were. In that. But yeah, we'll get to that, obviously. But no, this was a great match.
Then Liv Morgan, oof.
Yeah, it was a shame.
A mountain so high, not even Ben Potter could climb it here. Liv Morgan successfully defending the SmackDown Women's title against Shayna Baszler. They were already in a awkward position because, again, the booking's been so good for Ronda Rousey at the expense of Liv Morgan, the current champion.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I like that she got the clean win and just like proved that she's up there in terms of wrestling ability and whatnot, taking someone down like Shayna Baszler. I like the fact that she was just going for roll-ups and then she was like just trying to end it quickly at the start and then doing the MMA stuff because she'd been training with Matt Riddle, which I don't think they mentioned on commentary too much. But I know we've seen it on social media, haven't we? Yeah. Or was it on SmackDown?
I felt like I couldn't escape it. It seemed to be everywhere.
Yeah.
But maybe that was social media.
Yeah. I thought Shayna put her over really well as well.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that got the sleeper. Rolling back like again, please.
I liked the bit right near the start where Liv put like she either stole Shayna's move or tried to do like a rear naked choke, and Shayna just went, really calmly reversed it. It was class.
Yeah.
I was just ashamed about the crowd. It was weird because then after that one, obviously Edge comes out, and then everyone's going mental again.
Yeah,
peaks and troughs.
Lucha
Absolutely.
Edge. There was a tangible deflation in the office watching it when he took the mask off. We thought he was going to wrestle in the mask. We all went, oh.
Yeah, but you don't see how small the mask was. He was like,
and then I think Luke or Fraser, I can't remember who, went like, oh, it's Edge. I was like,
yeah. On this day, we all saw clearly because the crowd loved that song.
Patreon.com/Cultaholic to vote it in the Podcast Hall of Fame.
Or don't.
Or do.
There's other ones there. And they have the decent little match. It's okay. It's like, again, crowd loves Edge so much. And Ray's there as well, and he's still beloved, but not as much as Edge.
That would have been so weird if he was there, like still part of the Judgment Day as a heel. That would have been like Bailey's ovation, but like no irony attached to it.
Yeah.
But I thought Edge just getting caught up in like people going mental for his theme and then just doing like the 519 as Corey Graves called it.
Oh,
and then Big E spear through the ropes.
Oh, that was great.
Did all these moves, just throwing reckless abandon. It was fantastic.
The 619 got a little chuckle out of us, unfortunately. Because, I mean, who does it as smoothly as Ray? No one. But the spear through the ropes more than made up for that.
I don't think that 519 was that bad.
Who did I? Especially since he's a long boy.
Yeah.
That is true.
Why didn't hit as good as Ray?
Well,
the guy does it every single match he's had.
I think he
for 20
kind of
years,
fell
sorry.
over after he'd done it, but...
Oh, get off.
No, but the Big E spear made up for that. It was
Yeah.
really good.
I love the double team finisher as well. Like, it just works, doesn't it? 619 into a spear. Like, why weren't they doing that back in 2K2? Pete Rosenberg.
Yeah.
I flicked on the kickoff show while watching it all back, and he's like, "We have never seen Edge and Rey Mysterio team before."
Oh, Pete.
Come
When did
on,
you start
Pete.
watching wrestling, Pete?
Oh, those draft kick, dude, I didn't see that because I was fast forwarding, but every time those bloody idiots opened their mouths and said, wow, Drew McIntyre here, that hometown pop. Haters all, you
Who was it
silly
that said-
Americans.
It was I think it was Byron was on about the British Bulldog winning the Intercontinental Championship in his hometown in 1992 at SummerSlam. I was like,
Well, in fairness, Bulldog kept on changing it every few months anyway, so he probably was from Wembley at one point.
I was saying a man so northern his mother's womb was a hot pot.
Did you make this? Did you make this tweet or just retweet it, or was it just someone unrelated to you? I don't know. Did you see the tweet of the little Bulldog kid? Bulldog's going to win whether he wants to. Drew McIntyre's going to sing whether he wants to or not. God.
Tells the Barry lad as well. I got 2 seconds to go.
Oh,
Because
We're frozen. We're all right. We're still on the air.
Hello,
we're just
everyone.
We'll
On
just
this
our picture is frozen.
You can't see clearly.
There we are.
Oh, we're back.
Yeah.
There we go. As if
Thanks,
not
Dan.
seamless. So that happens. And then I'm going to be interested in hearing your thoughts on this match. So Seth Rollins versus Matt Riddle. With Seth
Matthew,
Rollins using
go.
Riddle's
Here we
anger
go.
Here we
against
go.
him in their match, catching with a pair of stomps for the win. Here comes Matt Riddle on his little scooter, rather like Jack around Tyneside a few weeks ago, I guess, dressed as Patrick from SpongeBob SquarePants and the wacky pigeons or whatever funny animal he has for the CGI. And his, all those horrible things that Rollins said to him. They bring up his divorce and this. Surely there'll be a lovely reaction for Riddle. Didn't sound like much reaction when we watch you on TV. What was it like in the arena for Riddle?
I'll stand by what me and Jack say every week, and that is that Seth Rollins is booked as the heel of the feud. That's what we say, but you seem to think he's not booked as the heel when he's horrible to Riddle. He was calling Riddle a loser in the middle of this match, and that his kids doesn't like him anymore and stuff like that. He nearly killed the man with an avalanche stomp.
No, they're
the heel.
The kids are into Squidward.
All right, but he did get loud cheers at this event. But again, that might be a case of just like he's over in England. You know, when he's in America, it is just like the singing his theme. I'm not going, yay, go get him, Seth. Just join in with the sing along. Cool. I stand by that.
I feel like
I stand by the fact that's in Newcastle upon Tyne as well. So we'll see how that.
He did there.
He did there. Yeah, he did there. I feel like Seth Rollins, right, can't do right from wrong. Everyone hated him when he was a babyface. Now he's too popular when he's a heel, and people get confused.
I was shocked at, obviously Riddle coming out as Patrick Star was fine, but I was shocked that they both were so flamboyant and like for their entrances with his huge
legendary heel of England, Elton John.
All the comments on my What Happened That video, because I didn't get that reference because I've not seen Rocket Man, right? So everyone was like...
Yeah, but you know who Elton John is?
I do, but let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
I read the comments and everyone was like, that's a reference to Sir Elton John, Jack. Come on. Googled it. He never wore that. That was just in the film. So everyone claiming they know loads about Elton John in the comments, saying, Jack, show some respect to Elton John. He never actually wore that costume. It was just in the film. I've been waiting to say that for quite some time, actually.
That's the second time he's had a bad...
I'm not going to sit here and take this.
You're friends with Elton John? So, yeah, Seth Rollins,
I am.
the overwhelming
He's
baby
just
face.
next door waiting for me.
That's right, of course. It's one big hometown. So Wembley's that bus stop.
Calls me his tiny dancer.
Cardiff's that
he
one.
does.
Yeah. Oh, sorry to talk over your little line. That was good. But Seth Rollins, the overwhelming baby face here.
He was.
No, of course he wasn't.
Cheered to hell and
He wasn't
back.
the baby face.
For the crowd,
What are
he
you
was.
talking about? Cheered to hell.
That's the thing that
I knew you'd deny it. I knew you would
We're not
deny
denying it. You're not listening, Maffew.
Yeah, exactly.
That's because I'm right.
We're saying he's booked as the heel of the feud, which he is, but the crowd reaction at the castle, I've said castle really posh there, so I'm being serious. That was the reaction of a babyface because he was getting cheered. But again, when he goes back to America, he gets the booze, but they're all just singing along with his theme.
You're right, Ross. I have no issues with you. What was the Jack? What was this match like for Riddle?
He says
We've got the same opinion.
He didn't.
Well, the Dudley boys, yeah, man.
Oh, no.
And you're someone on his own.
My big
No,
dick.
he was getting like big. I don't know how much that had to do with what Riddle's week was last week, though. So
That's it. Many people said, aha, it's because we've got the internet over here. I was like, I'm not sure how much that works or how much people love Rollins over here.
man.
Rollins is definitely more popular. Of course he is.
Yeah.
But he is the heel of the feud.
But I tell you what,
Yeah,
the crowd,
story.
the crowd, as far as I could see, which was a long way, was overwhelmingly like adults. It was the other way around to it, like a normal house show or whatever, because the kids were just dotted around. We had some kids next to us and they were going mental.
For
They
who?
kept going, just everybody.
Oh.
They kept doing this little thing, Oggy, 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 and everyone would go, oi, oi, oi. Oh, I've known that since the 70s.
Easy. I really thought Drew was going to do that.
He did at the start of the match.
Did he? I
went,
thought-
you shut up to the crowd. Yeah.
Oh,
Wait, Drew?
Soccer AM. Yeah.
Soccer AM living
So
on.
he did do it because I saw a few people in the crowd doing it, and I thought Drew was going to. But if he'd already done it, then that makes sense.
I didn't even notice him doing that. Thank you. So yeah, after being cheered just the entirety of the match, Riddle's then lose. Sorry, say it again. Rollins then beats Matt Riddle.
Gets in his head.
Yeah,
killed him.
it gets in his head literally with the stomps,
Yeah.
and then does the another successful victory for the King heel face
This
Seth
has
Rollins.
got to be a rematch at Extreme Rules.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Aye, smoky smoke match or something. I don't know. You know, smoke his ass. He's going to smoke his ass like some green. I like the
Stoobies.
Doobies, sweet marijuana. Have a little tipple on the Mary Jane. I like the fact he was doing Randy's moves. Randy's moves was a right touch, I thought.
Oh,
in
and
this
he did
match.
That was the only
Set it.
time Rollins got booed. Was he went for the Orton's DDT?
And he did the setup for the RKO as well.
Yeah.
But I
Although
think
I think he was going to hit a stomp. I don't know if he was actually going to do an RKO.
There's been a switch in Riddle, I think. There was much more MMA stuff there we saw on NXT that had been missed on the main roster. Like that reversely, doesn't he get some sort of Taz mission thing in? We haven't seen that in the main roster, I don't think.
Oh, he did it. Seth jumped off the top rope and he caught him.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a switch coming.
That makes sense, actually. Mixed martial arts for the mixed reactions he's getting.
Hey!
Fantastic. Well done, Riddle.
Yeah, I was going to say, I always love, even if he misses it, I always love when Seth does the Phoenix Splash because he's quite tall and long, but it always looks really impressive when he goes like, I'm like, wow. I'm glad he doesn't do it all the time. Though.
Yeah. And then, for what was going to be the little glacier cherry on a big old cupcake of an event that was Clash at the Castle and a being gash at the Castle.
Oh.
Roman Reigns defends his title against Drew McIntyre in the main event. Midway through the match, Austin Theory tries to cash in to what sounded like a big old "oh no" on our TV.
Oh, it was
like
just a
that
loud, like, it was like a Bobby Lashley. It was a big Bobby
Oh.
Lashley.
but then, don't worry, Tyson Fury, the little
Clobbered
heavyweight
him.
champion,
Tyson,
punched
who
him.
got booed on his way to his seat, and when he first came on the first time on the big
Oh,
Tron, he got
that's
booed.
interesting.
But then after that punch there, he was getting.
Okay.
I thought he was some sort of like national hero.
Fair enough. I think he's cheered anywhere else. Just you were rubbish in WWE.
I
Don't
think
hang around.
it's when he's one of those celebrities who, when he's in wrestling, people are like, oh no.
Yeah.
I hope he
boxer,
does
absolutely
put.
fine.
It was clear with that Strowman
He's a
match.
decent boxer.
we here at Cultaholic, professional journalists can say he's a decent boxer.
He's an entertaining fella as well. I just think for that Strowman match that he had, I just think it was clear that he didn't really train, did he? And I think you got your Bad Bunnies, you got your Logan Pauls. Come on, Tyson.
Yeah.
You can do it.
It was so weird because we almost expect celebrities to have a really good match now.
Yeah.
It's like, Tyson Fury looked like he didn't know what he was doing. He doesn't. He's not a trained wrestler.
Apparently, in this one, there was reports that he wasn't going to get too physically involved in case he's got a boxing match and he doesn't want to get injured for it. He might be fighting Joshua.
He's called him out, isn't he?
He's
Yeah.
called out Joshua. If I was Joshua, Joshua's got to take it now to restore his legacy. This isn't a boxing podcast. Sorry,
I know.
If Joshua takes that fight, he's going to get
he's gonna get
nailed in
his
the
arse
coffin.
whipped. Yeah.
We're just going to watch after the promos, though, aren't we? No, doesn't
Yeah,
really matter.
aye. Imagine if Joshua won. What would that mean?
There's no way. But I'm
No.
watching just in case he does.
Yeah.
Tyson
That'd be so good.
Tyson Fury
It's like
must be
that.
heavier than Joshua, though, is he? He must be.
He's taller,
Uh,
definitely.
He must, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm 18 stone, mate, but I can dance rings around you, Anthony. You dosser.
Yeah.
Say that one.
Anyway, back to the main event. Drew seems to have the match won, and it actually looked like it was actually going to happen. And me and my mate watching it, I'm like, mate, I had a drink, was had a good time watching it, going, this is a really good event.
I was saying, lads, when Drew wins, we're all going to rise. We're all going
no one you lads were there, and it was such a good time. Cultaholic, Tom Campbell getting asked Triple H, and all that. It's like, great, wrestling's back. This is so great, just enjoying it.
Oh no!
For God's sake, we're frozen again. But there was two separate occasions where I thought the match was going to end. We're back, it's okay.
Sorry, that's all I do think. The Solo Sikoa pulls the referee out the ring. Roman goes on to win. Go on.
So there was twice, Maffew. I thought it was over. There was once earlier in the match, but then this one, you get the spear from Drew. You get the Claymore from Drew. I'm thinking, Sheamus is lost. I'm thinking broken dreams. I'm thinking there's a man sort of stood where the hard cam is in my vision that looks like Finn Balor. I'm thinking Finn Balor's out there to watch his good pal win the thing. Me and Kayla took a picture, zoomed in later on. Looked nothing like him in the face, but that's besides the point. He looked like Finn Balor with a beard, the fade, the black clothes. I'm thinking, it's all there. It's all there. It's all going to happen. But no, Solo Sikoa comes down. And it was one hell of a moment in the stadium because every single person was gotten. Yeah. We and Kayla fell over, but that's because we were drunk. And also very shocked at what happened. Because I know we saw the reports last week that apparently he was on his way to the main roster, but you didn't think about him at all the way the show built.
I have to apologize to Luke. I've apologized to everyone else for being wrong and calling everyone else stupid, but I was the stupid one. But I have to apologize to Luke because we're all theorizing before the show started in the office. Oh, what do you think is going to happen? How do you think it's going to end? And Luke went, what if Solo Sikoa, and he called it, what if Solo Sikoa cost Drew? And I went, in the biggest UK show for 30. And I basically laughed at him. And afterwards I was like, I tweeted like, just want to apologize to Luke because he got it dead on. Who are his sources, eh?
Better than ours. So yeah.
He kicked out with 2 spears though. He didn't look like a total mug. Until...
yeah.
Hey, it's Tyson Fury.
I was like,
he'll
make you restart the match. What's he going to do?
Yeah, what's he going to do? Is he going to punch Roman to sub that really hot Roman Tyson Fury? No, it's even worse than that. Hey, Drew.
Well, he shakes hands with Roman. Yeah, it looks like he was going to punch him, and then he went, well done, mate.
Well, they'd been conversing earlier in the day. They were good friends.
But so had he and Drew.
Yeah, look at him playing both sides like a sensible person. But then, well, Drew, you've just lost the biggest match of your entire career. Let's sing a song together. Now, we understand Tyson Fury sings because he wins.
Yes.
Singing when you win is absolutely fine.
Robbie Williams loves that.
Exactly. Thank you. You should write an album about that. And to see Drew being reduced to singing with Tyson Fury took a few seconds, especially when you start singing American Pie, a song with no relevance whatsoever.
It takes a while to get to the chorus. When he started, I was like, he started early here.
Sing along with us.
He's got a lovely
American Pie.
Pipes on him, though, Tyson. He can hold a tune. I thought, anyway.
Yeah. Drew can't really, but that's fine.
Can't, yeah. But
he's a fighting man. Well, so is Tyson Fury.
But yeah, after singing that about he just lost to a man from Pensacola, Florida, of course, Roman Reigns. He starts getting into it, does Drew, and he shouts at the top of his lungs, which got an audible ooh from everyone around us. He's like, "Let's freaking party, gang."
I've just lost. He's like, it just doesn't ring true.
Well, then Drew went, should we do a bit of Sweet Caroline? And Tyson Fury went,
no.
Yeah, Tyson Fury, I like him again after that. He's just like, I'm sick to death of that bloody song.
And then Drew went, all right, I'll do one then. And he sang the chorus of Don't Look Back in Anger.
Because he lost. You can't be too sad.
Ross said to me, I can't believe that was on. They thought live that was obviously a dark segment because it seemed like it, but it was on the network.
How we wished at home that it was.
I thought, they did the thing with Solo and Roman walking up the ramp, and you could see the cameraman stood there right in front of them. I think that's the closing shot of the show. Wonderful, Roman and Solo next to each other. By the way, Roman really added to the match, I thought, by his reactions to the crowd.
Oh, yes.
Visibly getting troubled by the crowd.
At first, he looked like annoyed that they wouldn't acknowledge him. And then he was a bit like, ooh, I don't like this.
You're acknowledging the other man. Oh.
It's all right, he got acknowledged later on.
He did. But that ending, I could not believe it. The people were streaming out around me. Like, me and Kayla stayed there and had a good sing-along. It was nice to sing along with them, like. Really missed the mark. Because we obviously like a good sing-song over here in the UK. But by and large, there's one crucial ingredient that they didn't have. And that was lots of alcohol.
And winning.
But
someone pointed out on Twitter, it's like, of course, the UK, they love singing along when they lose at sports because they're so good at it. And I was just like, how dare you? Who are you? When it checked and said, person is Australian. I went, that's absolutely fair enough, pal. We're banging the rights there. But
fair play to Karrion Kross for going all that way as well to just throw a bottle of water at Drew and then do nothing else.
Yeah, he flew to Cardiff to sit there.
He got a few shifts in some of the pubs afterwards.
Yeah, fair enough.
Shut up, man.
Were any of the wrestlers about?
I don't like that one. I'm sorry.
Were any of the wrestlers about afterwards? You know, in New Orleans when they've got WrestleMania,
No,
you see all the
it was-
wrestlers on Bourbon Street.
Nah, they were all on the bus. We saw the bus. There was 2 big white buses, and they were just on the buses. And then
Oh,
they left.
and why was that? Because apparently
Was Rollins on the heel bus or the face bus?
I don't know. Because the buses
they were labelled like raised mask, heel, and face.
The buses came like from underneath the stadium because, like this, as I said earlier, they shut that entire main road outside the stadium, and that's where all the cars go, like under the stadium and get out of there. So it just happened that me and Kayla were sort of walking back to get our taxi back to the hotel, and the buses were coming out. So I assume it was them. I don't know who else would be on a bus coming out the stadium.
Me neither.
Did you wave?
So yeah, because that was the other little news thing that we almost forgot or glossed over. The fact that Cardiff does have an airport, but they flew to is it Heathrow or Gatwick and then drove up.
Heathrow.
Heathrow.
That's why they went there.
That's right.
Top dollar busking.
Maybe they
Look at the
visited,
he's trying to save a buck.
maybe they visited the NXT UK Performance Center.
Yes, of course.
They drove past it going. Speaking of which, NXT Worlds Collide, aka the UK is absolutely rubbish at professional wrestling.
Are you joking?
No.
Are you joking?
You don't see the results.
NXT 2.0 is better than the main roster. That's what I'm taking away.
Oh no, I'm saying
according to Giovanni and Solo, absolutely.
I've just said the UK itself is bad at professional
I
wrestling.
misheard you.
Oh, right.
So I got too fired up defending NXT 2.0.
Apart from 2 crucial characters, yes, boy, they're good. They're pretty good.
Carmelo Hayes beats Ricochet in a very back and forth opening match to retain the North American title.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Well,
yes.
during mine and Fraser's Twitch stream, we Twitch streamed that. Thank you for everyone who joined us on Twitch to World Slide
you
Reactions.
just bootlegged it, you mean? Or you
No, we
live
we
reactions.
streamed our
I see.
reactions,
Okay,
sorry.
that's like the preface.
And
Like Joe Hendry at 5-Star Wrestling.
Oh, one lad pretend. Wow, I'm playing the UFC game now, lads.
yes. It was interesting because during that match, when there was lots of kickouts towards the end, someone put in the chat, Maffew will be absolutely hating this. And I went, I don't think he will. So I'm glad that you enjoyed it.
Oh.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, it's every single match being the same. So the opening match is all right, yeah.
It was class.
I liked how Carmelo, it started off very, very Ron Seal, like all the flips, all the kicks, all the indie stuff and rolls and all that sort of malarkey. But then Carmelo started wrestling like, I want to say Triple H again in 2003. Slowed it right down, started doing holds and whatnot. I was like, you don't have to do that, Carmelo, but good on you for doing that. You good wrestler, you. He needs to lead 2.0 into Survivor Series, this man.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's the A champ.
He's the
He should, yeah.
He's the A man.
A number one, King of the Hill. And I loved, like, Ricochet, haha, I did a flip. And he went, I did a springboard. Like, immediately afterwards.
I like the bit where some people didn't like this bit or so, but I liked it, where they both looked at each other and then both did springboards and collided. Like they both
No,
looked at
you
each
know what
other.
happens? People gift that, and out of context, they look a bit
Yeah,
silly. But if
right.
you watch the whole, it's like, Ospreay and Ricochet were doing their things as well.
Yeah.
If you watch the whole match.
The whole match isn't them just doing the Matrix. Like, it's not, yeah.
In the moment, I was a bit like, I was a bit underwhelmed by the finish, how he just stole one. But then I was like, they got to run it back. Got to run it back.
Yeah.
Got to have number 2 in this trilogy, I assume. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. It's a good start to the show.
Yeah.
Ah, and then before the big tag title match, we see that Roddy Strong
Oh, no.
is dead.
Oh, man.
He was attacked by an unknown figure in the car park, taken away in an ambulance. The Diamond Mine look as though they're about to win the match.
Which was suddenly
just a
elimination
four-way.
rules, sorry.
Yeah, which is 4 elimination.
Well,
between,
I didn't think it was announced as elimination. But fair.
Gallus, who were, of course, rubbish. Pretty
come
Deadly, Diamond Mine, and BJ and BJ.
I thought that Gallus were going to win.
Oh, goodness, no.
Because I thought that the 2 Americans would win the 2 singles titles. So I thought they'll give the UK one, because Triple H seems to love Gallus. So I was like, they'll give it a go.
Yeah, but he loves UK people losing in one big weekend more
Yes, he
than anything
does.
else. But Damon Kemp betrays them.
I did not see this
No,
coming.
I didn't see this
I
coming either.
had that Julius nailed on to be the guy who took down Roddy, because I thought he would have thought, you know what, Roddy's not been getting the message. He's going to be a distraction in this big match. Let's take him out before the show goes on the air. But no, it was Martin Kemp.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Who'd have
Always
thought-
believe in your soul.
Who'd have thought Julius will get attacked from behind by his friend?
But it wasn't
Sorry.
like Brutus. Yeah.
But not by Brute. Yeah, he turned around and went, 2-for-1. But that doesn't make much sense at the time. But we'll go on for that
I
later.
liked it though. No, at the time I was even thinking he smashed Roddy's phone. Roddy had some sort of evidence on NXT this week or last week. He was going, lads, look on my phone. And Damon went, I don't care. And he smashed the phone. Aye.
Are you going to sit there at home and say NXT 2.0 is bad, are you? Look at this storytelling.
I know.
I forgot about that.
Oh,
Brand
yeah.
of the
And I'm
year.
the only fan here. But I thought, sorry, Pretty Deadly trying to steal everything at the start was fantastic. They are getting better week by week.
Yes, boy.
I thought both Pretty Deadly made Julius Creed look like Brock Lesnar at the start, at points as well. And then I've never seen the referee make a count stood up like that on the outside of the ring.
Down the ring, yeah.
Thought I telegraphed that bit a bit, but there we go. But what a turn at the end by Martin. Unbelievable. Just glad Gallus got eliminated quickly as well.
Yeah, but they came back out because they were angry about getting eliminated.
But they're just these hooligans, aren't they? They can't be contained.
Backstage, Tony D'Angelo tries to convince Cameron Grimes to join his family, but Grimes doesn't seem
Have
keen.
some biscotti. He said, no. Fair enough.
I tell you,
That was it.
it's taken this long for someone to go, "You talking to me?"
Nah.
Cameron Grimes did it though. Look at that. Giving the people what they want. It seems like we're continuing on like everyone bidding for Cameron Grimes, which is a shame because he turned down the schism, but you know the schism's going to go back. I just don't want to see the schism anymore. If you get the schism in Gallus out of NXT 2.0, it's a wonderful haven.
Oh.
I like he's like, Cameron Grimes is like, D'Angelo's like, hey, do you want to join my family? It's like, let's see, 2 Dimes died and the other one's left the brand.
He said he was like, I fired him. I got rid of him. He's like, no, you didn't. Yeah. That's funny.
I watched 2.0. They go, oh, okay. Mandy Rose beats Meiko Satomura and Blair Davenport to unify the NXT and NXT UK women's titles and probably annoy a lot of people.
She was dressed as America as well. No,
Mandy Rose, greatest women's wrestler in the entire world.
Miss America.
I like the match. I like the finish with the need of both of them at once.
I thought this was the most underrated match of the entire weekend.
Yeah, possibly.
It was like a chess match.
Yeah.
You had 2 people do maneuvers to each other at multiple points. Didn't matter which 2. And then the third one would watch the other 2 do the move and then swoop in there and do something immediately to benefit them. And it happened over and over and over again. It was like watching Strictly Come Dance in this match. It was incredible. Wonderfully put together.
10.
Very cerebral. I thought. Very, very good. And the pin as well at the end, just getting set up by the other 2 do maneuvers to each other. I thought it was unbelievable. Really, it blew my expectations out the water. I'm not even being playing silly buggers here.
Nah, it used to be a thing where it's like Mandy Rose, best women's wrestler, but she's like, no, she really is good now.
She really is good, yeah.
Honest.
And the other 2 were good as well.
And then she took a Shawn Michaels picture on Twitter.
Of course she did.
Oh, good Lord.
That. Right.
Not just doing that, with the belts.
No, I thought it was to take the photo of Shawn Michaels, like she's just been signed.
Oh,
That's
right.
not what you meant.
No,
yes,
no.
Yes, thank you. Backstage, Wes Lee
Oh, man.
says that if JD McDonough wants to get weird on Tuesday,
Let's get weird. Oh, that's what he said, man.
yeah, I think he's trying to be like Michael Keaton and Batman, but I don't know.
JD doesn't shoot to kill, though. He shoots to wound. I like that line.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm bad at aiming. I'm JD. The Cowie girls beat Doudrop and Nikki Ash to retain the tag titles in whatever match.
Now, this is weird, because on the Raw before this show, we saw Nikki and Doudrop arguing.
Mm-hmm.
On the Raw before this week's NXT, we once again see Nikki and Doudrop arguing, and Nikki even goes, throw it like when you break up with someone and go, take your bloody pasta, I don't want it. But it's weird how this feud or whatever with the women's tag team is just like in a complete like vacuum on its own.
Oh, but they lost again.
Yeah. It's just weird how it's not matching up with the main roster like everything else is. But I thought the Scottish lasses, the Scottish lassies, they made the Cowie girls look very good, and vice versa. Piper Niven, when she was taking them both down at the same time, fantastic stuff. Nikki Ash was also there.
Oh.
We're just waiting for the other shoe to drop off at this point with these two. It's like,
Yeah.
they're going to do something or not? Or it's like, hey, it's these two. You're like, yeah.
And there was good action again because JC Jane was out there, obviously. Toxic Attraction come out and holds on to Nikki Ash so she can't get there to help old Piper Niven. I don't want to call her Doudrop anymore. It's got to happen soon. Kick out of the pinfall, which is more fantastic action. Storytelling. Lovely.
Yeah. The Diad, speaking of bad storytelling,
Oh, no.
the Diad offer Grayson Waller a pin badge, but he rejects him. No. He cuts a promo about how he fell out with his mum for being mean to Apollo Crews.
Kiss my ass, mum.
In the background, we see somebody accept the badge from the Diad.
Who's the mysterious red hoodie
If
figure?
it's someone from Chase U, I'm off.
No.
They wouldn't do that.
But they'd have a red hoodie, though.
I reckon it could be Bodie Haywood,
It could be Bodie.
No.
Being disgruntled.
But
It
Being
could be
upset
Tia
by
Hale.
Charlie. I wouldn't mind that now. She's bad news for Chase U.
Regal's kid, after losing the
Yeah,
JCU,
Charlie.
he's like, all right, look, I'll accept any help right now.
But again, I've written down here, the hoodie looked very cozy. So it could be Wendy Chu, the whimsical one.
Or Cozy Rhodes, yeah. I did not deserve that. I'm
No,
sorry.
that's great. I'm going to start calling her Cozy Rhodes.
Then he wants to nearly die inside when Zach Gibson was saying, "The eye is the window to the soul,
Oh, no,
and my soul is so pure."
Because you see, the Jokers, they've got bong eyes. Like, it's like Isaac Yankem, DDS with the bad teeth. Anyway.
Grayson Waller stole that segment though, saying he's got some sort. He's like back to the LA Knight days. Some chickadee
I'm
waiting for him.
kissing ladies and
Yeah,
arguing
yeah.
with my mom.
He's getting better and better, this lad.
Yeah, dime piece waitress or a swimming model, just like LA Knight.
Kind of.
Yeah, he's like, oh, hang on, do you do the Instagram model thing with other wrestlers? Hang on, I'll just be a dick. Yeah.
Kiss my ass, ma'am. He doesn't even call her ma'am at the. He calls her by her name at the start, which I thought was good as well. No respect.
No respect.
But he eats muffins in front of her.
in the main event,
Confectionaries, not. Yeah.
oh, I didn't get that until now. Now you've paused and explained it. Now, right. In the main event, Braun Breaker, pride of the USA, beats Tyler Bate, pride of the UK, to unify the NXT and NXT UK titles. They show each other respect afterwards, and like Grayson Waller, kiss me arse, UK.
24 and 25 years old, respectively.
Wow.
Bronze 24.
The future is bright.
Well, Bronze Tan is.
I love the way that Tyler was just wrestling rings around Braun for ages. Then he just does this shoot Hurricane Rana like Naomi on Total Divas, and the tide of the match just turns there and then. Aye.
I enjoyed being correct in this one because Fraser wasn't that arrogant on the stream. I've got to say, I feel like I'm worried that it's like a life imitating art situation where I've said he's so arrogant, people think he actually is. He's not. But despite not watching NXT UK, he made a very confident prediction. Tyler's going to win. Tyler's going to win this match.
Why would he say that?
And I went, I think you'll find Braun Breaker's going to win this match, young squire. And Braun Breaker won the match. Fraser was like, oh yeah, fair enough, yeah. It's because he never gets annoyed when he's wrong.
I love that Jack brings it up.
Oh, aye.
I just want to casually
No,
drop this.
I was right.
I was smarter than Fraser
Yeah, I
one
was smarter
time.
than Fraser. I need something over him.
I blocked him on Twitter, me.
You blocked Fraser on Twitter?
We're having a bit of back and forth, and he came to me. He's like, I was like, I know where you live, Fraser, was the next part of the conversation. And he goes, I live rent-free in your head. So I was like, how do you come back from that? The only thing you can do is just get rid of him. Out of sight, out of mind. I'm not acknowledging you. You're not my tribal chief. So I blocked him, and he took his, I forgot how young he was. So I was like, to me, like an online persona in Twitter, it's not quite real life. I know it can get there, but we're on a playful conversation on Twitter, and he took it to heart. I got a long paragraph the next day, like, have I upset you, Ross? I was like, no, Fraser, no, you haven't.
I can understand why, because
Do you try and block him on other clients?
to be
as well?
fair, we do employ him. I can understand, maybe.
I thought that was the next logical thing to
But
do.
yeah,
I'll
right,
live rent-free in your head. Block. No, you don't. I'll show you. You'll see. Yeah. But Braun doing his dad's move. The old bulldog off the middle rope.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a while, hasn't he?
Has he? I don't know. I can't remember
He
anything.
does so many of them. I forget which one's like the new one he's been doing. But
Yeah. Having an answer to Bop and Bang. Fantastic.
Bop and Bang.
He started taking the piss a bit, Braun, and it bit him on the
Bang.
arse.
Didn't see that one coming. But he did see it coming.
Yeah. Because he started taking the piss for a bit, and then Tyler fought back right at the end. But because I've written down here, it's not the size of the dog; it's the size of the fight.
Dog-faced gremlin. That's right, Ross.
A really good ding-dong battle, though.
Oh, yes.
Wonderful finish out of nowhere as well. Wasn't expecting a spear like that to end it. Very good.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I saw people being like, "Oh, Braun looked really out of his depth here."
It was my
I'm like,
favorite. It's my
sometimes you go
favorite Braun
wonder-
Breaker match.
Yeah.
It is crazy you can ask somebody else what you think of this, and it's a completely different opinion.
Yeah.
Because it used to be I'd have a similar opinion to people, but like I said, I enjoyed Clash of the Castle. They're like, all right, Maffew, you've been drinking the stupid juice
No.
again. And now I watch this match going, no, I thought Braun Breaker looked good. They're like, no, you're wrong.
He did.
He looked really good. They both look really good.
He's
Yes.
not Mandy Rose, Maffew. I'm like, he's nearly Mandy Rose, all right?
Although I think Tyler needs to bring back the comb like Cool Hand Ange in AEW.
Yeah.
It's not doing anything for me, that wispy blonde hair of his.
Was Tyler Bate confused that he had to like show up the next week and have another match? He's like, what? Okay. At least to this rigorous routine. And then all out, rather like this bloody podcast. More like can't control his locker room, says Jack with a witty wapate.
That wasn't the best one of all time. That'll be Dynamite. That's the best one
Okay.
of all time.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that one. Pre-show 1. Sammy and Tay beat Ruby and Ortiz to retain the AAA mixed tag titles. Ruby Looks to be legitimately hurt after the match. Bloody hell, she's got a kick in here.
That bloody bump she took off the assisted
if you didn't watch
thing.
it,
My God.
Sammy had her on her shoulders,
like
legs here,
almost like an
dangling
Alabama
out.
slap, but like she's facing the other way.
Right.
Yeah.
So with the idea that the other one could get some licks in, and then Sammy just dropped her, and God, it looked horrible.
Her neck went the wrong way.
Yeah.
And then they kept on wrestling. Ortiz had a tribute to.
They both did. They had Aja Kong and Bull Nakano.
Oh, didn't
Ruby was Bull Nakano, yeah.
The
blue,
I
didn't even. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought when I first
Ortiz's
saw-
gear looked so rubbish.
Oh,
I thought he was doing a Taka Michinoku tribute with his tights. They look like takas.
Yeah, I can see that.
Obviously not, yeah.
But they got. So it was a car crash from the start when he got hit from the golf cart.
No, not hit. Just clipped. Just clipped.
Just
Who
clipped.
said
Yeah,
that
it won't be
again?
much of a match
Scallop.
afterwards,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
will it? But they did this, and then they went in. Ruby gets dropped on her head. They carry on, and then Ruby ends up getting kicked right in the face for the pin. We have to awkwardly do the pin because she's in so much pain, and it's like, all right, 1, 2, 3, carry on. What a mess!
And
What a
that-
horrible mess.
The superplex as well. Ruby, if you watch that, she just lands on the floor basically. They did a superplex off the top rope of the floor, and Ruby just goes.
I'm all right not
Oh.
seeing that for like a while.
Bloody hell.
They're not going great right now. And then
Yeah,
I see them on
Nikki
a
Ash,
regular
wasn't it?
basis.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, well, now they don't mean much and they look risky as hell. So,
Oh, she's all right. Like
Yeah.
So,
Destination Hospital. Ruby. Ow. Terrible.
Yikes. Hook beats Angelo Parker to retain the FTW title. And good job here. Angelo Parker talking rubbish to him. And then Hook come back with the Taz plexes. Shades of his dad, 97.
Wonderful use of the hips.
Oh, yeah. Popping him. And then is saved from a beatdown by Action Bronson.
yeah. You don't even know.
Yeah. The guy who sells the coffins in The Irishman. He's here.
What?
He just gets a very brief part.
Is he in The
the
Irishman?
Yeah, for like one scene.
My name is Action and I'm
It's about
selling
45 minutes
coffins.
then.
You're going to see the coffins.
well
when
done,
you-
yeah.
I'm doing a rap, guys.
Oh, we're listening. We're listening.
go on.
No, it's fine. It's
Go
all
on.
right. No, it's okay.
Go on,
I
Action
was trying to
Jack.
do a freestyle and it went wrong. It's fine. Thanks, Dan, though. I noticed you paid attention.
You can do it again.
Yeah. No, I don't want to do it. I don't want to.
Yeah. So I don't know if Action Bronson's could be signed or it's just a one-off.
Oh
appearance,
yeah,
but-
they've been airing promos where it's going to be a tag team match. He's like, you
Yeah.
know about him, but you don't know about me.
On Dynamite last night, him and Hook were backstage. I've not actually written it in the notes, but yeah. He was like, you
Oh.
want to step to us? Get ready. My name is Action and I'll make your Betty.
My first name's Action. My second name's Bronson. I'm going to kick you in the Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
Oh my God. I've been absolutely served.
Oh,
To be
Oh.
fair, though, because Richard, the recently deceased Richard Yamato, I don't know why I said recently deceased.
He died when in
Rest in peace,
Japan.
Richard. He used to show me, because when Hook debuted, Richard was like, "Oh, he's got a Action Bronson song as his theme. It's good, that like." He's like, I don't know, but I've heard of Action. Like my only exposure to Action Bronson's like watching videos of his incredible bloody body transformation.
Oh,
He
I
lost a
thought
lot
you
of
were
weight.
going to say his cookery show on Vice.
I
It's
like
called
that.
If That's Delicious.
I've seen the one where something where he goes to a bakery down in the Bronx or something.
He used to be a gourmet chef.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh.
He actually can cook really well.
But Richard used to show me like footage from his gigs, and at those gigs, he just throws humans off the stage.
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah,
So I was like, him getting in the wrestling ring, don't mind it.
that's what will happen. Oh, here comes Rob Bronson with his one move, launch him in the front. Oh, you know what? I'm looking forward to that then.
I saw him at a music festival once.
That makes sense.
He didn't throw anybody off the stage,
Jack sparked him out.
but he was launching water bottles. I was telling this to Ross, like, do you know cricket?
I know it exists.
Okay. There's a bowler in cricket who bowls really weird, and he was throwing water balls like that. He was like slinging them into the crowd
Oh.
hard. I was like, scary man. Good though. Good live.
Lovely.
It's a good throw as well that he did on. Was it on Ange?
Oh, aye.
Oh, yeah.
Cool Hand Ange.
So that is a practice.
I was a
Yeah.
bit of a shame he didn't get too much of a lick in, I thought, in that match. I thought this was going to be the first, when Jade Cargill was going on her journey up the card and she was getting like more and more like time in the matches. I thought this would be like the next step for Hook.
Oh,
but
he
it
did
wasn't.
get beaten up. I
Oh,
thought.
Not for too much though.
Well,
Ah.
compared to what he has done, this is like
Did Angelo
WrestleMania.
get
It's like
more-
WrestleMania 11's main event. WrestleMania 12 or whatever. Shut up, Matthew.
Yeah, 12, yeah.
Pac retains the All Atlantic title against
Oh my
Kip
God.
Sabian, who throws a tantrum and blames his cardboard box for the loss. Orange Cassidy comes out to challenge Pac for the belt to a big pop, but Pac just goes, "No."
And
and
everyone
just
boos him.
pauses. It is, "You're a joke."
You're not a wrestler.
Could we
You're
all do a big
jerk.
Geordie no after 3? 1, 2, 3.
No. Then he walks down the heel tunnel.
I turned heel. Then turned face again on Dynamite.
Yeah.
He's like Luchasaurus or the Big Show.
So this match, totally,
Sure.
I said the stupidest thing I've ever said watching wrestling during this match.
Oh, please tell us.
Everyone else laughed at me. So, there's a bit, how the story early on was that Kip was outsmarting Pac and getting in his head.
Well, a brief pause there. We've had many technical issues during this podcast, to say the least. And bless him, because he's on so much edge, as we're going to say. Bless him, Dan just instinctively pressed the space bar and cancel recording.
Mid-Jack flow of sentence, by the way. Just disagree with Jack so much. He's like, no.
I mean, you're working so hard, pal. Don't worry about it. But it was funny because we had so many issues. What happened? What now? What did I just stopped recording. Oh, okay, fine.
I said the stupidest thing I've ever said watching wrestling during Kip and Pac.
Maybe he's doing you a favor.
Maybe.
Go on, say it
Everyone
anyway.
else in the room laughed at me openly when I said it. The story early on is that Kip's getting in Pac's head and outfoxing him, and he did that weird thing where he wiggled his fingers and Pac looked up and then he just headbutted him. That was weird. But there's a bit where Pac and him end up outside the ring and Pac's like breathing a bit weird. I think he was trying to look like confused, but he was going like, and he wiped his nose or his mouth or something. And I was like, he's poisoned him.
I saw the yeah.
And the lads went, what? And I went, he's got poison on his attire or something. They went, how has he not poisoned him as well, Kip? And I went, he's immune, I don't know, but he's poisoned him. And I was like, it's going to play into that. And I thought Kip was going to win via poisoning.
If Kip's watching, that's something he needs to do because that box stuff is naff. But a poisoned attire, poison his opponents as he goes along.
I thought he'd had poison on his hands or something.
You did a better job of selling that than this lad did in this match. Because
the match was good. The gimmick, the box bit was naff. I mean, we don't want to sit here and just cast this gimmick into the bad gimmick bin after one match. But it wasn't a good start. But the match itself was great. I thought it was a really good match. As Jack said, he had an answer for everything Pac was doing at the start.
It was confusing that the crowd were cheering Kip. Was it because he's returned?
I didn't hear much cheering.
He was being cheered over
The
Pac.
crowd were chanting underrated, and I'm like,
how was going like that? And then they were going, what?
Yeah.
Because they just happened to be there. And they're like, he was saying, the crowd were chanting underrated.
You're just like CM Punk, you, Maffew.
No, the crowd
when it benefits you.
The crowd clearly didn't know what they were talking about when they were cheering because they also chanted he was underrated. How could he be underrated when he hasn't done anything in over a year and a half?
That's
his catchphrase.
He's underrated and over it. That's what he says. It's on his box. So underrated, over it.
Oh, okay. I'll read the box. Oh, well, he's not like I'm making a microwavable meal. So he's not wrestled for a year and a half. He gets a title shot, which is like, all right, this is just silly now. But I guess you have to have some UK people on and because WWE was doing it, they have to have a UK person lose on the big show. So that's the cool thing at the minute. I understand. But to me, this was, considering just come back, considering you would have thought to be doing that angle with the box nearly a year, right?
What's in them?
What's going to happen? And his big response and build-up was losing the Pac.
Yeah.
Weird booking. The crowd, this match did absolutely nothing for me. And that's how I really was desperate to see Pac give it 50% and still look good. Did nothing for me. I don't know. This is one of the many confusing things we've got in AEW right now with the weird booking and storyline writing.
Maybe it'll play
I'm glad you guys enjoyed it.
Maybe it'll play out.
I enjoyed the match, but I just think the gimmick is something that's super bad. Kip Sabian would have bullied.
Yeah.
I thought you were just going to say the gimmick was super bad. That was good. That was good, Ross. That was good.
Yeah. It was pretty. Well, a game we can't sit here and let it play out, haven't we, lads?
Yeah,
we always get rewarded when we let things play out.
It's been a year and a half until let it play out.
He's going to poison someone.
I didn't like the bit where he was getting kicked in the head and he was like, ooh. I don't like, why JD McDonough, Kip Sabian, why is all British people got to be weird?
Hollywood has poisoned the minds of Americans.
Like Kip Sabian poisoned
Pac
with his attire.
They think, sorry, that was actually good. I didn't mean to talk over.
Oh, sorry.
They think all the evil white Europeans can do really cool villains. Not all of them.
No.
The ones who are good at acting can. I'm JD McDonough, and I wear a box on my head. All right, great. Then Eddie Kingston came along and saved the show with his... You all right?
That's me doing the chops.
Oh, okay, cool. By beating Tomohiro Ishii in their rematch. And they just went, Gunter Sheamus. All right.
We'll put you to Sheamus.
Oh.
We're going to put you to Sheamus. Really good.
You're going to look like Ellsworth. Yeah, fantastic. Just chopping the life out of each other. And I liked afterwards, Ishii is just a sad man. No.
They're going to run it back. They're going to run it back. So
this was the running... Oh, is it a rubber match?
Rubber match is coming up.
It was fun, wasn't it? Felt weird. on the pre-show, but I guess maybe he just wanted to get people to watch the main show by enticing them into as you meant to do with pre-shows. So yeah, it makes sense.
So Eddie Kingston served the suspension, didn't cause any more issues, made peace with Sammy Guevara peacefully, and was rewarded with a dream match. So what are they going to have to do to like get Punk and the
Stone
Bucks
Cold
back?
Steve Austin.
Yeah, what do you want? Steve Austin. All right.
Please don't. I don't know what to say here. I liked how Eddie didn't shave. Like it was like while he was suspended, he also wasn't allowed to live in the house. He was like be like a Feral Arn Anderson for 2 weeks, learn his lesson. Just came back very disgruntled and then just chopped a Japanese man for a long time. I thought it was good. Yeah.
I liked turning Ishii's chest into one of Cody's pecs.
Yeah.
Very nice. Sign of respect over there, I guess.
The Mind Flayer was taking over his being. Had black lines on.
That's right. It's almost like he poisoned his chest.
Oh, God.
And then the main show starts, and it's the casino ladder match. Hey! And it's like the 4th ladder match on AEW TV.
We got confused, right? Have they done this before with like where it's staggered like a rumble? Where it's like 2 minutes. All right. I don't agree with that.
Neither do I.
There was so many moments where someone could have won.
That Roosh entrance was infuriating. So Dante Martin's halfway up the ladder, and Roosh's music starts, and out jaunts Roosh very slowly, and he takes off one bit of clothing, and he takes off the second bit of clothing, and he takes off the mask, and he goes on a little stroll down the ramp, and Dante Martin still isn't up the top of the ladder yet, and he finally gets there in this match where the first guy to get the chip wins.
I was like, your name's not really Rush, mate.
I'll see you that.
Hurry up.
Yeah, Rush. Well done. I'll see that and raise you. Andrade coming out, and it's only those two in, and all the commentators and everyone with any sense going, well, they must team up together and get the ladder. They're like the friends, and then they immediately stop trying to climb the ladder when there's no one else around them to set an up spot. The ladder match concept's dead. Just can we have these not as frequent as they can be, because there's not much you can do with them, especially when having to do stuff like that.
When Andrade sunset bombed Dante, I think it was, onto the bridge. Yeah, was it Andrade who did that to Balor at Money in the Bank? There was an excellent, in the match where Lesnar came out at the end. There was an excellent sunset bomb in that one. And Balor like bounced really high off it, and I was like, "Is that an Andrade thing now? Is that his signature move?"
I tell you, it wasn't quite as severe either. But I'll not raise you. I'll lower you. Claudio's X ladder structure thing, where he was like, "Ah!" And then it got jammed because it was like an X, and the other bit was on the floor. She just went, "Huh," to Andrade and dumped him on the floor.
Yeah.
I wonder what was meant to happen.
I don't know.
But I was still impressed that he just lifted up 2 ladders on a man and threw him out the ring.
It probably wasn't what's supposed to happen, but it did look impressive. But
it just went on for a little while, didn't it? It's like,
the bit where Donnie Martin got in the ring and was running wild. Yeah. And then the ladder just fell over behind him and went,
ignored him. Bless him. So, but the other bits where they're like, okay, cool, here's some spots, and ladder, fair enough. And then when everyone's down, they go, ladies and gentlemen, the Joker. And then...
Not yet. Just before the Joker.
Retribution came out.
Oh, yeah, you're right. No, sorry, you're right.
Yeah. Slapjack, T-Bar, all the favourites were there.
All the stars are here.
It was like, portraying Slapjack, we have Ethan Page. And playing the role of Mace, we have W. Morrissey. Wonderful tribute.
It's good they beat everyone up and then they took the masks off. It's like, well, that was why you put your masks on then. And then, Stuck Epic revealed the Rolling Stones. Sympathy for the Devil. Ooh. And it is. It's some mysterious masked man. Who didn't know who it was coming towards it, but then he got the chip, and then the winner, the masked man. And he walked the back. My friend Young Seven did ask, because they were high as balls, and said, can you make sure it's on the podcast that every single fan artist knew it was MJF, because no one has that fat an ass apart from MJF.
Does he? Has he got a dumpy?
I know. They're like, yes, we know this because we've all drawn it loads of times. Yes, that was clearly MJF as soon as you saw that dump truck of a backside.
Big old bottom?
Go back and watch that.
Wow. I did not realise that.
Who is it? Oh, it's MJF.
He's got a juicy double, has he?
Can you not? You have to look over there and you can still see it.
Really? Oh.
I tried to think of something good there. Nothing came out. I'm sorry. I tried. Yeah.
Good for him.
Bad asses.
Was he? Well, I guess we were meant to guess it was him, because he sort of like, when he entered the ring, he did the same, like wiping up the feet and then kick through the ropes like he does.
Yeah, he was like, he's trying to hide his identity, then he still did some of the bits. Yeah. It's like, all right.
Always nicely done. The mask as well was lovely. Like the masked magician and the secrets of magic.
Right.
Here is how they do the buried alive spot. I'll never forget that one.
I remember watching the episode, like really, like, tonight we reveal the identity of the masked magician.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, at the end they went, hello, it's me. And I was like, who are you?
It's just a man.
That's it. Didn't reveal who the hell,
great.
like any background or what it was. So as far as other matches go, this was like any other we've had. But I'm at least happy that they set up something later on, so it meant something. Some of the other things that have happened with previous ladder matches have been, this guy's won something, and who cares?
You know, Dante Martin was good in that ladder match, but I thought the rest of it was a bit like, they're just trying to get everything in before the actual spot happens at the end. But I thought the ending was good because it was like different, and we've never seen anything like that before in a big ladder match.
Yeah. It wasn't my favourite, but it served a purpose.
Yeah, at least it went somewhere.
Yeah.
So
I did enjoy Phoenix's splash as well.
Yeah, through the table.
Through the table, off the floor. Bloody hell.
Oh, yeah.
Bloody hell. That's what he says out there. Al Ryan. Loves it, doesn't he? Bloody hell.
Bloody hell.
Dan knows what I'm on about.
Roddy Nora. And their first match tonight, I should say, Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks beat the Dark Order after Hangman. After their first match. That took a few seconds to sink in.
You.
Bless you. Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks beat the Dark Order after Hangman Page accidentally hits John Silver with a buckshot lariat. The Elite are the inaugural Trios Chapter. Who saw that coming?
Now,
wow.
I'm cross with Hangman Adam Page in character.
I'm just disappointed, Jack.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in him as well.
Yeah. No, sorry, go on.
The Young Bucks
You're talking too much.
were... No, you're not. Don't worry. But it's an exciting time for us all. But the Young Bucks were horrible to Hangman back in the day. Called him a jobber, laughed at him for his drinking issues, and he grew as a person and overcame them. And now he's stopping his real friends from pressing the advantage in the match. And he's getting in the ring going, he's got a sore back. He's always got a sore back. I was angry. Ross was disappointed.
Really disappointed. We're back to who is Young Bucks' friends.
Yeah.
Will he, won't he? I'm on the edge of my seat. I can't wait to find out what Hangman will do. I was really let down by this angle in this. When he stopped to do the initial sort of low five handshake thing with Nick Jackson, I let out an audible like, what are we doing here? What's happening here?
Well, that at least was in tribute to the title match you had against Kenny. Because, the Young Bucks came. It was almost the exact same shot.
When Matt gave the nod of approval that he needed to give.
Oh, no, get away from me. And then he gets ready to hit the buckshot. Like, that I'll at least take. But then he goes to the buckshot lariat and just drops and then gets on his own. I'm like, And then...
I liked the match. The action was good.
Yeah,
action was
I get
good,
you. But Hungy as well. The pops he was getting.
Yes.
The reversal off the one-winged angel.
Oh, yes, the roll. The victory roll. Oh, my God.
Oh, yes.
I thought he was going to do it. For a split second, I was like, oh, my God.
I don't know why they couldn't just let them win. But...
I mean, the story was surely having Hangman pin one of the Bucks. Surely that was the story they were telling with the little bit with the camera. Oh, we're nice guys now with our camera.
No, I think what happened there was, Ross, that we've made the same mistake we always do, which is assume that the Young Bucks are more self-aware than they are. They thought that would actually make them look like great guys.
Sorry, they are the Chris Jerichos of this situation, aren't they?
Yeah. So the proud baby faces with the mega heel manager then proudly looked at the camera and went, well, follow that.
Boys in the back.
Wow, they're so likable and so modest. Oh, shut up. But good match.
Yeah, really good match.
Where we at? Despite a strong start from Athena, Kiera Hogan beats her to retain the TBS.
No, Jade Cargill beats her.
It says,
Oh, no, what have I done?
You put Kiera Hogan in.
It's been a long week, man. Let him off, will you?
Sorry.
Damn it. Kiera Hogan was there.
Despite a strong start from Athena, Jade beats her to retain the TBS title. After the match, Alex Marvez interviews CM Punk and Ace Steel. As they arrive outside the building, Punk says Moxie isn't just fighting him, he's fighting all of Chicago.
He said he's fighting Ace Steel as well, and I was like, no, he's not fighting him.
Kiera Hogan beats her. What am I doing?
Ace Steel goes woof woof.
Back to that match, I thought that was Jade's most impressive match, moves-wise, so far. It was desperately short, but everything was sequenced together really well, I thought.
Yeah.
I slightly preferred the one she had with Ty Conti, where they kissed each other. That sounds like I preferred it because they kissed each other, not because of that.
Hey, but I tell you, the baddies made a whoopsie because they made Jade kick out with that really protected finisher. I forgot the name of again. The former Eclipse, whatever it's called.
The
now.
O-Face.
The O-Face, that's the one. Because you see at the end there, they just get at the end and Jade has to sort of go to make sure she's kicked out. And then the shearer, I like to describe it as, that Athena gives to Layla Gray on the barricade. Oh, I hope Layla Gray's okay because you never see her again. Yeah. But it looked fantastic.
I was gutted in speaking of stupid stuff we've said. I think I said the last few weeks. Oh, well, Athena's got to beat Jade because there's no one else. Are they just going to keep on? You mean to tell me they're going to keep on having Jade do the exact same thing with absolutely no one built up to her level? Yes, that's of course what they're doing.
Do you think they'll get to 50? before they do it? Or do you think 50 might be the one who does it?
I won't care at that point.
Oh.
They haven't got anyone built up enough. I don't know who it's going to be.
Yeah.
Maybe by then they will.
Statlander was going to be the one, I think, but then she got injured again.
Oh, AJ Lee. Light it up,
No.
light it up, light it up, light it tonight.
Rick Knox should be fired, though. In kayfabe, not actually fired. That was a bit harsh. Because he watched the baddies pull Athena off of Jade and just let them carry on.
Yeah, he did.
After the stuff he did in the trios match as well annoyed me.
Jim Ross hates him.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, but the more I watch it, the more I'm like, gee, I might have a point here.
Yeah.
In kayfabe, he's awful. The amount of stuff he misses is incredible. Every single show he's on.
Relaxed rules in tag matches, I can, okay, fine. But yeah, here it's like,
come on,
Do you
Rick.
remember when the
Whatever.
refs in NXT started to learn that FTR were cheating and they just catch them doing stuff? That was great.
Yeah.
Back when NXT
Go
was
back
good.
to school, Rick Knox.
the school of hard knocks. And then FTR and Wardlow beat Jay Lethal.
Oh, but
and
Marvez called CM Punk CM. It
CM.
was so good.
Yes.
Hey, CM.
CM.
It's his first
CM.
name. Like when I
love
called
Marvez.
the German wrestler Das Rotation, I said, hello, Das.
Hello there.
It's a good video clip. FTR and Wardlow beat Jay Lethal and the Motor City Machine Guns from Detroit. Dax Harwood's daughter comes out and then pins Sanjay Dutt afterwards.
Lovely moment.
Yeah, it was a solid match. It was just,
I just
There,
wanted the
though.
tag teams.
yeah, it was nothing wrong with it. It was perfectly cromulent. It was just,
Oh.
it's not a real word, sorry.
It's from The Simpsons.
Oh.
But I shouldn't have said anything. Yes.
You had me fooled.
Real smart people say things like that. And it was just okay. And like, all right, fine. And then, yeah, Smojo returns. The MCMG
Oh, God, he did.
see him and go, uh-oh, TNA, and immediately leg it. Which I
he
thought was nice.
Busts himself open somehow.
In his 30 seconds of wrestling, bursts himself open and then helps, obviously, Sanjay Dutt lose to the kid, which was a lovely moment for the FDR and everything else like that. And also, Smojo left because he was filming a Twisted Metal TV series. First time
What?
hearing they're doing a
The
TV series
game?
based on the game.
The
He plays the
PS2
shark, didn't he, or something? Was that the same
Oh,
thing?
that was
or
no, that was a
different
cartoon. That was
thing?
like a
Damn it, I'm just
Thundercat
trying to
thing.
fit in.
That's unrealistic. A shark driving a truck. No, a clown drives a truck in this one. Anyway.
But this match made me think they must be going to run it back again. I'm going to say it again. FTR versus the machine guns or the other
Yeah,
guns.
because Wardlow
Yeah, that's what we're hoping
decisively
for.
pinned Jay Lethal.
And they didn't touch each other barely. I was like, what was the point in
Yeah.
doing it? They must be going to run it back and do it properly.
Yeah.
Surely.
Are they going to shift gears when they run it back as
Oh, I
well?
hope so.
Oh.
Put it in top
To your
gear.
point.
Or maybe full gear.
Also, God, I wish
Very,
I've written
very
down who said this, but Chris, someone said, I'm really sorry for stealing it, but I'm not claiming it as my own. Someone said Chris Sabin looks like a manager of a Division 1 football team.
Does he?
No, it
I thought you guys would like that.
It looks like the Kit Man.
doesn't. Yeah,
Oh.
there we go.
Fair enough. I'll shut my mouth. Powerhouse Hobbs beats Ricky Starks. In the match I was so hyped for.
yeah.
Ricky Starks, the future of the business. This is going to be it. Finally. Loses in 5 minutes.
This
He's not very
deserves,
good at wrestling.
This deserves a Gary Neville.
Oh.
I was not especially
Hey,
thrilled
that's
with this.
spine buster, man. Watch out for that spine buster.
I'm
out for
happy it's
Brother.
protected, but I'm like, oh, hang on. The Elite get 35 minutes to waggle their asses in front of everybody, but I waited for this. I want to see Ricky Starks.
Maybe they're going to run it back, as Ross would say.
This hopefully.
Is this
we do,
it?
yeah. Run it back. Run it all back.
Just everything get
Let's
run
have
back.
all out rewind. No, after the 10-minute back and forth battle against QT Marshall, I guess this kind of fit. But that's not the story that we're telling up until that QT Marshall match. So this was poor. Why was this given such a little amount of time? Is it because there was 14 other matches?
Oh, maybe, just maybe, mate. Yeah. Oh, gotta have that mixed tag match, yeah.
I guess that was the only saving grace. It made Powerhouse's Spinebuster look really good.
Oh, Hobbs looked good.
That
in this,
didn't
I guess,
overwrite the overwhelming sense of disappointment.
Well, I thought Ricky Starks was like the one they were going to push.
Yeah.
And then someone I was watching it with, I can't remember who, went, maybe Hobbs deserves a push. And I was like, yeah, maybe Hobbs does deserve a push. That is true.
Yeah. Yeah. Despite being incredibly over with a live crowd, to say the least, good God, they got a bigger pop than the Elite.
Listen.
The Acclaimed lose their tag title match to Swerve in Our Glory. Keith Lee scissors the
Yo.
Acclaimed afterwards, but Swerve refuses to and flips off the crowd.
I'm
as
going to
they-
need
as
a
the entrance
pillow.
music
How are
says-
you going to make me have a match with Lizzo? I was like, oh my God.
I'm surprised it didn't call the audible. The crowd were that loud.
Maybe you've said that.
No, I disagree.
but
I'm more hyped now for the rematch. So I think I think that they'll win now. If they don't win now, then there's an issue.
Got to run it back, haven't they?
They've got to run it back.
Full gear.
This is the entire car is getting run
Run it
back.
back. Jungle Boy and Christian, run it back.
Yeah, that will.
Yeah.
But yeah, they had the moment where the kick out was so close after the mic drop that the crowd chanted BS.
Oh,
Like-
That one was. There was one of the near falls where it was too close. Like it was a mistake.
But I love that. Like the crowd, were like, no, we wanted to win. Nah, that was it. They were really into it, and I like that. Swerve and Our Glory actually started going, oh yeah, we'll play that up. That matched really well. This, I was not. I don't think any of us were expecting it to be this good.
Well, how could we? Because the Acclaimed never been given that chance, have they, to have that big barn burner match on a big stage, like All Out. So this was the first one, and I'm looking forward to many more.
Yeah,
I mean, I enjoyed the story being told because afterwards there was a big debate over whether Swerve had turned heel or not, and then someone on Reddit said Swerve has always been a heel. It's just that he's partners with a babyface now. I was like, yes, that's what the story is. So it does make sense that Swerve's being a dick. It's just that he got Keith to join in with that as well.
I can't believe Keith got booed, though.
No.
He wasn't Acclaimed.
He was just being a wholesome man, wrestling straight down the middle. But
was he, though?
Yeah.
Oh.
He took advantage of that leg. Once Bounds
I like that bit as well.
So did they
like,
steal? Go on.
that bit, because obviously Swerve in the build-up was like, what are you doing here? All you do is, let your partner down by your body giving up. And it did, but he kept fighting. He never gave up.
Yeah.
Like Max Caster's big attitude adjustment as well on Keith Lee.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. He did that because he's got a massive arse and massive legs. We learned on
Like
commentary.
MJF.
Yeah, just like
He's
MJF.
0.9 on the MGF scale.
Yeah.
Juicy double.
But yeah, I did not realize, and I'm sure AEW didn't even realize as well, maybe we'll change plans, how over the Acclaimed have got.
Yeah.
Just by doing Scissor Me Daddy Ass and hanging out with Billy Gunn, the most popular
So
wrestler
good.
of the 90s. Amazing.
Yeah.
And if Billy Gunn wasn't asthmatic, he was during this match because this took my breath away.
Also, Max Caster's got a nice ass.
Oh my God.
Ass mat thick. Shut up. Ass mat thick. Oh, let's stop. Should we
Billy
just end
Gunn's
the
writing that
podcast?
down. Yeah, might as well. 4-way for the interim women's title. Toni Storm wins it to become the interim AEW Women's Champion. During the match, Britt Baker stops Jamie Hayter from winning. They even tries to pin her at one stage, which then Toni Storm takes advantage of afterwards. So it looks like there's trouble brewing there for that long-awaited.
Finally.
Yeah.
She's officially cast her off to one side. Like, no, I don't want to talk to you. Don't even talk at me, she says.
So, two things from the AEW media scrum, which will soon to be in the Hall of Fame, was that didn't involve CM Punk, was Swerve and Our Glory saying, no, like just being very calm and cocky at the same time, being like, oh, do you think you should have changed that? No. It's time for us to step up, right? And then tell them to step up.
That was good.
And Timmy Khan's like, we can run it back. It's like, why?
Yeah, why?
Yeah. Hey,
Run it back.
and Keith Lee is definitely a guy who says indubitably.
Oh, yes, indeed.
I love him so much. And it's like, do you go online and read the comments? No.
Was
I don't
the
like
other one Toni Storm?
The other thing I was going to segue is that Toni Storm saying, well, Thunder Rosa says she's injured.
When she says she's not injured anymore, she can come back and lose to me. What did she say at the end of that sentence, which was very Kip Sabian-esque, and I can't remember at the time.
You've been poisoned, bunny. Yes.
She said one word very flamboyantly, like, oh, yes, Tony Khan. The right woman won, though, I thought.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, unless it was going to be Jamie, but it might be a bit too soon.
Jamie was the star of the match, though, I thought. I thought the move she was doing, especially oh, goodness me, that deadlift tombstone.
Oh, yeah.
Incroyable, as the French might say. I didn't like the Sheeta concussion thing. You've been
That's so played out. now.
head bashed off the stage by another lady's foot, and they've taken you backstage and gone, you all right there? Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, go back out there. It's fine.
They call that in the business, Ross, don't anyone else tell you, a Cody.
Oh, or a Matt Hardy.
Oh.
The shoot one, bros.
WWE have just announced a new EVP.
No.
Former Las Vegas Raiders president Dan Ventrell has accepted a role with WWE, overseeing the company's roster as executive vice president, talent. The position reports to WWE Chief Content Officer Triple H. Triple H is put excited to welcome Dan to the WWE team to support our world-class athletes across Raw and SmackDown.
Did you also see, speaking of timing, that TNA YouTube, Impact Wrestling, I always call it TNA, Impact Wrestling's YouTube uploaded the TNA pay-per-view that had the Samoa Joe shoot promo on guys like Scott Hall and Kevin Nash.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
I wonder why they decided
Yeah.
this week to put that up. I have no idea.
Why
So,
did they, Maffew?
I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm asking you.
Oh, okay. Former Ring of Honor great saying things they shouldn't be saying on a live broadcast, I guess. Just that's purely speculation on my behalf, though. Yeah, nice four-way. During Jungle Boy's entrance, he's...
Sorry, who? Jungle Boy Jack Parrott. Jim Ross is like,
Jungle Boy Jack Parrott. Yeah.
It's happened.
Jim Ross, I owe you an apology. Yeah, he's getting higher and higher this week, honest. He is attacked by Luchasaurus. Jungle Boy still wants to go ahead with the match. It's like the big old chokeslam on the grill.
Oh, yeah. And through the table as well.
Yeah. Then Christian easily beats him.
I like that he kicked out of the first move, the spear. Yeah. That was cool. It's like when Cena kicked out, when Edge cashed in money in the
that's
line.
what I thought of. But so, just to recap then. So, Christian turned on Jungle Boy Jack Parrott, and then Luchasaurus hung out with him for a bit. But then Jungle Boy Jack Parrott came back, and then Luchasaurus went back with him. And I think one of us, me, said stuff like, this is a bit, haven't heard anything from the big dinosaur man about why he did that. But did we? Did we get a big segment?
Yeah, because he said he was like, Jungle Boy asked Luchasaurus to keep Christian fresh and primed for when he came back. So that was
so Luchasaurus didn't say anything. Jungle Boy spoke on it.
Oh, he's a dinosaur. He doesn't speak.
I've heard him.
Anymore. I know he did in the first bit of AEW, but he just goes, now.
Jungle Boy outed him with RJ City's Pervert podcast.
You kink shamer.
What did he say? He's like, do you know, Triceratops, you only Biceratops? And Jungle Boy said, he's one. He said, no, it depends on the day. So we know he could speak, and he's a perv. So then, after teaming up with Jungle Boy, it goes back to Christian. This is a bit cack, and I want to like it.
Christian's playing 4D chess.
No,
he is. I'll send you there. You pretend to be his friend again, then turn on him when the moment's right.
This would be fine if they have Luchasaurus just come out and go, yeah, all right, this is what's happening. Rather than having to do these little notes. So, all right, yeah, this is what's happening.
I think that they panicked when they realized Christian was injured.
Yeah, that's clearly what's happening, but it's just, okay, right now, this is a bit cack.
I don't know why they didn't have Jungle Boy Jack Parrott with his badass leather jacket just flatten Christian. If he's injured, he did a move in the ring, so he could at least take a move, surely. So just that would have made more sense and just keep Luchasaurus and Jungle Jack, do you? Oh, sorry, Jack Parrott. Or maybe that's why. He's now a
when he came out and he was going like, where's my friend? I thought Marco Stunt was going to come out and I was sad when he didn't.
Oh.
I know.
That was a bad choke slam. Not a bad landing, I should say, on that grating.
Yeah.
Oof.
The lines in his back.
Oof. I did like Christian Cage's interactions with Jungle Boy's mom as well. The little kiss before he does the move. Fantastic.
You don't even need to say, that's Jack Perry's mom. You can tell because of the hair. It's like, yep, that's them.
Jack asked the question yesterday, how strong are her genes?
I did. The mom side of the family's got very strong genes. Because the sister as well. Same hair as Jungle Boy. Fantastic.
Yeah, it is a poor story though, isn't it?
They should have. Do you think they're going to go, look, a Luchasaurus family's here and it's just dinosaur.
No, I don't think they're going to do that.
Sorry.
Camera pans across.
Sorry. Chris Jericho cheats to beat Bryan Danielson and celebrates with the Jericho Appreciation Society minus Daniel Garcia. Backstage, Jericho tells Garcia that he'll have to face Wheeler Yuta without the stable in his corner. After
but
Garcia
with
tells
Buffalo's
him,
hottest rapper, who I can't remember the name of.
DJ Otzi will call him.
It's Danny.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, Buffalo. One more time.
Giving up the T-Rex in the front row. Yeah. Anyway, I like this match. It was good to hear White Zombie again because, God, it's a band I used to love and haven't listened to in years because I just went, of the bands to listen to. So Jericho coming out. And we used to joke and say, Jericho he's going to win the match. In the main event. But this one made sense. He wrestled the style. He wanted to prove, I can do wrestling, like proper wrestling. I don't want to be the Painmaker anymore. I want to be doing this. That's my new gimmick. But he still cheated to beat Danielson, which is the entire point of the story. It's leading to Danielson going, wait, you said you weren't good. Oh, and now
you said you wouldn't do that, but you did. Oh,
brilliant impersonation. So yeah,
I liked how different the match was to the rest of the card. But the thing that got me was like, why was that match there after the trios match, after Eddie and Ishii, after all these big bomb burning things? It was a bit weird to have that. Like that match for me should have been like at the start of the main card, and then have all the big stuff afterwards because it felt like the crowd were a bit lost in what they were watching.
I can see the complaint there. But actually, as you said, I like the change of pace.
Yeah,
so
I liked how different it was.
What about you?
Sorry, go on.
No, I just agree with Ross. In fact, I said that opinion first on yesterday's video I did with him.
Oh,
I thought as well.
Great minds, eh?
Apparently 2 people can't have the same opinion anymore.
Yes.
No, that's not true.
Stolen from me.
Yeah, now this it'd be interesting to run this back when the tier list goes live because Jack did this before and he got caught out.
I did, yeah, it's true. That is very true. Let's run it back. Let's see. I can't remember as well because it was at the end of like a 2.5 hour video, so I might well be wrong.
Miro, Sting, and Darby Allin beat the House of Black in a 6-man tag match after Sting missed Malachi in the face. Sting and Darby celebrate in the ring, but Miro just watches on from the ramp. Considering all the other crazy brawls they've had, this was kind of like, it was okay.
I was surprised when they started. I just assumed there was a no DQ stipulation. I was like, oh, it's just a normal match.
Yeah, there was a lack of gimmicks this review, which I'm not complaining about or anything by it. I think I've been expected, but Sting doing New Jack spots. I was just like, okay, these guys are still feuding with each other. Has been a while, and now Miro's involved. So this felt just like the interim between transitioning from that feud to Miro just battling by himself.
I thought Miro and Sting were the 2 stars of this particular piece. Miro was just battering them and not giving a toss, and I thought that was really effective. And then Sting and that Malachi Black little just wrestling bit they had, he was keeping up despite the fact he must be double the age.
Yeah, and then good. Sting in the Scorpion Deathlock, and none of them can get him off. Stop it! Can you get him out of the Scorpion Deathlock? He's just like, oh, Sting. Yeah, that was a cool moment. It is weird that Sting is continuously being the highlight of these matches with people when he should be at home eating Werther's Originals. But God bless him.
He seems to get more young as time goes on. It's like when he had that match, it was during lockdown, wasn't it? The one in the big warehouse thing against Team Taz. You're thinking there, it's a bit awkward. Like they had to do the camera cut for the destroy, and you think, I understand why. And he's doing this in front of the live audience. It's like he's just the way he was moving. To me, it looked like there was no like oil needed on his knee just to loosen up the joint. It's just really good.
DDP yoga.
Yeah.
The effects happen on people. But was just okay though. If it's Malachi Black's end, then that's absolutely fair enough.
Yeah.
He took the pin.
Blew a kiss.
He did.
Took a bow. Yeah.
Took a bow. And then the main event, CM Punk beats Jon Moxley to become 2-time AEW World Champion. The lights go out and we hear recorded voicemail from Tony Khan admitting that the fans have spoken and we need a certain wrestler back at the company. The masked man from early arrives and it's MJF. Wow, what a way to end the show. And we all went to bed, nothing happened.
I thought it was brilliant how they did that though, because like the only way MJF could return after his promo and everything we've heard and learned and whatnot was like getting back on his own terms. And the fact that they had Tony go, I'll give you, you don't have to sign an extension. I'll put you in the ladder match, this, that, and the other.
I'll give you bleep dollars.
Yeah.
I love bleep dollars.
Just made it make sense, which was nice.
Yes.
Yeah. And despite the weird booking, which we'll talk about endlessly, like, okay, you can have the pay-per-view match 2 weeks before the match, and then I like these two going at it. They were both being dicks to each other because it's in Chicagoland, so being a dick makes you a good guy. And Moxie's like, I don't care if I'm going to be booed. All right, if I can't take your love, I'll take your hate.
For this situation.
Oh, yeah. So the great facials, like, yeah, whatever, mate. Kept on going at it. Crowd loved it. Gave them that, Chicago pizza's better than any other pizza heat. Yeah.
The IDGAF energy from Moxley. When he's sitting down in the middle of the ring as the babyface of the piece, just doing CM Punk's taunts to CM Punk in Chicago. Like that sort of stuff. I like the tease of the early finish as well at the start with the GTS after what we saw on Dynamite. I thought Moxley just was obviously the guy carrying the match from start to finish. Until the ending portion with the GTSs and whatnot, but it was all him. I thought up until that bit, he's the best man in the world.
He was for 20 minutes. There are reports as well that CM Punk has possibly been injured, but I've not heard. Right now, as of press time, we haven't heard anything
Nothing
specific.
Confirmed, just rumours that it was his tricep.
I know that a lot of this is rumours.
You know what?
Go on.
Just had a theory there. Could he have done his big rant because he knows he's going to be out anyway? And he was annoyed.
It when Jack goes, he's got a theory, because it's like Baldrick going, I have a cunning plan. Go on.
I said it.
Yeah, so he's saying this rant because he knows he's injured.
And he thought he was annoyed because he thought, I've just won that belt and now I'm going to have to take time off again.
Being injured, being annoyed, and being in Chicago, I think that might be the perfect storm.
And being in front of Nick Hausman. Was it Nick Hausman? Hoffman?
Whoever it was who said
whatever his name was. The Scott Colton's alleged friend.
Yes, and also positivity. Thank you, Danhausen, for bringing an extra pair of boots.
Oh, yeah.
that magically fit.
Where are
CM
my
Punk.
boots?
Oh, do you think he cursed him?
Oh my God.
Oh, no. He cursed him like Kip Sabian's wrist lock on Pac. Oh, no. It makes sense now. Danhausen. I'd apologise to the guy. It was that damn Danhausen. Oh, they do that.
Well, there's the first feud back.
Yeah.
Punk's back. I'm sorry for what I said. I shouldn't have done this.
I think it's all. Yeah, he's just controlling from the back.
Oh, he starts speak. Punk's in the ring, physically about to speak, but what you hear on the microphone is like Danhausen cut. The CM Punk's mouth's moving at the same time because he's been
Like
cursed.
Shane McMahon overdubbing Kai back in the day. I hate you all. CM Punk hates all of you. Oh, yes. Booker TK. Anyway. Monday night.
Booker T, by the way. Just
Oh, here we go.
funny little bit on his podcast. The guy is very well groomed co-host is telling him what's happened with like the fight backstage and whatnot. And Booker T's just pissing himself laughing, and it just he stops pissing himself laughing. He just goes, "Wait there. Who the hell is Ace Steel?" And just starts pissing himself laughing. The 1 minute Booker T coverage I'm like so far.
Because he had that comment a while ago. I think I'm getting this right, where according to him, it was a bit thingy with any wrestler, but Booker T especially lately, he just says anything. But he said that CM Punk was like, well, I'm
Locker room leader.
I'm the locker room leader. I don't know what context or what year he could have said this in, when it would have been the same time as Booker T, because what, like 06? I don't know what time, but he said it apparently.
2011?
2011? Oh, yeah, it came off the bat. Yeah, okay, maybe that then. And what did Booker T do? He just like, all right, locker room leader, and just like empty a bin in front of him. Like,
or like, if you say you've got to be the locker room leader, you're probably not the locker room leader.
yeah, but he just completely is like, oh, are you? And just completely trashed him in front of him.
Do you want to start doing? Because Matthew's got to. This is.
We've got 15 minutes. We're gonna do the rest.
I thought you had to leave before.
We're not rushing, Maffew. We're on time for the longest ever.
Because
podcast.
there's been a lot of technical issues. I'm sorry, it's been so big. The
But I
podcast
also
needs
wanna,
more than one host.
Have my tea.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's fine for one night.
Monday Night Raw. Dom needs to name his 5 favorite emo bands. That's good. I
Thank
like
you.
that one. Edge opens the show and apologizes if one accidental spear is what made Dom turn against him. If he wants to be the man, he has to come out here and pay a man's price. Hey, that's not how that goes.
That's a good line. I like that. Yeah. Come on, here, be a man's price.
Ray, what a gorilla he is, eh? What did he call Damian Priest last week? Caveman. That was it, not gorilla.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Caveman who's gone to My Chemical Romance.
That.
Yeah.
It's very regressive of your Edge.
Oh, shocking. Ray arrives and asks Edge to forgive Dom, but Edge calls him out instead. Rhea Ripley interrupts and says she made Dom into a man.
Shish.
Why did she say
Had
that?
intercourse with
What
him.
was that line? Yeah.
And he comes out dressed all gothy, as someone called him online. Dom and Dommer. Ray tries to reason with Dom, who ignores him, and Edge is attacked in the ring by Damian Priest and Finn Balor. Dom joins in and then stops Ray from saving Edge. Rhea throws Ray into steps, while Priest and Balor Pillmanize Edge's knee.
Oh, my knee.
It's great because I swear, for the last 3 months, we've had Judgment Day come out and beat up Rey Mysterio. It's just part of everyday life now for him. But no, I like this. Dom is interesting. Dom has had interactions with the Goth, and he's never going back now. We've all been there, right? If not, haha. Yeah. Good. Dom's interesting. Look at this. Look at his positivity.
He's a smouldering mute, and he's never been interested. More interesting, sorry.
No, you were right.
I liked Edge's promo, especially in this. Like, apart from Rhea Ripley's line, obviously, but like him and Dom used to do pea shooters in the locker room, having all the bands.
Yeah, they were friends when Dom was a kid. It's sad.
Yeah, and then Edge saying he felt like the Judgment Day was his fault, so that's why he's trying to take them down. Made sense.
Yeah. Edge making more sense than usual. Yeah.
Yeah.
Him.
But I made him into a man.
Oh,
she knew what she was doing.
Yeah,
Big Cultaholic fan, Rhea Ripley.
Oh,
though.
that's right.
Hello, Rhea.
Hello,
Shouldn't
Rhea.
watch this. Just the morning news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See what's happening.
Yeah.
I have to say,
You
right,
can't trust our news. Who can you trust?
Sam Driver came across so well in those interviews. I'm being genuine now. Because Sam is an editor and therefore miserable. But in those interviews, he was buzzing to be there and the wrestlers fed off his energy. I knew Tom can do it. I was like, Tom's one of the best interviewers around. But Sam, I was like, wow, he's done incredibly well. Shouts out to Sam, our friend.
Yeah.
Just a bit of positivity on the podcast, guy.
Yeah. No, good words, Jack. We agree with you. Outside the arena, Miz again refuses to ask questions about last week. He and Ciampa see an overturned car.
I hope this gets filled. The blanks are getting filled in soon because that's twice now. Dexter's been in and around Miz when Raw's gone off the air or whatever. Or we've seen Miz for the last time on
next
air.
week we've got to find it.
Yeah, and we've not found it. He just want to talk about it. I hope that's not just lazy writing. I hope we get a big reveal somehow. He was in the back of his car last week, man. Something must have happened.
Well, we're not going to have Dexter say, well, I'm turning the man into what, you idiot, stupid person, Maffew. Carry on. Just carry on. We're going to have Dexter Lumis come out and says, I made a man out of him. But it was better the first time when I bungled it, to be honest with you. The New Day, Street Profits, Alpha Academy, and Los Lotharios have a match with the winning team earning a title shot. Well, Raw and SmackDown tag teams here. It's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Nobody wins, though. Well, that's not true. Everybody wins because half man, half train, Braun Strowman arrives and batters everyone, including security.
But not including the New Day.
He's not going to mess with them.
Did he touch the New Day at any point?
I think they run away.
I don't know. Can't remember.
Have they hired him as an equalizer for the Viking Raiders? Imagine Braun in the New Day.
Yeah.
Here, Braun, here's a video game. Yeah, I can see that.
Writes itself.
Also, shout outs to Braun going for Chad Gable, and Chad Gable just pressing X at the right time, and Braun all right. And then obviously Chad was like, sorry about that. He's like, all right, no problem. Scoops the hell out of him on the floor.
He did fall.
I was thinking it was going well. Like Angel Garza's back wrestling on TV and looking good. It was everyone was wrestling well.
Yeah.
The New Day, Dan hit the thing.
Oh my! Oh baby!
New Day trying to pin one another to win the match was my move of the week.
Move of the week.
Unagi. Yeah, just first pinfall was the winner, so why not try and pin each other? Yep. But then Braun came back, and I was thinking, wow, he looks amazing. Got lovely new red trousers, looking shredded, brother, lean and mean, all that sort of stuff. A good thing through the announce table. But then you think back to like just who he was doing it on, and it was it was two sets of tag team divisions, wasn't it? Essentially.
Otis and Gable are the guys to just mess around with.
Yeah.
Angle was messing with them the other week, and now we had this. It's like, okay, we need someone just to take some bumps. You two are perfect.
It's just like the entire tag team division got fed to Braun, so it's like we're back in 2018 again when he's winning things with Nicholas and all these good tag teams. Is that they're going, what's happening here? What we're doing?
I'm all right with Braun being back, although, again, he got very, very good. Yeah, whatever, personal beliefs and stuff like that. Yeah, okay, fine. But, I'll be having him back. And now I'm realizing he really is rebuilding with his chess pieces.
Yeah.
So I'm envisioning the bit in Disney's Hercules when Hades opens up the thing that's got all the Titans locked in. Instead of, big mountain dude, nice dude, and fire dude. It's Killer Cross.
Yeah.
Braun Strowman. And
Dexter Lumis.
Dexter Lumis, Bray Wyatt, maybe. Who knows?
Right, yeah.
And the only thing he has to ask of them all is, can you grow your hair back? It's the only deal they got to make. And it's like, okay. Anyway.
I'm happy that Braun cut his hair off. Was reverse.
He had that.
Reverse Hawk thing. Moving
on.
He's going to SmackDown tonight, though. So look out for that one.
Yeah. Run away, tag teams.
I mean, SmackDown's probably on the air now by the time you get into this point of the podcast if you start watching at 8.
Right. Ali and Raquel Rodriguez beat Doudrop and Nikki Ash in a non-title match. Later backstage, Nikki is seen throwing her mask at Doudrop and storming off.
It's happening.
But then it didn't on NXT.
But then they lost again.
Is it the same universe or different? I can't work it out.
Do you think they forgot?
It is for some people, but not for others.
Right.
I thought this was a pretty basic match, though, with like Aaliyah getting beaten down, then Raquel making the comeback. But it was an impressive finish because Raquel had Doudrop up, but she walked to the middle of the ring, just like her significant other. I assume they're still together. I don't know. Braun, they're together, aren't they?
Who?
Raquel and Braun.
They were.
Oh,
I think.
IRL.
Yeah, I think they were.
Have you reading that?
I hope they
have
still
you
are.
been reading that guy's list again?
No, I haven't. Not wrestling news now. Nobody should watch wrestling news now. He's awful. Legitimately terrible. I wish his channel would get stricken down.
That's why we love him. Austin Theory cuts a promo about still being Mr. Money in the Bank. He's got a big fat head, I guess. It was all the swollen bit from getting punched. Kevin Owens interrupts and mocks Theory for getting knocked out by Tyson Fury. And he goes, haha, KO. That's my name. They argue until Owens realizes that, hey, this is Raw.
He turns into Deadpool here.
Yeah, he really does. Hey, means a referee will come out any second. Oh, here they are. Let's have a match. The referee does come out. They have a match, which Owen wins. Wow. I would expect him
After getting slammed onto the.
That was
my
a
God.
match ender, that surely.
He's taking them on a regular basis
know,
now.
yeah.
How do you make that work, though? Because he
hard.
lands flat on his back and they're all... I don't know how he makes
have
it work.
to win tough
Secrets
enough,
of
I
magic
think.
revealed.
Yeah. Later backstage, Theory bickers with Johnny Gargano. Hey, that's his mate, who is set to have his first match back next week.
It's his father.
Oh, sorry, his father.
Yeah, it's not his mate.
Father.
I thought I was thinking he might be selling like a concussion thing after getting sparked out by getting the names wrong of the shows, but I just think it was a legitimate mistake, wasn't it?
I think he did it wrong the first time, and then like did a few others just to cover. A good cover, I'll say that.
Muddy the waters.
Yeah.
I liked how Kevin Owens was like, "You were the hand-picked future." What could that mean?
Well, his daddy's not there. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. They still chant, "Who's your daddy?" And that's their theory. Damage Control brag about their win at Clash of the Castle, and Bayley talks about being the first person to pin Belair in over 300 days. Wait, is that true?
Must be, yeah.
SummerSlam, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Belair interrupts and wants a singles match with Bayley to prove that it was a fluke. Damage Control decide not to attack Belair now, but Bayley knows that the champ's ego will cost her the title.
I like sowing the seeds. The seeds are being sprinkled around. I like it.
I like Bayley's promos are just how they're straight from the 80s now. It's just like, I beat you. Just like proper old school sort of stuff.
She's so good.
Yeah. I like the fact that they referenced the not being legal thing as well. That's an official thing now.
Yeah, the fact they brought it up, like, look, good.
Yeah.
Ray has a match with Damian Priest because he asked earlier on, like, I want a match with any of yous. And obviously it's Priest. So Ray was looking for revenge after what happened. Priest wins after Dominic interferes. Rhea says that next week, Dom will send Edge into retirement.
Now, hang on. Why is Rhea the last one they've got to take care of? They've just Pillmanized Edge's knee. I found that very confusing.
I thought this was Rey Mysterio getting his comeuppance after several years of cheating with his family all the time.
Yeah, it's true. He does.
His family
he does.
aren't there next to him anymore. And what happens the first time? He loses because he's useless. I'm joking.
I love that
Why
Ray's.
is Edge the one they've got to take out?
I love that.
He birthed them.
But they've already injured him. His knee.
I love that backstage. Ray said that Edge is family to him, and it's like that's not true. Edge hasn't turned on you yet. Chavo turned on you. Eddie turned on you. Now Dominic's turned on you. Edge hasn't. He's not real family.
Ray's becoming Sting. It's great.
Yeah.
Hey, Aaliyah and Mrs. Mysterio haven't yet either.
With the Ali heel turn.
I did like in this match as well, Corey saying Edge was taken to a Kansas City hospital. Oh! Imagine all the marks outside the hospitals in Kansas trying to get a glimpse of the rated R super star.
In Missouri.
Yeah.
They wouldn't know it was him, though, because he's wearing a lucha mask.
A really tight one.
In the main event, Miz challenges Lashley for the US title in a steel cage match. Miz constantly cheats with the help of Ciampa, who has his first name as well. But just as he's about to escape, Dexter Lumis appears from under the ring, giving us this hilarious shot of him with his eyes all bugging out. This leads to Miz losing, and he gets locked in the cage with Dexter by Lashley, which is the last thing he wanted to happen. Loomis chokes Miz out and strokes his hair to close the show.
What an ending.
Now,
the show.
Was Loomis actually there, or was this just the vision we were seeing on behalf of the Miz? We don't know, do we?
They show the footage back. It's like, last week, nothing happened. It's like, that's not true. No, wait, no.
It's just the Miz in the ring going,
Real life is glitched out like the game used to.
Oh, that'd be great.
I like Tommaso being out there made things very interesting, I thought. Let me tell you. I thought it made things very interesting. Because it looked like it was going to be quite formulaic at the start, but then Ciampa started hitting him through the cage. So yeah, touch my camera through the fence.
Oh,
that's a reference to a podcast that nobody will get.
Oh, it's because I buy his dinner first, maybe. So. I'll do this bit, then I'll have to run. NXT 2.0, welcome to Lakeside.
Do you want to go now? Because it's like 5 o'clock on the dot.
Now that we're doing NXT, yeah.
Oh, God. It's 3 pages.
Fraser, Fraser will be waiting outside.
I've had a lovely, lovely, lovely podcast for you.
Sorry,
this got delayed.
You did the punk
I was
bit.
so close to doing it. This was basically looking like it's going to be the biggest podcast of all time, ever.
It's all right.
Until the next thing happens of AEW.
We had tech issues as well.
We had a lot of tech issues. So I have to skedaddle. You guys have been great. We have a lovely week watching wrestling.
I'll be back on your own.
Me and Tom Campbell, SmackDown Cultaholic Classic, SmackDown podcast review. Wow. Easy. See, I've got to go.
Don't say it, Lizzo.
Oh, too soon.
This is exciting.
It really is.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. You put me on the
I need
spot.
a wee really bad.
I need a wee.
No, I do.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate the help there. Take care of yourselves. See you next week.
Goodbye, Maffew.
Bye, Maffew.
Wait. Do I get the tag out?
Well, I need a wee anyway, so I wanted a break now. Oh, he's there.
Wait.
Oh, my God.
Keep recording.
Okay, we'll keep recording.
Maffew, on his ass. About to fall down. About to make the hot tag. Can you even hear me?
This is
I'm in hot
exciting.
tag. Hot tag to Fraser. The arrogance of youth. Yeah, get him. Boo, Jack. Boo, get him. Arrogance of Jack. Yeah. Crowd going wild. Yay. My, it's American.
Right,
That's fun.
do genuinely need a wee now, so can we reconvene in 5
We
minutes?
can, yeah.
Ah, NXT 2.0.
How you doing,
How
pal?
you doing, pal? I call this one Welcome to Lake Sad, because the Sad Lake made its return.
It was the second week in a row, Fraser, where someone's gone for a very poignant self-monologue at the lake.
Okay, right. Well, that's always a great
Have
thing
you,
to have.
have you watched NXT?
No.
Oh, good. You're in for a journey. Just let me and Ross tell you a
Yeah,
story.
please. I'm going to give my genuine reactions to what you interpret NXT as.
Okay.
I messaged Fraser. I was like, "Are you available at 5 to just cover for Maffew in case when he needs to go?" And I was like, "We'll be on Dynamite by then, right at the end of Dynamite, maybe even mailbag."
Dynamite, at least.
Yeah.
Very confident.
Tyler Bate opens the show, but is interrupted by Gallus, who mock him for losing to Bron Breakker. He points out that they also lost at Worlds Collide, so they beat him down until Bron has to make the save.
Stupid promo from boring Scottish men.
What did they say?
Well, they said he lost. They lost as well. And then Coffee's like, "You're very witty for pointing out that we also lost on that show." That crap.
I don't like
weird,
guys.
isn't it?
I don't like them. They just come out and just stand with their arms crossed like that.
Yeah, I'm close. You want a bit more story
you-
there.
you
Stand with your arms
lost, man.
crossed.
Tops off.
It's terrible.
I wasn't a fan of Tyler's promo either here, where he's like, "I'm grateful to have shared that magic with all of you beautiful people." Can't do that accent at all. I need to wear his little chef shirt again. Needs to be careful. He get himself a chef gimmick soon.
I wonder what they're going to... Is he now going to be part of NXT full-time?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
So Gallus,
like him.
unfortunately.
Yeah,
That's too harsh. They deserve work.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just not that great.
Backstage, Pretty Deadly are congratulated by Lash Legend
Yes,
over
boys!
becoming unified tag team champions now. But yes, boy.
Elton Prince's here was adorable.
Yeah.
He was incredible, Fraser.
Was he? I
We're
like
deciding
Elton
which
Prince
belt
is the,
looks
is the
better. I can't
best.
decide.
Their social media has been fantastic the
I
past
don't
few
follow
days.
them.
They've been when they won the NXT UK belts, they posted photos of them in bed together with the belts and then them in the
yes.
shower. They've done it with both belts now. It's fantastic
That's great.
content.
They jinxed each other as well, but they don't care about the
again.
rules. Bloody hell, what they're like, yeah.
Lash Legend came in and congratulated them. Later on, Tony D and Stax are asked asked Pretty Deadly how much it cost to get Damon Kemp to turn on the Diamond Mine, implying that they've paid him off. They insist, though, that they had nothing to do with it.
I love the fact that the mere mention of Martin Kemp's name makes the brunette in Pretty Deadly, because I can't remember his name.
Kit Wilson.
Kit Wilson makes him physically sick.
Yeah.
And I tell you, the espresso Cameron got after that.
Well, I'm just about to.
Oh man, it must have been so cold.
Later still, Tony D and Stax try to recruit Cameron Grimes, who says no. They try to intimidate him, so he throws an espresso at Stax.
Must
Tony
be so
slams him through a
cold.
table.
I mean,
Why?
would
'Cause
you-
he went, oh.
Yeah, why would you accept an espresso from those two as well? With all those gangster films, putting little potions in the espressos, I thought that was
Did he take a
pretty
drink from it?
deadly. Yeah,
Pretty deadly.
I like their biscottis on Worlds Collide.
Biscottis?
Did they have the biscottis bag?
They had some. They had a table with. Did they have coffee and
I
biscuits?
Coffee and
don't think
biscuits.
I said Bix and Spans there. Coffees and
They had
Bix.
biscuits.
Biscotti.
Don't think they had them on the weekly show.
In what must be considered a shock result, Doudrop and Nikki ASH beat Toxic Attraction. I thought they lost. I forgot that they won.
Now, Fraser, on the Raw before this NXT,
Yes.
Nikki ASH threw her mask at Doudrop in the back of a shot.
Yep.
So it looked like they were actually breaking up, but no, they're back together. in
Obviously,
NXT.
because they're such best friends, and they need to have this superhero. She's a superhero almost.
It's going to end.
it's going to end.
Yeah.
Gonna end,
Everyone's going to be
I'm
crying.
afraid. Doudrop looks like she's going to be the face.
Yeah, and she looked good in this match as well. Doudrop Mania running Wild Brothers, I've written down here, without the trip up. What am I going to say?
What else to say about it?
Toxic Attraction.
I'm sad that Toxic Attraction lost.
They got
shouldn't have
theirs
lost.
though after getting involved in the Cowie Girls match at Worlds Collide.
Oh, they did. Yeah.
Do you think Toxic Attraction is going to the main roster soon?
Nah, not anymore.
No.
no, can't see it
Oh,
now.
see the fact that they lost there, I think that increases their chances.
That's a
Not
good
with
point.
not with Mandy
Mandy.
sticking about with all the belts.
But they had that weird video package just about them two drinking in bars and listening to the rock music. Mandy wasn't there.
Then Gigi got injured.
Oh yes,
Oh, that's
of
true.
course.
Yeah.
Her Shearer on Doudrop was up there with Athena Shearer at the All
Means
Out pay per
kicked in
view.
the head.
Kicked in the head. Yeah.
Kicked
yeah.
really hard, yeah.
Apollo Crews goes to Lake Sad
Oh man,
and writes in his journal. He says that Grayson Waller might have gone after his vision, revealing a very red eye, but he's not afraid of the unknown.
Tweddle's right.
What's that?
Because he also said when he looks ahead now with his buggered eye, it's all blurry. They laughed at me last week, Fraser. for
Right, what
suggesting-
happened, Ross?
Last week, Grayson Waller twice, one by mistake and one purposefully, raked the eyes of Apollo Crews.
Okay.
And because, of course, Apollo Crews'
He can
gimmick is how he can see into the future,
Yeah.
he couldn't see because his eye was hurt. Therefore, Grayson Waller was able to win because Apollo can predict the future. And he's confirmed it here because all of his visions into the future are blurry.
Is that not quite a crappy superhero power that, like,
But it's been
isn't it
compromised.
it's mental power, not a visual?
No, it's his eyes.
It's his
It's his
eyes.
eyes. His eyes can
He sees
literally
into the
see the
future.
future. The
A lot
visual.
See
of
with your
eye-based character work with the schism as well, the Diad we talked about, Worlds Collide as well. Very strange. JD McDonough beats Wesley in the creepy off.
Yeah. One is like an overt creep, but the other one's just unnerving to watch.
Just like,
Wesley's
Which one-
unnerving.
which one's which?
Wesley's unnerving to watch
Okay.
with his new sassy persona. He has to act out everything he says, like, "Oh, you look round the bend, do you?" Oh, I'm gonna. I thought JD was like the cerebral assassin here, and
Again,
he
another Triple H 2003.
and he really likes Vic's angles. Do you see that bit when he got thrown over the announce table?
No.
He takes a great bump over the announce tables, and then Vic's like, "Oh my God, get away, sir!" And he's like going for his ankles. Loves his
What
ankles.
a weird man.
that's a weird gimmick.
We need him versus Kip somehow.
Yeah,
Both
they
be
they,
weird, man.
always wear.
I confess that I thought he poisoned Neville. Or
Did you?
Park,
I'm
yeah.
glad you addressed that because you were very on that bandwagon. Everything was. He's been poisoned.
Yeah.
poison.
Look how confused he is.
He's poisoned.
Sorry, Ross.
Yeah.
The match.
No, I thought it was weird how after weeks of JD McDonough blatantly putting blood capsules in his mouth
Mhm.
and us seeing him do that, he got hoofed in the face. They showed an action replay of it legitimately, and there was no blood. And I was like,
He's got no blood.
how does that work? He has got no blood. He's like a crocodile.
Like a robot.
It's cold blood. It just freezes before it hits the atmosphere.
Meiko Satomura wins a close match against Roxanne Perez, and they show each other respect afterwards. Roxanne Perez seems to be all like, "Oh, it's a dream match," and all
Okay.
that. Cora Jade attacks Perez from behind with a kendo stick, so Meiko chases her away.
What was that promo they did earlier in the
believe
night? It was, one thing.
Oh, yeah.
Jade walks up to Satomura early night and goes, "One thing you haven't done is experience the generation of Jade." And then Meiko Satomura, no sort of charisma in her promos or anything. It just goes, "No, I cannot accept." Fantastic
match with her, she
promo.
went, "Nah."
Unbelievable promo.
No, not happening.
But this match was very much from the wrestling textbook. I thought it was fantastic. I like the story of the veteran having the answer for everything the young whippersnapper did. And the finish was also lovely.
Roxanne Perez, maybe a future star.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, yeah.
She can wrestle anybody.
Yes, she
And I
can.
guess the post-match beatdown was just out of sheer jealousy was expected and a load of meh.
Well, after Roxanne sent her a dodgy text and then blocked her number,
Yeah, what's that
Oh,
all
I forgot
about?
about
Yeah,
that.
at Lakeside,
that's
yeah.
a bitch-ass move.
Oh, is
that,
that
Roxanne.
Lakeside?
that's Lakeside.
Do they keep going back to it?
Well, Apollo Crews went
That's
back
when
to it,
Apollo
yeah.
Crews, yeah.
Imagine there's just going to be a group
There's
of them
Sad
just
Beach and then there's Lakeside. Yeah.
camera pans over and they're both all sat there just
Yeah.
waiting for their turn to get in.
We'll have to put this in post, but Dan, I'm going to ask you to just insert in post the map.
I think you can probably pull it up now as a
I don't know, I
risky.
think-
Map of-
risky.
I wouldn't
of
bother.
Lakeside.
We'll just put it in
Put it in
afterwards.
post.
We have a map,
Sometime.
thanks to Chop, who has sent us in a map of NXT 2.0 land. We
It's
asked for
very
this
Lord
last
of the
week.
Rings.
It is. We can see the map on
Fantastic.
screen now. We see
Fantastic.
the lake that we've mentioned earlier, the home to our friends Roxanne Perez and also Apollo Crews.
I see that, man. That's quite a good map, that.
It's up to us to decide if that's the rest in place of 2 times. We have the spooky space. Any sort of Tian Shah, Dexter Loomis, Halloween Havoc kind of activities went down here. We have the question mark, which is open for expansion. I'm sure that we haven't seen all the NXT yet.
Is Chase U there?
Chase U is also there. We also have a downtown. It's a fantastic map put together by a fantastic man.
Very
Adventure Park as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
where
Oh, okay.
Cora and Raquel went to learn how to wrestle.
There is the map of
That's a map
NXT land.
Oh.
It's a theme park.
Chase University is massive.
Yeah, it's a big uni.
It's
Well,
big,
it's the
yeah.
world famous Phillips Hall.
Of course,
Yeah.
of
And the
course.
quad. No ball games allowed in the quad.
We've got Tony's Hideout, the beach, and the Western, where the JB and BJ have their bar, I assume.
Ah, yes. There is a Western district. In a video
I
package.
hate it so much.
Get out. I miss Maffew already.
In a video package, Damon Kemp explains that he betrayed the Diamond Mine because he was sick of being treated like a backup. He knew there was tension between Roddy and Julius, so he just stirred the pot. He also takes credit for beating Roddy down in the car park, as we suspected.
I wasn't. I was shook when he revealed it was him. I thought it was Julius.
As we suspected after he'd already turned
After
on
he
the
done
World's
it,
Collide,
yeah.
yeah.
Aye, my God. But his reasoning makes a lot of sense. And the fact that they play it back all the little bits. Oh, you say you hate it.
The mastermind.
It's
It's
a woven
There's-
tapestry
right,
of storytelling.
There's bits I like from it, but it just like there's a
There's some ridiculous.
There's some ridiculous. Yeah.
It's gonna be. Yeah, don't
Jack
worry.
mentioned as well last week, or was it the week before last week, when he trashed Roddy's phone that had evidence of him being a dick on it. You see,
Okay, right. So
just
there
the
is
little
Oh,
things,
man.
the little things.
And that was so subtle. Even Ross didn't see that. It blew his
Wow.
mind earlier, about 2 hours
It's-
ago, probably in this podcast.
It's like Game of Thrones.
And I sit there
Is that mad?
smiling. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, we do have the families, don't we? Just like Game of Thrones.
Like
Tony's
Tony's
family.
family.
Yeah, but
Legato.
it's like season 7 and 8 of Game of Thrones.
I completely agree
Yeah.
there, Fraser.
Backstage, the Diaz try to recruit Kiana James, the businesswoman, and her assistant, but she brushes them off. She and her assistant then bump into Ariana Grace. There's a weird. So she's taking a call from someone, and then Ariana Grace. Derek, what's going on, Derek? And then Ariana Grace is like, can't make that appointment. I've got too many things. And what's that meant to signify?
She's a busy lady.
They're both busy ladies.
This was the meeting of the businesswoman and the beauty pageant woman.
Okay.
It's like the Rock and Stone Cold of the NXT 2.0 women's ranks.
They agree to work together to deal with Zoe Stark and Nikita Lyons. In the background, the mysterious red hoodie person hugs the dyad.
If that's someone from Chase U, Fraser.
Red hoodie.
Right, we were really trying to work out who it
Oh,
was.
man.
It's a red hoodie.
It's a red hoodie.
It's Tia Hale, I reckon.
You think?
Well, they're too
Yeah.
small to be Bodie Hayward.
Yeah.
Who was it that said Wendy Chu the other night?
I'll put it out there because of a cozy hoodie. It looked
Yeah,
like a very
yeah,
cozy
that's,
hoodie.
and it's the height.
You've missed so much. We called
Yeah.
it Cozy Roads. It was.
Cozy Road.
All the banter, Fraser.
I'll watch the first few hours and then I'll
Don't.
You better bring your A game
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
remaining 2 hours of the podcast.
3-4 hours.
Ricochet beats Trick Williams. Later on backstage, Carmelo Hayes says he'll defend his title next week against the winner of a fan vote. Elsewhere, Pretty Deadly informed the Diamond Mine that their tag title match will also have a stipulation voted for by the fans.
And where can we vote for this? Because they didn't make it clear on the show.
I don't know. I didn't write
I
it
want to
down.
vote. I want to have my
Well,
voice heard.
apparently the possible contenders for Carmelo Hayes was Wesley, Von Wagner, and someone else I can't remember.
Come!
And Von Wagner was Wesley was winning.
That's because everyone wants to see Wesley get battered, just kicked in the head. But I think Trick Willie is a very flamboyant seller. The way he sold that neck breaker thing that Ricochet did, he was just flailing around like a fish. It was fantastic. A very entertaining match, and Carmelo maximized his minutes on commentary.
Does this bring Ricochet's journey in NXT to an end, or will he have another? Will they run it back?
Run it back.
Run it back.
It's the theme of today's podcast, Fraser. There's a lot
Running
of
it back.
matches from this weekend that they're going to have to run back.
Okay. I would like to see this match again.
Oh,
I
yeah,
did
it
see
was
this.
great.
I did actually
We
see
were
this
going
one.
wild on Twitch.
Yeah,
Whoa.
yeah. We react. Yeah, we did
It's great.
actual reactions. Didn't
Yeah.
get keys out.
No, we didn't get.
What does that mean?
So when Adam does a stream, it just devolves into like just in jokes and weird.
Oh, he's doing a little like.
Show kettle.
No. He just literally they wanted to dangle his keys like a
Keys,
child, like
yeah.
actually, they're all children.
Oh, he's not bashing little bits.
No.
No.
Get show
Probably
kettle.
would
That
be
was
banned
it.
off
Yeah,
Twitter.
yeah.
Sol Ruka is coming soon and also is a surfer.
Oh, I missed that bit.
Oh, there's a new superstar coming, Ross. Sol
Oh.
Ruka. She's a surfer. I don't know
What
else
more
to
do you
say.
want?
She
Just
didn't
like
speak.
Sting.
She didn't speak. There was just footage of her surfing and cresting the waves, and that was it.
Is it coming soon or when do we know?
Don't know.
Just
Soon.
Whoa. Anytime.
That'll be one hell of a debut.
Sol Ruka, yeah.
Should just be at the lake of
Lakeside.
contemplation. Yeah.
What's the name? Sol Ruka.
Sol Ruka.
Sounds like,
S-A-U-L.
it sounds like
sun.
Veruca.
Oh,
And Sol Ruka.
Veruca.
Give it to me now. She's also a surfer, so that'll be exciting to see how she
I'm
incorporates
saying,
that
imagine
into
someone
wrestling.
contemplating life at the sad lake,
Oh, yes.
and then just she like cowabungas in, takes them out with her surfing board. Writes itself.
In a match that was meant to be at Worlds Collide but wasn't, Axiom beats Nathan Fraser in what is now, because I believe they've changed this on the sly, it's now the first match of a best of three series.
Oh no, it's always been a best of three
I
because
thought
they
it
were
was
really
best of three rounds.
I thought that's what it was. I thought it was meant to be a British rounds match.
Well, that's crap. That's why they changed it.
We used to do this thing back in NXT. You'd have loved it there. British rounds match.
I thought that was the whole thing they were
Yeah.
doing because it's like, take it.
Yeah, but it's rubbish, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
NXT is
No,
2.0 is
man,
rubbish.
the
they've
British
changed it.
rounds is rubbish. It's very outdated. It's not in the future like Axiom is. This was a very 1.0 match, but the point remains: why doesn't Axiom use his power of speed in a match?
What power of speed?
When he's doing his entrance, you can go
Oh, right. I thought you
Why
meant his
use-
power's maths.
run rings
Yeah.
around his opponents.
I don't know.
I liked Fraser's new gear as well. Not that
Thank
Fraser.
you. Thank
I, like that. I love that new jumper.
Oh.
No, I thought you looked a lot less obviously like an indie tosser.
I could have made it in the EPO.
Yeah, bollocks, could you? I like it's the finish of the heel kick, like a very secondary X-Pac move.
Mm.
Interesting for
Makes
a
some
finisher.
noise.
Mm. Oh my god, it's big body hard.
Backstage, Big Body Harvey talks trash to a team of security guards led by Seth Rogen from the other week.
otherwise
This is
known
going to
as
sound weird to you.
Yeah, so this is we've gone onto the deep end here.
So
Just-
Fraser.
It's Big Body. Everyone knows Big Body Harvey.
It's clearly a signed active member of the Performance Center, but for some reason they play Hank the security guard in NXT at the moment.
Okay.
They look very much like Seth Rogen.
In the
Big
face.
Body
But
Harvey.
like if he was like 6'5".
Yeah.
Right,
And got
okay.
a little tattoo here and there. Big Body Xavi or whatever his name
Javier
is.
Bernal, I think.
He seems to think that everyone knows who he is. So he's always like,
Body
hey,
Harvey.
it's Big Body Harvey.
Someone
okay.
go, you need to calm down, you backstage. And he goes, I'm Big Body Harvey.
Yeah, but no one knows
He's
who he
not
is.
even that big. As wrestlers go, he's not.
He's not a big boy.
He's a very averagely sized wrestler.
Yeah.
But Hank has an issue with Javi, and they're going to have a big match.
So they're
Right.
waiting outside. So
I did
Hank
like- he's
and his
like-
team of security guards are waiting outside Gallus' locker room. They're like, these boys have been causing too much trouble. They're just so hard and
Yeah.
angry.
Yeah, 'cause- yeah.
So we need to escort them to the ring for their match. And while they're waiting, Big Body Harvey comes along and talks some trash to Seth Rogen, who says, I might not be he goes, I'm a superstar. You're just a security guard. He goes, I might not be a superstar, but I'll whip your ass any day of the week. You know,
Prick, he said. He dropped the P-bomb on
He
the
dropped
on the
it.
show, yeah.
And then,
My God.
And then it's time for Gallus to come out, so that ends the confrontation.
Like
Does he sound like
Goldberg.
Seth Rogen too?
no,
Ah, that's a shame.
just looks like him.
Yeah.
It's like two pairs of a pair of Goldbergs walking out, wasn't it, with the security guards around them, with
Yeah.
the hooligan clobber on.
and
God, they're
then
brilliant.
Wolfgang in the back, looking bored. Really,
Wolfie's my favourite member because
Yeah.
we're gonna have a party when Wolfie wins.
He's got a bit of
Wolfie.
banter.
Yeah.
The other's just so
Oh
annoying.
my
They sit there just
God.
like that.
Next up, Quincy Elliott tells us that there's nothing cuter than a boy and his scooter.
It's true though. You were going around Newcastle the other week.
You do like your
A
skirt.
boy and his scooter.
You going past the speed camera, you were posing like just to get a little picture on the
There's
camera.
nothing cuter than a boy and his scooter. And next week, he's finally coming to NXT. So Fraser saw the less offensive of the two
Yeah.
Quincy Elliott promos.
My
They
first
ran it back.
exposure to Quincy.
It's not
Elliott.
offensive, is it? It's just weird.
Less weird of the two. Because this was the one, they showed it again on Worlds Collide, the one where he doesn't lick the air.
Yeah.
But the one where he did lick the air, Fraser, was awful.
It was like he was
Show me how he licked the air.
No.
Jack.
No?
yeah,
Like
it
that?
was really like that.
Okay.
really bad.
Okay.
But at least he stopped doing that. I'm excited because I've seen
I'm not.
one bit of action from
Oh.
Quincy, and he twerks the ring post. It's like a bear scratching its arse
Okay.
on a tree.
Also, he's riding around on his moped, right?
Yeah.
Nothing's cuter than a boy in a scooter, waving and waving.
Yeah.
The streets are empty, man. There's no
Nobody
one.
about.
It's like a film set.
That's
He's
because
waving
that's how
to
hard
no
he
one.
is.
Because everyone's scared.
Yeah, everyone sees. Oh
But
my
he's
God,
like waving
Quincy's
and
coming.
Cute.
He's waving to his people. Oh man. In
It's
the
all
main
it's all a
event-
ruse, man. He
So
just-
is his gimmick just he likes being on a scooter?
No, that's the first
No,
time the
he's the
scooters
diva.
came along.
He's the diva. He's a
Right,
diva
he's
on
a
a
diva.
He's a
Right.
diva on a scooter with an
For the
itchy
past
arse.
month, I had no idea that he liked scooters or had one.
No, there's been no reference to a
He sprang
scooter.
this on us last second.
But
Okay.
he goes down those streets in Orlando and people are putting the shutters closed on their windows. The
He's
kids are getting
wait,
inside.
Do we not
No
need to
one.
add that to the map then? Where he
Yeah,
he scoots.
That looks similar to the area
that
where Riddick
downtown?
Moss got jumped by our truth.
Where he's making his way
Palm trees and
downtown.
that,
Where would
yeah.
it be?
I don't know.
Making his way
You know your
downtown.
NXT roster,
I
is he?
would wait, making his way downtown. There
Downtown?
it is. He's in downtown.
In the main event,
Just down the road from the arena. There you see, he gets his scooter from downtown to the arena.
quite a way.
Which
Makes
is near
sense.
all the woods where Cum and Kyle were. There with him.
Why are the woods so big? Wow.
Yeah.
In the main event, Bron Breakker and Tyler Bate beat the Coffees. Not Wolfgang and Mark Coffey, but the Coffees. Bron Breakker and Tyler Bate win, but JD McDonough runs in afterwards and attacks. He lays out Tyler, but Bron sends him running away.
If the point of this match was to make Braun and Tyler look really good and the Gallus boys just not on their level, they did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Because
I don't
two
think
of
they'd
them-
have to try with that.
two of them look really, really good, and the other two just look like, all right pro wrestlers.
Now,
I don't know if that was by design or not.
what I'm surprised JD McDonough's back in the main event scene. Is he going to feud with Tyler, not Bron?
I assume so, because Braun's already seen them off without even breaking sweat.
Yeah.
Did he not? He attacked Tyler. So
He
like,
attacked Tyler,
yeah.
but Bron chased him away.
triple threat.
That's his friend now.
Could be triple threat.
Yeah.
They've bonded like John Moxley and Bryan Danielson. They've not quite bled together, but
Okay.
they fought. So now they're good friends.
Fair enough.
It was nice to see Tyler get his win after Sunday. Gallus are in the mud. That's all I've got to say.
Should we move on to Dynamite then?
Let's
Yeah, we're
crack
flying
through
through this as if we're trying to get this podcast finished in a rush. And
Sorry,
I'm not happy about it. I want this to be 5 hours.
Have you got stuff to do?
No, he
Oh,
hasn't.
Dan's all right. Have you?
I was just going to play Assassin's Creed, that's
Oh.
all.
Oh, well, you've got nothing to do.
Got nothing to
Getting
do.
quite hungry though. AEW Dynamite, and I've said before, I hyped this up to Maffew as the best subheading I've ever written for any of these.
Okay.
We've been waiting for this for several
AEW
hours.
Dynamite, control your narrative.
Oh, that was a good one.
Text
Well done,
Maffew.
Jack. Yeah.
Hello and welcome to Dynamite. We are going to vacate both sets of titles. I'm reading bit. That's
Tony gives a video message to Booze. He's vacated the World and Trios titles. He announces a tournament to crown a new world champion, as well as Death Triangle versus the best friends for the Trios belts. What do we make of Tony's promo?
He looked absolutely mental.
It's like a hostage situation.
He looked crazy. It was fantastic.
Punk's behind him.
It's like someone's moving the cue cards behind, and he's just like,
That's what you said. He looked like the auto cues down
Yeah.
there.
You could see he was looking
It
below
was down,
the
yeah.
camera. Like, I guess, you're not in front of the camera all that much, obviously you got to do that. But just invest in auto cue. They're wonderful bits of kit.
should have done it in front of the crowd. Coward.
I don't want. That's a recipe for disaster. Surely,
Yeah.
Tony Khan. But yeah, no mention of any Punk. Just any Punk.
There was a video package about MJF's return. Punk was not in it at all.
And he was edited out the intro of the show, as was the
Yeah.
Elite.
I'm not in the signature.
Yeah, they're not
at
in the
the top of
signature.
the show.
Not on the poster for Grand Slam.
You
The
buy your
movie.
cups, but I'm not on them.
Yeah.
Whining bitch. Good riddance, you
I
toxic
was saying
man.
before, everything's so tainted now about CM Punk.
Yeah, it
Um,
sucks.
MJF comes out in a Buffalo Bills jersey in Buffalo to a big babyface reaction. He leads an AEW chant and says he loves this place. He'd never leave. I thought that was really good.
He's like, I was just kidding when I called you people stupid marks. And he's like, there's an elephant in the room like that fat bitch over there. Only
Just
kidding.
kidding.
Let's hook up after the show. You're gorgeous. Really good.
MJF
Brilliant.
says that AEW needs new leadership and he can't think of a better leader than himself. He says he's even better than Moses. It's great.
Good, yeah.
I can't doubt that. I'm not a man of the cloth.
No, yeah, no, true.
Are you, Dan? Are you a
Doesn't
man
that
of the
mean
cloth?
someone who works in?
I don't know.
Who was like a priest.
He's
or
a
something?
priest and a monk.
Only they know the secrets of Moses.
Well, he makes the waves part, doesn't he?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
him. It was
yeah.
him.
So that's pretty powerful.
That's pretty
He
good.
said he's better than Moses.
That's an NXT gimmick.
No,
Making the-
MJ, Moses J.
usurper. Soul.
Yeah,
Making
Worker.
the waves part.
John Moxley interrupts and says that MJF's full of crap, so MJF immediately goes back into heel mode. He says that when he wins the title, maybe he'll use it as a bargaining chip and take it to a real wrestling company with real wrestlers like his best friend Cody Rhodes and the greatest wrestler of all time, Triple H. Or the game, he said. But yeah.
I really like that.
Yeah.
The fact that Moxley's like, oh, you're full of crap. And he just goes, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go. Back to what we do. But interesting, before that bit there, he says he can use the chip anytime he wants, which I think is a new, it's more like Money in
Did
the
he?
Bank now.
Yeah, it's new. Which I think is
Was
a
it just
shame.
a figure of speech or did he mean it?
No, he's like, he says he can use it anytime he wants. Because normally it's like, it's set for a big show, isn't
Well,
it?
that's got to be Grand Slam.
Yeah, cash in at the
Yeah.
end.
Yeah, after a grueling tournament.
It's a shame that they didn't do it on
Maybe
Sunday.
it's not a cash in. Maybe it's just like, I can announce when I want to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, like I guess we're so accustomed to like, oh, I can use this at any time, any place.
Yeah.
It's
We
just
think,
the way
oh,
how
we
he's
can
like,
cash in.
I've never heard anyone who's held it before go like, oh, I can use it anytime I want.
But they've not. Have they stated that it has to be announced in advance? They didn't state
It's
that
unclear.
for Money in
Maybe
the
they're,
Bank.
maybe they're still working out the details. No?
Yeah.
Moxley threatens MJF and he leaves. Moxley says that his theme music sucks. Just as he's leaving, your theme music's rubbish, by the way. Moxley cuts a fiery promo talking up the challenge of the tournament, but says he relishes that challenge.
It was one of the promos of the year.
it's great.
Just saying how the belt
Two
represents.
fantastic promos back to back.
This whole
Yeah.
segment was fantastic. I think it really.
Tony's as well, 3.
Tony. Oh my god, yeah. It really. I think those two were the right ones to send out first for the crowd to address it. You've got MJF being like the guy. Of course, he's wanting to like jump ship, and then Mox can be the big fire up promo, keep
Yeah.
everyone invested. It was a very, very good
It
segment.
was well thought out.
He kept it on the right line of like just not being too shock jockey for me, MJF, for that bit with all the mentions. Because you can go the mentions of the WWE and have like little jibes and one be a bit pathetic, but that wasn't. I thought Moxley's promo was more like, I can imagine everyone just watching backstage. So he was on about like reminding them of the vision they all had at the start and what the belt means and all the passion and stuff and having the dark side of the business die with the generation before. It felt like he was speaking to the. I know he was meant to. He was one of the. I was going to say one of the hosts. One of the hosts of that talent meeting beforehand.
Yeah.
And coming out now is John Moxley with his co-hosts Chris Jericho and Bryan Danielson.
Jericho's the best one.
But it just felt like he was speaking to the wrestlers more than the fans. To me,
yeah.
A rallying cry of sorts.
And I hope he's on holiday now.
Yeah, I hope he got a break. Because he did point out in the promo, as we said, that he was meant to be on holiday.
And he put over everyone in that tournament really well, I thought.
Backstage, Death Triangle, defeat the best friends to become new trios champions. Good choice.
Initially, I was thinking, why
Any
on
two belts?
the Dark Order there? Sounds like they lost the finals,
Injured.
didn't they?
We
But
injury,
we
yeah.
get that at the end, don't we?
Yeah.
Reynolds was the one who walked away from All Out with a limp, allegedly. So that explained. I was a bit surprised they didn't have Orange Cassidy do it, just to because I would assume he's the most popular one in that ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Probably.
would.
Well, you hate Pentagon.
No, I don't hate Pentagon.
But you
I
do.
hate the that sort of thing. I hate it.
He doesn't do
Hate
that.
it. Oh, he does.
He's a Sarah Mayeda.
I hate. Also, Alex Abrahantes did it in this match,
He did.
and it was just sort of like that's less cool.
Yeah, but then Pac came out and went, oh no, Pac defended him. Oh,
yeah,
because he's on his team, yeah.
yeah. I think Best Friends should have won this.
Ooh.
Just because like it's the Best Friends and they've not had any titles. And
True.
I was a bit surprised just because of like I assume like the notion of the start of this week's Dynamite was like, let's all be good and happy, everybody. Let's just like, and like he's the most popular one and all that sort of stuff. But I can see why they had them winning. No, there wasn't a bad winner in that match.
They're the best trios at the moment
Yeah.
that's left, right?
If the House of Black aren't there.
Yeah,
The House
that's
of
what I mean,
Black
yeah.
there, we don't know. But I thought it was a really good match.
It was a really good match, yes. In fact, all the wrestling on the show pretty much was really good.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Backstage, Andrade again tries to recruit 10. Silver and Uno tell him to get out of here.
Now, why would 10 join him? And why does he just want 10?
Cool mask.
Oh, they had new masks, right?
Yeah. He looked like he was in
Oh.
And he's a big boy. I liked like Johnny Hungy being like,
Am I
"Your
still
last
on
name's
Dan?
the-"
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, your last name's the assistant.
Yeah. Get out of here, Jose.
It just, I wish Andrade would go back to WWE.
Oh,
I don't like him at all in AEW.
maybe he
it's
will.
such a waste. It's a crap gimmick.
So you want him
I'm
in
going
NXT
to-
2.0?
No, main roster. That's a world champion there.
Hmm.
Christ alive, Fraser.
He's been a bit underwhelming in,
Yeah.
It's
in
a
AEW.
crap gimmick. Oh, I'm going to sign you and then just like resign you to nothingness for a few months in a
sad.
pointless feud.
it is
Yeah.
sad. The Acclaimed make their entrance, but Swerve Strickland cuts off Max Caster's rap to huge
gutted.
heat. They even teased it on
Oh.
Twitter beforehand. Look, we've got the microphone. Great idea. Great idea.
Yeah.
On one hand, it's like they've robbed us of an all-time moment, surely. But on the other hand, it's probably really safe.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
not,
yeah.
not to make things even worse. Because imagine like the Acclaim getting dragged into this brawls and that backstage with the Elite.
Aye.
And if he says something
No.
about Punk,
And
and
if,
then he
if-
gets bitten by Ace Steel.
Yeah.
and if they didn't say anything that was as controversial as we'd want,
Yeah. It was
disappointing.
probably the safest thing to do. to be
what
fair.
a heel.
Swerve
Swerve.
Strickland interrupts just on his own, no Keith Lee. He mocks the Acclaim for losing it all out, but Billy Gunn goes, hold on there, swervy boy. And points out that the Acclaimed have a rematch at Grand Slam. Bowen says, interesting logic here, they'll win because everybody loves the Acclaimed.
That's right.
They'll
Yeah.
win
right, yeah.
because
Everyone loves. Yeah.
Nobody
there was
did
a
it
couple
all out.
doubters at All Out.
Fraser was fuming with a tweet that came out.
Oh, someone said, I'll not say who, but
Who?
someone,
Who said it? Come on
Some-
now.
I'll tell you off
some-
the camera.
someone had said something about Tony Khan was the only person that was sort of like
Wanted them in 20
wanting
minutes.
Acclaim to go 20
That
minutes.
is a load of
before
poppycock.
All Out. Absolutely a load of poppycock.
Fraser was gutted when the Acclaim didn't win.
I was.
and I understood why.
I've not been into a match
You've been
that much as long.
You're not a fair weather fan. You've loved the Acclaim for a while.
Oh, yeah.
I think everybody has, hasn't
I
they?
think,
It's,
yeah.
it's just the fact that they haven't been, I said this earlier, Fraser, before you were here, that they haven't been given the chance to have that big, massive, long 5-star match on a big stage like All Out. And the first time they did, they knocked it out the park. So to say that is a load of bollocks.
Aye.
Yeah. But they should have won the titles, and it's a shame they didn't. I think the Grand Slam they'll get them.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so as well.
I was saying I was a bit shocked they didn't call the audible, but then that builds the anticipation, doesn't it, for the
Yeah,
rematch as well?
and you don't want to upset your champions because we've seen what.
Well, I mean, Swerve tweeted out, didn't he, last night? While Dynamite was on
Rolling
the
the
air.
eyes, yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be because they got a rematch, I think.
Yeah. Or is it?
I'd say so. In a backstage interview, Jericho says that his win over Danielson has now made him the best wrestler ever and the best sports entertainer ever. The BWBC.
BWBC.
I hashtag it, and everyone went, "How? What on earth are you on
See,
about?"
I've written down BWEBC, but that's just not right, is it?
He tweeted what it was.
Did
It's
he?
two separate hashtags, I think.
Yeah. Did you see the advert for this segment or that they were teasing on Twitter? They were like, Chris Jericho addresses the AEW Galaxy. It's like,
that's
that is
really good.
perfect.
That's what they-
That's so good.
Come on,
Solar
Fraser.
System.
That's been
I know
the thing.
they've been, but like just the way they really pushed it on Twitter last night, probably to distract from other things happening.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Jericho also says he's going to win back the AEW title in the tournament, starting with Bryan next week, which is interesting because Bryan hasn't yet faced Hangman in the first round. Uh-oh.
It's a good job that Hangman won then.
No, he didn't.
I know, I'm showing.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry.
I thought it felt like
Jericho
another.
may have spoiled the result.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It felt like another promo to the locker room as well, because he's like, "This is my locker room, and nobody's taken that away from me ever."
Yeah, ever.
It felt a bit like CM Punk saying, like, this is my business. Just like that. And then it was interesting how Sammy was like,
look how sexy we are.
Well, yeah, he was conveniently talking when Jericho was like, we're going to leave Dan alone, aren't we? But he didn't hear him, did he?
That's a good point. That is a very good
point. He didn't do anything, did he? So it didn't mean anything.
But maybe down the line. Right, Wardlow squashes Tony Nese, he'll be delighted, to retain the TNT Championship. He then goes to powerbomb Smart Mark Sterling, who is saved by, that's Josh Woods. Wardlow,
is it?
Yeah, it was Josh Woods, yeah. The commentary table went, that's Josh Woods. Wardlow, and then one of them went, oh, former Pure Champion or something, I think.
I think he's the former player.
Wardlow cuts a passionate promo about people suggesting that he's lost momentum and said, this is still Wardlow's world.
That's just told.
Sorry, Wardlow.
It got off to a bit of a hairy start because his music's not playing when it should be playing. He's just sort of going, where's my music? And then they play his old theme for some reason. It went a bit hairy. He didn't seem to care, though. Now, initially, I was thinking, why is the jobberest jobber of all time, Tony Nese, getting a title shot? But then, thankfully, Wardlow says it's an open challenge.
Okay.
So that was all right. And then the promo, I guess everyone has been saying it. So hopefully now that at least maybe get him going on some sort of streak, or even better, get him a proper storyline. Because it hasn't happened since he won the title.
Being an open challenge, they announced it ahead of time. They should just do the whole thing. He comes to the ring and goes, oh, anyone want a match? Rather than just have...
When did they announce it was an open challenge? Because I missed that.
Never. It was on Twitter earlier in the day going, Tony Nese challenges
shame
Wardlow
on me
for the
not
title.
having the AEW notifications turned on.
In the next match, Bryan Danielson beats Hangman Page in a long, excellent match I've put here to progress in the World Title Tournament.
Oh, Jack, you lovely little buttercup. I'd love to pluck all of your... Sorry, I butchered that. Oh, Jack, you lovely little buttercup. I'd love to pluck your petals and rub them all over me. Ooh. I'm an eccentric Englishman. I can get away with it. And then during one of the breaks, because I was watching the Fight TV version, he was like, they're on about, it was when Danielson did the Mr. Whippy hip thing, like shook his hips around. He's like, I'm an original raver 88, well known for a disco biscuit, me, you know. Just in case you don't know, a disco biscuit is a cowie, MDMA pill.
Cowie girls. What did you think of the match?
It was really good. I liked how it started in Danielson's wheelhouse with the submissions and the strikes. Then Hangman took it into his wheelhouse. Then they ran it back into a ding-dong battle. I thought there would have been more story about Hangman.
Right.
Being conflicted.
I saw a tweet saying he was like someone who was meant to get on a plane that then crashed. And he missed the plane and he's just the only one left. He's like, like everyone else involved is just gone.
Yeah. It's just the way how... Sorry, Fraser.
No, I was going to say he just seemed a little bit out of place.
Yeah.
But not in the tournament, just... generally on this Dynamite.
Yeah. I just felt like after there was so much story put into the trios finals at All Out about him being conflicted and is he with the Young Bucks, is he not? To have no reference at all was expected because they've been suspended. Shut the hell up, Ross.
I can see what you mean though.
I've just taught myself out of a point.
No, but it feels weird, even if they're like, they don't have to mention them by name. They could just be like, oh, Hangman's conflicted, or show it in the ring.
Who knows? I might have just taught myself out of a point.
But it was a really good match.
Well, he lost the match. Anyway, so maybe he was conflicted. Maybe
that final flurry was amazing.
I liked how Regal sounded relieved after. He was like, oh, we've won.
I thought it was interesting how he said that Hangman's one of the few people he knows very little about because he's never interacted with them.
He's never asked for advice.
You know, pew pew cowboys, hey? That's a good point there, Fraser. Because I was like, what about those NXT rumors back in 2019? I'm such a nerd.
Stokely Hathaway and his stable cut a promo on the stage. A poor random crew member tells Stokely to hurry up, and they all beat him up.
So they said they were going to give an explanation as to why they did what they did on Sunday, but it's clear that MJF bought them like he has done with several wrestlers in the past, so we don't need that explained. So they beat up a little man.
Yeah. I felt sorry for W. Morrissey, because I remembered, oh no, he's just in this random stable now. And he got the big boot to end the beatdown, but I was like...
His hair looked lovely.
Yes.
I would love to run my fingers through his hair.
Yes.
Ooh. It looks so soft.
Very Regal comment.
Yeah, man. I'm just too much of a fan of Regal.
In the main event, Daniel Garcia beats Wheeler Utah. Don't know if I said it like that. Like the state. To become the new Ring of Honor Pure Champion. Bryan Danielson comes out to put the belt on Garcia and shakes his hand as Jericho complains on the ramp.
I completely forgot about the rules that come with the Pure Championship.
The rope breaks.
The 3 rope breaks, the
no
official warning for the closed fist punches. I just thought everything was so tight. All the offense was just so tight.
Daniel Garcia got wrapped to the ring.
He did.
by that Buffalo
man.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bill.
He was up for it, wasn't he?
He loved it, didn't he? And all the Buffalo Bills in the front row.
Oh,
in
yes,
their hoodies and whatnot.
They like having folk rap on entrances at the
No,
moment.
Tony's down with the kids.
Tony is
Oh, yeah.
absolutely down with the kids.
I would love to see Tony rap.
Yes, I would also love
You know
to see
that-
Tony rap.
Bring him to the summer
You know when
party next year.
Buster Rhymes would always do those big long raps without taking a breath. It was like,
Gotta get away. Yeah.
Tony Khan doing one of his raps would just be that for 4 minutes without a breath. The German off the middle rope to Yuta was horrible, but also fantastic. And I love that the finish was a leg humper. It was like a dog in that ring, just humping his leg.
He
Fantastic.
was inflicting pain.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it was just like a dog humping your leg, like a big old beagle.
I was pleased for Daniel Garcia. Wheeler Yuta, I hope there's more.
It's a shame what his reign turned into towards the end, because it was just sort of like he held the title but didn't really. But that's the issue with that's the issue with having Ring of Honor a part of AEW. It needs to be its own thing so it can be showcased
Ring of Honor
properly.
Rampage.
Yeah.
Needs to happen.
Yeah.
Well,
Jericho sold it well as well. He was devastated at the end because
Yes.
Danielson shook the hand.
like a scorned
Garcia.
lover.
Do you think we'll see? Is it next week, Jericho Danielson? Right.
Yes.
Do you think we'll see Garcia play a role
I
in
think
that?
you'll cost
Ooh,
Jericho.
you'll
won't
cost-
he?
Lovely, lovely.
Yeah,
Scrummy,
possibly.
scrum.
That was This Week in Wrestling. I thought a good Dynamite, given the circumstances. To be
Oh,
fair.
they pulled it
Yeah,
around,
Really
yeah.
did.
Because you think it's not going to work by them not referencing that at all, but it did. I didn't think about it once while watching the show.
I was really
Well,
worried when it started, and then within like 5 minutes, I'm like, all right, no, okay. MJF and Moxley sort of made me feel okay.
The biggest news of all, though, BattleBots is on TBS. And it's Robot Wars, but it's called
American.
BattleBots.
Yeah, it's not as good, is it?
No.
I'll ask you all now, just really briefly to wrap up this segment. What was your match of the week with all these matches?
Oh.
Tough question.
Sheamus and Walter.
Sheamus
for me.
and Gunter.
Gunter, sorry.
The Acclaimed versus Swerve and Our Glory.
Yeah.
I was going to go for that one. As an alternative, I'll offer up Ricochet and Carmelo.
Yeah.
That's good as well.
Yeah, really great matches.
And the women's triple threat.
Yes.
in NXT.
Yeah.
Very good.
Like a chess match that was.
There we have it. That was This Week in Wrestling.
Let's have a rummage in our mail bags.
Now let's have a rummage in the mailbag. Here we go. Question number 1. I don't know what else to say, man. What does Matthew normally do?
Now it's time for everyone's favourite segment, the mailbag. Let's have a rummage in our mailbag.
But then, how does he? Because then it feels like it takes a while, and then he'll go.
You just leave
Question one.
You just leave a big gap where you breathe in.
He starts off by going before reading.
Yeah, listen up. Yeah.
Here's a story about a little lad who lives in a blue world.
Oh, Ross, why have you included this question? Hey guys, I really don't want to. Has enough time passed?
Oh, scrummy, scrum.
The whole CM Punk AEW media scrum reminds me an awful lot like that time Jack the Jobber called out Cultaholic management about the Christmas party that time. So many questions. So my question is, what's the closest you've come to punching a colleague? Thanks, your pal Will. P.S. I love you really, Jack. Thanks, Will. Cheers. And thank you to Ross, who filled us these emails.
I thought it was a very interesting question.
Oh, aye.
You know, we don't, come to throwing chairs or biting here at Cultaholic.
No. Mine was at What Culture. I don't know if I can elaborate anymore. Mine was at What Culture.
I mean, I've been punched by a
Note that
colleague.
down in case. Tell the story, Fraser.
Was it Tom?
No, it was a few weeks ago. I was standing on the quayside, right? Warm, sunny day.
What, is this true?
Bump into Atkins. He's shocked. He sees me outside of work, so his first instinct is to punch me.
When, how? And how hard?
On the face, not very hard. He just went, and he went, I don't know why I've done that. Then
Where
we-
on the face? On the
Yes, yeah. And then we wandered the quayside holding hands. It was lovely.
bloody hell. That took a turn.
I'm trying to think if like at previous jobs.
He was just shocked because he's got a good work-life balance. 5:30 comes, he's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On a Sunday, it's his day off. I walk up to him on the quayside. He's panicking.
Was it to like pretend to shock you? Like, wait.
No, I was like, you're all right. He just went,
Okay. I'm trying to think of previous jobs.
Oh, I had one in a previous job. I got a season ticket at Newcastle. This is like back in 2012 when I was working as a pizza delivery boy on my gap year. And I used to start work at 4:30 p.m. on a Saturday night. And the first day of the season, I was like, boss, at the pizza place, I can't start at 4:30 because I'll still be at the match. Can I please come in at 6? Because some people used to start at 4. The second wave of drivers, because there was a few of us, used to start at 6 p.m. I was like, I'll come in for the second wave. If I can swap with someone, that'll be okay. And the boss went mad at me, and I was shaking because I was like, I can just start at 6. I can swap with somebody else. It's fine. And I was shaking. And I was like, I really want to hit you, but I can't. And he sacked me.
Oh,
Should have hit him.
Yeah. But then he came to his senses, and I got invited back, but I told him no.
yes.
Nice. You've won there. Where's he now?
Yes.
Very rich. And I'm here.
That's all right. You went to Cardiff, people buying you drinks in Wales. Hello, boys, said in a pretty deadly
didn't
way.
think of one. Did you not think of one from a previous job?
Yeah, it was at What Culture?
Oh, right.
I just didn't want to elaborate any
Fair
further.
enough.
Hello, boys, said in a pretty deadly way.
Oh, boys.
Come on, guys, you can do it. Almost there. The mailbag is almost the final section. He's probably not going to come up again yet. He's probably not come up yet during the podcast. So how about a CM Punk question? 2 weeks ago, the big question was, is CM Punk good for AEW? And the general consensus, which I assume everyone would agree with, was that he was. 2 weeks down the line, what would your answer to the big question be now? Love all the stuff you guys do. Ex-Cultaholic FC star striker Super Stewart 64, who has now refused to re-sign with the club and is signed with Birmingham instead.
Oh, no.
Fair enough.
Sorry, I feel so sorry for you. You've had to relive that memory.
Well, we had him on loan from Liverpool for 3 seasons in a row, and then I was going back and forth with Klopp in the press saying we'll have him, and Klopp was like, no, I'm keeping him.
Mm-hmm.
Released him. I was like, let's snap him up.
Got to get him.
Birmingham offered him 3 times the wage.
Oh,
What are you going to do in that situation? But to answer the question, I wasn't on that last podcast discussing it, but I would have said at the time, yeah, he was good for AEW. Now, probably not.
No.
I
Probably
was
not.
saying earlier, Fraser, there was, he fell out with people in WWE. He's the same sort of things happened here. The common denominator is him. So there's an issue there.
Yeah.
So sentiment has changed. Yes, he has been bad. And he's upset because the EVPs I know there was the stories of them not getting along and Tony having to take the reins good and proper and all that sort of stuff, but it never got this bad. And it only got this bad once him and his little friend Ace got involved.
But is that because he's the only one with the balls to stand up and the power to stand up to the Young Bucks?
Potentially, but is that a good or a bad thing?
It's probably a bad thing.
Bad,
Yeah. They
I
are
would
the
say-
EVPs, aren't they?
I would say now, no, he's not good for AEW.
It hurts,
but-
doesn't it?
It really hurts. But I think you can also turn that question on to maybe not Kenny, but the Bucks probably.
Yeah.
But you think,
Because Cody and them fell out allegedly.
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. But he needs AEW. AEW doesn't need him.
Who?
Punk.
Punk, no, it's the other way around.
No, if he wants to come back in wrestling, I don't think he'd go to WWE at all.
I don't think he
He
needs
doesn't need-
wrestling.
he
Yeah.
No, but to be in wrestling, I should say.
No, WWE would have him in a heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
He wouldn't. So he needs
no, he doesn't.
AEW.
No.
It's the other
I
way around,
suppose,
Fraser.
yeah. Forget all
Good
that.
for you.
AEW needs.
Sorry.
No, does.
No, that's fair.
That's a fair question. Does AEW need CM Punk? Because I would argue, I know that pay-per-view buys have been, records have been broken several times, a few times since Punk's been involved. But by and large, the ratings haven't gone the big jump I assume
they're
that Tony would be expecting. Or Philip himself.
No, they probably don't need him, but I think I would say the priority always has to be building your own stars for the future.
Yeah.
I think that's a good. The only good thing about this tournament has been the new lads, presumably going to get the chance to fulfill the role or fill the roles left by the bigger names.
Fill the role of Phil.
fills the
Yeah.
role. Hey lads, congratulations on making it through a very girthy This Week in Wrestling segment. You're almost at the finish line. Everyone's giving
To be
encouragement.
fair, it's not been as long as I thought it was going to be.
Just, it has in terms of the actual time of day because of the tech issues, but in terms
Yeah.
of assuming that Cody Rhodes' neck tattoo gives him the power to see into the future. Did you say that? Did you or Matthew say that earlier?
What?
His tattoo.
Cody's neck tattoo talking to him and giving him advice.
Yeah.
That was
It's an
slightly different, I guess. Wasn't it?
interesting
Yeah.
concept.
I think that was you said that yourself. I think me and Matthew joked along with you.
It wasn't me.
Oh,
It was me.
Matthew, maybe? No,
That
it
was
wasn't
me,
before. I don't think it was me.
VAR.
Oh.
Yeah.
What if it was me again? What if I've done this several
right.
times where I've gone,
His
I said this
tattoo.
really funny thing, and then we've looked back and it was someone else. Oh.
His tattoo gives him foresight.
Sorry, yes. I'll get back on track. Sorry,
Yeah,
Fraser.
thanks,
Thank you. His neck tattoo gives him the power to see into the future. I have to believe that he foresaw the fallout of the all-out media scrum. Well, this is why I nominated him for the Hall of Fame, where apparently the word scrum was gravely misinterpreted, like rugby, and asked for his leave. It seemed like a baffling decision back then, but has now been recontextualized as a masterstroke of timing, especially with Triple H now taking the creative helm. Now, by this point in the podcast, I'm assuming you guys are knackered and have talked about this topic to death. So I'll simply ask this. Is Cody Rhodes currently the smartest man in wrestling? Cheers, Ben from Wollongong, Australia. Oh, Wollongong? Wollongong.
Bloody Wollongong.
There we go.
P.S. If you guys don't know what to say at the end of the podcast, maybe just start singing. I hear it works really well.
Is he the smartest man in wrestling? Yeah.
Do you reckon?
No.
I go back to that the little clip that got shared around on social media with that Brandon Walker, I think his name is, from Barstool. Is it?
Okay.
And he's interviewing, I'm about to sneeze there, but it went. Where he's speaking to Cody at the start of this year when he was the TNT champion, and Cody's just on about, what's this year going to be for AEW? It's going to be all the EVPs fighting backstage.
He knew it.
The EVPs and the originals versus these WWE guys coming in, and I think he saw the writing on the wall and he jumped at the right time.
I know.
Yeah.
Maybe he did. Maybe he is really smart. Still risk with Vince at the helm, but now that Triple H is in charge and the creative looks better, it looks like
it's an even bigger risk with Triple H. I know it's Cody's favorite
they're
wrestler.
boys, man. They're boys.
Oh, he had so many barbs at him.
They're
He
boys.
smashed his throne. He has his throne in his basement now.
That contract's
maybe-
ironclad.
Maybe he can be the Steve Austin to Triple H's Vince McMahon.
Ooh.
Just in a less brawly
Fancy way.
a less blue collar way. Yeah. Hello. I don't know if he's the smartest man in all of wrestling, but he's up there. Yeah.
He clearly saw
Okay.
something was coming and got
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
And took a lot of flack for it.
Yep.
Everyone going, you're selfish, you're stupid, what you doing? Kind of been proven right a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. And the way that he left and then built his kingdom and then came back. I mean, I think he's done really well.
For a guy who can't get above a 3-star match, he's done wonders with his career.
Is Seth Rollins a heel or a babyface?
Seth is a heel.
Thank you.
Thank God for that.
We also need a shout out. It says here, David Edlich from Ballard, Australia. Oh, his daughter, Rose, for making the proper nice Father's Day card and apologise for not managing to fit his question in.
I wasn't expecting you to read that word for word, but there we go.
Sorry. I think we'll apologise for not getting your question in.
Oh,
But thank you very much to your daughter. Shout out to your daughter, Rose, for the very nice Father's Day card. It's
there
us.
we go.
There we are. Well, it's not Fraser.
It's not Fraser.
It's Maffew, who really appreciated the size of his nose.
Oh, no, by doing that, Dan is... Well, not Dan, but we've frozen.
Lovely.
Well, that's
Maybe we'll just do it in
If
post.
I could melt
there
your
we go. We're
heart.
back.
Well, thank you very much, Rose. And thank you to David for messaging in as well. Sorry we couldn't.
That
get
song
to
was
your
called
question.
Frozen by Madonna, which is why I was singing it when the stream
Yeah.
was frozen. I just didn't think you'd know being
I
that
know.
young.
I know about Madonna.
If you would
She wasn't
like...
just a crazy old sex pest all the time,
Oh,
you know.
yeah.
She was a young one as well.
2013 film Frozen, right?
If you would like to message in to contribute to this cauldron of banter, you can at mailbag@cultaholic.com. I preferred it when he called it Reese's Pieces. You know, I've never mentioned this to him in person.
Do you want to know a secret?
Go on.
I always write down, at the start when we started doing Reese's Pieces, I wrote down Reese Piss because I wasn't sure how to spell the Reese's.
Look where we are now.
So yeah.
Hello, Cultaholic, featured presenters and assorted on-air personalities.
Hello. Asserted
Howdy,
on-air
that's-
personality.
yeah.
Congratulations on yet another extra-wide podcast that gets me through my tedious work days. I've always wanted to present you breezy Brits with a wrist piss, but never knew what to write about until today. So, quick story time that only loosely pertains to the question. Not this week. In my mid to late teenage years, I would frequent local independent wrestling shows on a monthly basis, as us young pro wrestling addicts would normally do. Excuse me. Each show I attended, there would be your standard local talent and one or two big names to draw. The big name would usually have a match, a gimmick table, and the topic of this Reese's Pieces, a seminar. For those who are unaware, before every show, the big name wrestler would talk for an hour or two about something that had become their specialty in the wrestling ecosystem, be that promos, grappling, high flying, etc. I remember getting a lesson in tope suicidas and split-legged moonsaults from current NXT 2.0 superstar Joaquin Wilde in a high-flying seminar that I was surely too young to participate in. As well as a Learning the Basics seminar by everyone's favorite AEW superstar and the best part of the Jericho Appreciation Society,
Chris Jericho.
Jake Hager.
No, come on, Fraser.
So the wrist piss at hand puts you in the shoes of a local independent promoter who is looking to bring in larger wrestlers to run seminars before the show. I will give you a topic of interest or focus, and you will have to name the wrestler you feel would give the best seminar about that topic. However, a quick caveat. You are still on an indie promoter's budget. So when looking for someone for a promo seminar, you can't choose, for example, The Rock. Choose people who a small promoter can reasonably bring in without breaking the bank. Good luck, gentlemen. Begin. Wow.
Jesus.
That was from, before I get to the Reese's Pieces themselves, Swedish goalkeeper Christopher Nordfeldt, also known as Jake. Thank you very much, Jake.
Well done, Jay.
Oh, he's done a little outro. I'll read that after the list as well. Right, so we're choosing a wrestler who on a realistic budget. Which I don't really know what that means.
Yeah, what are we talking?
We could, because I'm immediately when he said that, I was thinking like, oh, it'll just have to be people I know from North.
Yeah, that's.
But now I'm like, now you use Jake Hager and Joaquin Wilde.
I think
as an
we
example.
think Progress as a sort of
He's used Jake
at its
Hager.
height.
Wait, WCPW had the
WCPW.
Hager.
Yeah,
Good
that's
budget.
true.
He wrestled the
We weren't a
prestigious
small
one.
promotion though.
Yeah, there was.
We weren't.
We'll go with that WCPW budget then. Of
that's a
wow.
So let's go with that one
Marks,
then.
we were. We weren't. We just worked for the company who
Yeah.
were.
We were the
faces, the lambs who got led to the slaughter.
I learned a lot though. Looking back, a lot of good memories in that. You know, with the promotion, not with the.
Fair.
Not with
Dark period at work in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Well, fastest thought first, I guess. We'll go Fraser, Ross, then myself. Fraser has a wrestling trainee occasionally.
Occasionally, yeah.
Have you been to any seminars?
I've not, no.
Oh,
no,
okay.
no.
What was the point where you stopped going to your wrestling school?
I got really sore, hurt my back, and I hurt my knee.
You're Matt Jackson.
Yeah. I've
My
been
knee.
selling it for a while. I can't, you're not noticed.
First one is a promo seminar.
It's hard with budget, but MJF.
L.A. Knight.
He was in
Max
Defiant.
Dupree. Eli Drake.
MJF's a big.
He was in Defiant.
That's a big budget one.
Before he was this.
Before
sort of
now.
star,
Right,
yeah.
okay,
It's like
yeah.
before they were
I'd
famous.
go
But
for
LA Knight is
probably-
on WWE.
Yeah, but he's not going to be a big budget signing, though, is he, in the future? Because he's underappreciated, but he's over it. It's fine.
I'd
Matt
probably,
Cardona then, sorry.
Matt Cardona.
Yeah.
I'd probably go Joe Hendry, I guess.
That is good. Yeah.
High flying seminar.
Osprey?
Budget. New Japan.
I've got a big budget.
IWGP, former IWGP World Champion.
Robbie X.
That was mine.
Too Cold Scorpio.
Yes. What a
Can
shout.
Still do it at the age of 75. It's amazing.
I'll go for. Oh, it's tricky. Oh, Lindsay Dorado. He wasn't that. He was more technical.
He's more technical, but he does some flippy
Do
stuff.
you think? Can you get
Yeah.
away with him?
Grand Metalik?
Yeah, maybe Grand Metal
Yeah.
League. Yeah. Yeah, one of them. Heel work seminar.
Shreddy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Shreddy, bro. North Wrestling.
Oh. I will go for Zach Gibson.
Yes.
Mhm.
What a shout. That's the best answer. Well, the Landed Gentry. I don't know. They're
Yeah.
the North tag team,
Good-
but
good
they're really
fun.
good at being heels. Submissions seminar.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to go for either Mark Haskins or Liam Slater.
Great shout.
I
I'll
think
go
it's,
Haskins.
we're pushing the budget, but Zack Sabre, I think.
I know it's mine.
Is
as well,
he,
Zack Sabre Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Fitness seminar. Wrestlers
God,
generally have
right.
quite a good level of fitness.
Yeah. You could get I think, any of them, really.
I thought of a high flyer one. Damn it. Mine was
fit-
Blake Christian. There we go.
Martin Kirby for his recent-ish transformation. It's not
Yeah,
yeah now,
yeah.
but yeah.
Man like Derice.
Man like
I'll
Derice?
go for local talents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you do long matches? I'm
Oh,
thinking
yeah.
fitness
Yeah,
in terms
he's
of.
done a lot of.
Is this fitness in terms of body size?
Yeah,
or
Going
what are we
60
going for?
minutes in the square
Yeah, yeah,
circle,
yeah,
bros,
yeah.
you know?
But then who have I seen have a really long match? HG Drake.
Yeah.
I've seen him have a long match.
Chris Hero.
Who's your hero?
Yeah, I'll go Chris Hero.
Oh, I clicked my arm when I did that. Hardcore wrestling seminar, which I don't think exists. Here's how to whack people with a chair.
Nick Gage.
Oh, boy. That's a good answer, that one.
Mm.
That's a very good answer. Such a good answer. I'm having to stall for time here. Is Foley going to push that much of a budget these days?
Yeah,
probably.
probably, yeah.
Bollocks. I'll go for your man. I'll go for your man. Our man. That guy who's in North and he's Irish.
Rory Coyle.
Rory
I was gonna
Coyle.
go for Rory
Sick
Coyle, yeah.
boy.
I was going to give a reason for him as well because he uses weapons in his matches, but it's always a feature of the match. It's not just
Yeah.
meaningless. It makes it mean
He's
something.
got the ultraviolent championship soon.
Oh,
The UV Championship.
Yeah.
character work seminar, just generally, I guess.
Yeah. Character. it's really tough just to, like, obviously you've got to come up with a thing on the spot.
That's the game.
That's the game.
Don't
like,
hate the player, hate the game.
Character. Ross, you go first.
Character work. I'm thinking of someone who's a very versatile performer. I'm thinking somebody like Joe Hendry's the one that's sticking out in my head.
Fair enough.
You can do both ways, can't he? Heel and baby.
Well, I was gonna, not in terms of over the top, but this is when I was gonna pick Liam Slater for his recent
character stuff.
North run. It just makes me. He makes me believe. He makes me believe.
I'll say Zio Knox.
Okay.
Similar Landed Gentry. Yeah, Zio Knox.
Makes you believe.
I believe he's a
Just
Tory.
pick North. This is a huge, great advert for North
Go see
Wrestling.
North.
Yeah, go see North.
This weekend.
Oh no, we've already done character work. Oh, Grado. No. he's very much his own. No one can copy that.
Yeah.
Tag team seminar.
Ooh, the Aussie Open.
Oh, bloody hell. The Hunter Boys. Is that what they're called?
The Hunter Boys.
There's Thingy Hunter and Thingy Hunter.
In the British scene.
The British lads,
Yeah, I know
Those
what you mean.
old lads that...
Yeah.
Older lads. Not too
Yeah.
disrespectful. I'm trying to find the words without being
Yes,
disrespectful.
boy. Then maybe not as much of a tag team.
Ricky and Robert.
Yeah.
There you go.
yeah.
That's my answer.
Then I'll go for...
Not Hunter, Gibson and...
No.
Yeah.
I'll go for... Mostly Machine Guns if I can get them.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, boy. All them. Pretty deadly. For Ross, the footwork seminar.
The footwork seminar is a hard one because, Christian Cage, I assume, is going to be out of budget. Both members of FTR will be out of budget. So I would have to go for somebody like, I'm trying to think of who's got the best hammer wrist lock turn thingy on the British scene. Who would be that man? I reckon Joseph Connors. His footwork was always fan-dabby-dozy.
Yeah, I would say Drake. I've been
fair enough.
Seeing what he puts in with it.
Yeah,
I'll go Drake.
I'll go for... Ooh, man. It's a tricky one. I don't know.
It's something you watch for it now.
I mean,
footwork.
when you see good footwork, there's nothing like it.
I assume that because he's also a trainer, Rampage knows about good footwork.
Yeah.
I'll go for Rampage.
Rampage.
Comedy wrestling seminar, Grado.
Yeah, Grado.
Grado.
No, Hendry.
Joe Hendry.
Henry was sticking out for me as well, yeah.
Local.
Because Grado's fun, but Joe has everything's comedy when he can. but
Who
he's
was
also
the
good at
funniest
serious.
ones back in the WCPW days?
Backstage or on camera?
Both.
Prince
On
Amin.
camera.
Prince Amin.
Prince
That is
Amin.
the answer.
Yeah,
End
yeah.
of discussion.
Hendry, Kirby, Grado. We had quite a good, funny
Good roster for comedy.
yeah.
Prince Amin. I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
I've not heard from him for years.
Oh. Shout out Prince Amin.
Peace up, A-Town down.
And finally, the being bad at Twitter seminar.
Louis Dango. It's all just a joke. Louis, who I've never spoke to, so I probably can't joke about him. There we go.
Can we get Osprey for this one?
Too much money, man. Maybe.
He's putting on about our Megalodon shark still a thing. I could beat up
No,
an alien.
This is actually
That's a funny
improvement.
thing,
This is
yeah.
actually improvement on his Twitter.
Okay, yeah.
It's actually doing
This
better.
is doing
than he
better,
normally does, I'm being bad at Twitter. Ryback. He's not very good.
Those
at
polls
Twitter.
were bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Retire Ryback. That's because of the polls.
Yeah.
Is that all of them?
You haven't answered yet.
I said Osprey, but it's
Oh,
our
right,
budget.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for choosing my wrist piss. There are many like it, but this one is mine. I've known about Cultaholic on name redacted days for a while, but only started listening to the podcast recently. I started listening around WrestleMania 38, the 5-hour Leviathan of a podcast. That must have been the one that was...
Leviathan.
Yeah, great word. Looking for something to keep me distracted while taking breaks from studying for finals. I've come to look forward to hearing from the assorted gaggle of goons every Friday. Thank you for the effort
How
and
dare
time you put into this weekly podcast and keep up your great work. Jake or Swedish goalkeeper Christopher Nordfeld. Thank you very much. Oh,
Right then. One more segment to go.
let's do it. Engage.
It's Cultaholics.
Ah, what a lovely, long, girthy, juicy podcast. And it's now time for everyone's favorite segment, the big question. But before that, I'm going to throw it to Ross because I have to squint to read things far away without my lenses in. He's got an updated list of the producers.
I would just like to thank our lovely, wholesome, loyal, beautiful producers who, of course, are responsible for putting this podcast together every single week. A big thank you goes to Noah Anderson, Nick Robbie, Reno 2200,
Reno,
Buddy. And coming to the ring for the first time ever, making their big Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast producers debut, we have Chris Ruth, and Jacob Castle. How you doing, pals? Jacob Castle.
Ralph, I reckon.
Ruth. Let us know for next week.
Yeah. Right, thank you very much to the producers. Absolutely.
Cheers, Maffew.
And right, yes, it's time for the big question. I realized just then when I was like stuttering that I forgot to say the mailbag thing again at the end of Reese's Pieces.
That's fine.
But
Mailbag at cultaholic.com.
The greater good. The big question this week is who is going to win, and we'll make sure it's the correct name in the title, but basically AEW's championship tournament. We know one result from the tournament already from this week's Dynamite, which was Bryan Danielson defeating Hangman Page to move on. The people still in the tournament, I believe, are Jericho.
Let me find the bracket for you. There we go.
I can do it off the top of the dome. Sorry, lads. Maybe
the arrogance of you.
I don't know if
I've got the bracket down. You're all right. Put it in post if you want.
I've got it.
Okay, Jack, go on.
So what's the two first round matches were?
Hangman Page and Bryan Danielson.
Correct.
Sammy Guevara and Darby Allin.
Correct. Now, on the first half of the bracket, who is Bryan Danielson going to face in the second round?
Yeah.
And who is Darby Allin and or Sammy going to face?
John Moxley.
Correct.
I've done it.
Well done.
Yes.
So we have Danielson obviously already through to face Jericho. Who's going to win the first match over there? I've got no idea. On Friday, sorry, on Rampage. Sammy and Darby one. Is it going to be Sammy?
I reckon Sammy and Moxley is a fresher matchup than Darby Moxley, which we've seen.
I'll go for Sammy in that.
I'm going to refrain from answering because I have seen
Have you
spoilers.
seen the spoilers?
Yeah. So I'm going to refrain from answering that one. It was Rampage,
Oh, wow.
So I'm not going to answer that one.
Oh, tell us off air.
But if it was with your heart.
No, don't make
No, because I don't want to.
He knows.
I don't want to.
So
answer with your heart. Who you want to win?
Maybe we'll go straight to the Moxley one now, so Fraser can skip this one as well. Ross.
Yes.
We both went for Sammy there.
Yeah.
Who wins out of Sammy and Moxley?
John.
I would agree.
I think John has to go at the final because of that promo and because he's a locker room leader in these times of uncertainty.
I would say so as well. I would certainly agree. On the other side of the bracket, the rematch, Jericho and Danielson.
Danielson has to batter him, wrestle rings around him, and beat him with ease.
Fraser?
Yeah, I agree on that side. Danielson all the way. And I think without going into anything on the other bracket side apart from Moxley, I think it makes sense to have Danielson Moxley in the final, right?
Yeah, it's a derby.
That's got to be.
Oh man, it's the BCC derby, aye.
BCC derby.
And I think we've had that match already where they bled together. So now this one they should wrestle together.
Yes, that's when Regal made his debut.
Oh yes,
It did. Wow, Regal.
It's Regal. I told that story on the tier list video, Ross. Look out for that. So then we've got a final of Moxley, who, as Ross points out, if he wasn't the most recent champion apart from CM Punk, I'd think he'd be comfortably the favorite to win that belt. And you could say he definitely deserves to, but I'm going to go for Bryan Danielson to win.
I think this is the age of Danielson.
Of the dragon.
If MJF wasn't sitting on this waiting for this next match, I feel like it would be Danielson, but I don't think they want to risk Danielson's first reign with the belt.
Maybe they've telegraphed it with that promo last night as we're sat here now.
Moxley.
Him and Moxley.
Giving it back to Moxley straight away.
Give it.
Well, if it only lasts for a second,
MJF
I guess.
Moxley at what, Full Gear, I think makes sense as the big headline match.
Oh, yeah,
Do
maybe.
you not think he would cash it in at the end of Grand Slam?
We don't know if he can cash it in.
That's the thing.
Yeah, we don't know.
Semantics, eh? And that promo from MJF.
It extends TV out, and they've just had their next phase of TV get torn up.
Yeah.
Have them go for Full Gear. That's what I'm.
That is very true.
Which is a shame. I don't want Danielson to lose. I don't want him to lose.
How do they get from Grand Slam to Full Gear? They might as well have MJF's build to the title challenge. Yes. Oh man. Well, the problem is we've already seen MJF and Dictator John when he did that whole feud. The dynamic's slightly different now, obviously, but I'm still gonna stick with Danielson. I think.
I wouldn't be opposed to either man walking away. I can see the case for both.
Yeah.
Maybe it won't be. Moxley won that match against Danielson, didn't he? The first one when Regal interfered. Oh, it debuted.
Yes.
Because he did the bridging.
Mox has only lost a few times. He's lost 3 times, I think.
He's so hard.
So it's
beat.
he's the favorite to win, and then you would solidify MJF even more if he beats Moxley at Full Gear or wherever they do the match. But that's my bet.
Fair enough. Well,
It's exciting, though.
Yeah, it is exciting.
It's
in a weird
I
way.
was really worried that they'd come out and do another tournament.
I'll posit you this then, to drag this segment out a little bit longer. Should Punk and the Elite not be fired, and it's a big assumption to make at the minute, how on earth do they come back? What happens there? Does it get addressed?
We'll
start with the Elite.
The Elite, I think they will be back.
Arrogant.
Sorry. They will be back. And I think they just have to address it in the fact that like we got suspended.
Yeah.
They've been quite transparent in the past with stuff, apart from injuries.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like they could
But is it something of this scale?
If they're not transparent, people will call them out on it.
I was ready for being the Elite and nothing happened.
I hope they host another press conference on YouTube or something where they just sit down and address it all. Like,
Sorry.
Here's what happened. Here's what's been done. Here's what we're going to do in the future. This, that, the other.
Do you think they're annoyed at Tony? Because he sat
I
next to
would be.
Punk and went,
I think they'll lose the EVP status.
yeah, I think so as well.
I think they might bring in a director of football type, a director of wrestling, so a bridge between the talent of the EVPs.
I thought that was meant to be Daniels, and he's been suspended now.
It's just one of the buys, isn't he?
Yeah.
We need someone who's not one of the buys. And Mr.
Punk.
Mr. Bingley or whatever he was called.
From World of Sport.
He'd be the ideal candidate, I think.
There's no doubt about wrestling. So you won't care about the egos and the history of people, yeah? Now, you listen here, young man, he'd say to CM Punk.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And what about CM Punk? Will he be back?
He's got an injury. So he's out for he's out for 8 months, so at least not that. And is it fair to have him suspended while also being out injured? It doesn't feel like a proper suspension.
That seems harsh.
Is it though?
Well, he did talk a lot of trash.
Yeah, he did. And then got into
I think it totally depends on what happens to Ace Steel, because as I said earlier, he seems very, very loyal to this man who
Punk Rock is all about loyalty, Rock.
Yeah, that's all. That's CM Punk loyalty right there.
Yeah, but then
Punk Rock.
Then he also said,
ethos.
if you're working with people, even if you don't like them, you got to respect. What did he put on Twitter? That thing.
Oh, which has been now retweeted.
Yeah.
People also found his one from like 2016. It was show respect to the young bucks.
Yeah, says a lot, Punk.
Yeah,
go suck a. Anyway, the poor Miz, man. Why does he hate the Miz so much?
That's just the Miz, isn't it? He got the main event at WrestleMania.
Maybe that's
Punk
why.
didn't,
Yeah. Miz hasn't done anything wrong, for as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, thank you very much for enduring this long podcast. Hopefully, you've been doing something productive with your day while it's been on, just in the background.
I hope you've been hanging on every last word of ours.
Thank you to Fraser for stepping in.
It's all right.
Have you got anything you want to plug or mention?
Nothing.
Twitch streams?
Twitch.
Your ass.
The Twitch stream is before this, so hope
Aye,
you
but
enjoyed
when
my
do you do
Twitch stream.
Twitch streams
Friday
then, yeah?
nights.
Friday
Friday
night.
nights.
What do you
at
call
6
them,
o'clock.
Fraser?
Curly Whirly Fridays.
Curly Whirly
Curly
Fridays.
Playing Alien Isolation. That was good
Ross?
fun.
The video I mentioned last week that I was going to do where it was like running down all the strangest things to happen this year, I've scrapped that idea because it changes by the week.
Yeah.
I literally, if for the last 4 weeks I've been ready to record it and then something's happened. So
Maybe
I've been
do like one at the end of the year.
yeah, I think that's probably the best thing to do. But yeah, so that's been scrapped. So don't look forward to that anymore for the people who were maybe. But me and Jack sat down and did a tier list, which is coming out on Sunday at 1:45 p.m. BST, I do believe the time is. Every single AEW pay-per-view so far. So no doubt you disagree with everything we say in that video.
And I'm not exactly certain when, maybe on Monday, Adam might have said. Sometime in the next few days, I have a true story of video going out that I wrote about the history of Dave Meltzer's 5-star matches.
How he was so full of SHIT in the noughties.
Well, I've addressed criticisms and praises of Meltzer. It's an all-encompassing video,
Wow,
Ross.
it's a
Don't
true
worry.
story.
And that was edited by our man in Japan. Can we start calling him Big in Japan?
Big in
Richard
Japan.
Tubman.
Yeah,
Richard Tubman.
Thank you all for watching this video. I've been Jack, this has been Ross and Fraser. Maffew was here before on that as well. If you want to vote on the Hall of Fame, you can do it at patreon.com/cultaholic. And if you want to write in for the mailbag or Reese's Pieces, then you can write in at mailbag@cultaholic.com. Now we're all going to point at the sign. I don't know. I haven't got a clue.
we
what
point
it's-
the sign?
I know what we're doing.
what we're saying.
It's not what we're saying.
That's not what we're saying.
It's what we're singing.
No.
I don't know the opening verse
long
of
time
a
ago.
long time ago. I was remember it's American Pie.
Thanks for watching.